Когда хотелок становится очень много, выручит бесплатная кредитная карта ВТБ. Она легко приручит все ваши желания. Оформите бесплатную кредитную карту ВТБ и не платите проценты до 200 дней.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
И 27 сентября. Впервые в Нижнем Новгороде. Автодром Н-Ринг Нижегородское кольцо встречает грандиозный Кубок России по дрифту суперфинал РДС. Дым, драйв и большой автоспорт ждут вас. Не пропустите. Ищите билеты на этапы РДС 2026 года на tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Открытый чемпионат российской дрифт-серии снова в Москве. 12-13 сентября автодром АДМ Raceway в Мечково примет грандиозный дрифт-финал РДС Open. Билеты на сайте tickets.vdrifte.ru.
С новым дрифтом, дорогие друзья! Здравствуйте! Добро пожаловать на ВТБ финал Гран-при российской
Russian
дрифт
Drift Series Grand Prix 2026. We're back to Moscow Raceway. The weather is amazing, and here we've got the best contenders in the world that we're about to introduce to you. And traditionally, we begin with the participants of the Junior Boot Camp that has been held throughout the season within the framework of Russian Drift Series competitions under the auspices of IMOL Junior Young Talent Development Program. And here is our regular participant and multiple prize winner of the Junior Boot Camp, Timofey Kolobov, number 5. Next to him stands very serious, a little gloomy, but I hope that he will give us a little smile, Stepan Popov from Moscow. And the driver who recently broke in the boot camp program, Luka Migal, number 67. And now, naturally, we proceed to the team, which is an undoubtful leader of both competitions of Russian Drift Series this year, Fresh Racing. And I'm delighted to introduce to you the founder and the driver of this beautiful team. This is Denis Migal. Number 9 is the bronze prize winner of RTS GP and the vice champion of Russian Drift Series, Damir Idiatulin. This far, he is on the second line of the rating after 2 brilliant podiums, and he is the main rival of the leader of the personal competition, Sergei Kuznetsov. Let's move on to Heat Carbon Racing team, and its sole representative is a driver from St. Petersburg, a winner of the qualification round of Russian Drift Series, Anton Klemko. This structure there stands instead of the car because the car was damaged yesterday, but I will tell you more about it later. Now let's welcome the rookie of RDS Grand Prix, the winner of the second event of RDS Open, Sergei Davidadze. And now let's tell you more about the structure. I'm a little sad, but I will soon be filled with optimism. This is the driver who is spending his first full season in Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, the winner of Open events, Mikhail Davidyants. And finally, he is holding only the steering wheel of his car because the car is now at spa procedures. I hope everything will be okay. And now let's welcome the driver of the Lukoil Racing Drift team, the champion of RDS Urals and the prize winner of RDS Siberia, driver from Yekaterinburg, Andrei Astapov. Let's move on with Lukoil Racing Drift team, and number 98 is the winner of RDS Europe events, Danila Vorobyov. The prize winner of Russian Drift Series events and the winner of RDS Asia and RDS Europe, Grigory Gusev. Something is wrong with the vehicles this time, but the mechanics are doing their job, and I hope that they will do it as well as our drivers usually do. And now let's support the next contender, the vice champion of RDS Open in the next competition and the winner of the Moscow Drift Cup, Artur Zeleny. Carville Racing, my dear friends, and number 100 is the winner of the regional championships, Dmitry Sherbina. The winner of RDS West and RDS Europe, vice champion of RDS GP and one of the main candidates for the championship title this season, Anton Kozlov. The prize winner of regional St. Petersburg events and the winner of a whole collection of RDS Europe prizes, Artyom Leitis. Bronze prize winner of RDS Euro, bronze prize winner of the Russian Drift Cup, Ivan Palmin. Let's move on. Here is another legendary team, Starper Stars Aimal. And the reinforcement of the team will be a little bit later, but now here's the driver who has been fighting for the flags of this team all through the season, Dmitry Putilin. A true legend of Russian drift, four-time winner of RDS East and a prize winner of FIA Motorsport Games, Ilya Fyodorov. A two-time champion of RDS Open and multiple participant of RDS GP, Anatoly Sherbak. And now the reinforcement of Starper Stars Aimal that I promised to you. This time the order is slightly weird, but still, we are delighted to welcome the prize winner of RDS Open, Vladislav Yerofeev. And now we move on to welcome another legendary team, Takayama Forward Auto. And number 31, as usual, is the winner of RDS Siberia, two-time champion of the Intercontinental Drifting Cup, the winner of the Russian Drift Cup, and a four-time champion of RDS GP, Georgy Chivchan. Five-time champion of the Republic of Kazakhstan in motorsports and a master of sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan and the champion of Central Asian Drift Show, Pyotr Borodin. The winner of RDS Open in the next competition and the winner of RDS GP events, Timofey Dobrovolsky. The winner of RDS GP events and the reigning winner of the Russian Drift Cup, Roman Tivadar. The winner of the regional Siberian competitions, Anton Dmitrienko, the city of Irkutsk. And finally, let's welcome System Electric Одержимые Motorsport, and number 11 is the winner of the Russian Drift Series Grand Prix events, Vladislav Popov. And his twin brother, who is already a very experienced driver with an impressive collection of trophies, Ilya Popov. And finally, the man who holds the most impressive collection of trophies in the team because he is the winner of RDS Siberia, two-time and the reigning champion of RDS GP and the vice-champion of the world, Arkady Tsaregradzev. After welcoming the drivers, we always thank our sponsors and partners. The general sponsor of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competitions is the premium motor oil manufacturer Aimal Company. And do not forget about RDS Shop, where you can get beautiful garments and accessories, both here at the events and online at shop.drifty.ru. And now let's welcome our officials, the director of the race, all Russian category judge, Vasily Karachkov. The sports director of RDS, all Russian category judge, Svetlana Shakhova. And the CEO of RDS, driver of RDS Open, all Russian category judge, the chairman of the drifting committee of the Russian Automobile Federation, a member of the RAF Federation Council, and the master of sports, Dmitry Dobrovolsky. Mr. Dobrovolsky, according to our tradition, you've got the floor. Hello, Moscow. Yes, the weather is beautiful today. Everything we've got to do is just a little bit to make it all beautiful. Tomorrow, the fate of the championship title will be decided, and I hope that everything will be great. It will run smoothly, and let the strongest win. Let there be drift. This is Dmitry Dobrovolsky, my dear friends. According to our tradition, at the end of the opening ceremony, we'll rise to the national anthem of the Russian Federation. We're proud of you, Russia, and with great pride for our country, we declare the VTB final of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026 open. Happy New Drift, Russia! Yes, happy new drift, everyone. Very little is left until the beginning of the official runs of the qualification round of the final, sixth event of RDSGP, which we know as the VTB final of RDSGP 2026. This is the fifth time we are doing the reverse configuration of Moscow Raceway, and we will watch this crazy pursuit. And it consists of three contenders who are in pursuit of Tommy Kiley, who is 108 points ahead of the closest rival. The next is Sergei Kuznetsov, Anton Kozlov and Arkady Tseregratsev. Here you see the overall standings in the personal competition. It means that for Sergei Kuznetsov to become the champion, he's got to reach top 4, which is a very clear mission. And for 3 events in a row, Sergei Kuznetsov has already been fulfilling it. He's been standing on the podium for 3 times, but we know how variable the fortune can be. And you have already seen this strange repeatability of our dramaturgy that Arkady Tseregratsev last year came to the final as the 4th and he became a champion. Let's see if he can repeat this trick another time. It doesn't look that unreal. If Tommy Kiley was here, it would have been absolutely impossible, but now Arkady Tseregratsev only needs to qualify well, win the event, and since his rivals, Sergei Kuznetsov and Anton Kozlov, if they stop at a top 8, Arkady Tseregratsev can become the champion, but he's got to win it to become the champion. But this is something that is still possible for Arkady Tseregratsev. Sometimes you feel very surprised when you see Evgeny Losev on the 22nd place, but we know that he missed almost the entire season. In the team's competition, there is no suspense at all if Fresh Racing collects only 19 points, which is very easy to do even after the qualification. They will get the victory, even if they have only 1 participant. But Fresh Racing has got 1 specialist who can easily get 100 points, and then 22 points for the qualification victory and the trophy. This is the team's rating, and here only the bronze battle. There is a little bit of suspense. 453 points is the gap between Fresh Racing and System Electric Одержимый Motorsport. Takema Forward Auto is 246 points away, and Carville Racing is 37 points away from Takema Forward Auto only. And in the team's competition, this is literally nothing. Lukoil Racing, Drift Team, Heat Carbon Racing and Start Pro Stars all are out of the battle for the podium. But for Lukoil Racing Drift Team, this season is like a setup season, even though they've been in motorsports for a very long while. Here's the judges' assignment. In terms of the line, everything is pretty rhythmic. First of all, there are 2 TG1s, then several TG3s, including Touch and Go 5. And then there are the most precious Touch and Goes 6, 7, and 8. They are scattered around 300 meters of the sweeper, and it's very important to take them. And what makes them so valuable is that in this part, the wrong line of the leader can literally ruin the entire chase run, and this is why the judges balance it all in such a way. And there are two-point touch and goes at the end. As far as the angle is concerned, we've got 3 sectors. The first one is over at the second transition, and the second is over at the last transition. So the first and the second sectors cost 15 points, and the third sector costs only 5 points, as though there is nothing to do. In terms of the style, it's 10, 15, and 10 again. It is more equally distributed, and as far as the angle is concerned, all transitions must be the same, which is sharp. This is going to be very interesting to watch and easy to evaluate. In terms of the initiation, there are no strict requirements. First of all, the configuration is winding, and secondly, there is a uphill climb, and it's very important to maintain the speed. And the initiation, according to the judge's assignment, is supposed to be smooth and all the transitions are sharp. The initiation must go into the medium angle, so there is nothing supernatural there. You don't need to do anything special. Why is the angle medium? Because the dominating majority of the RDS vehicles can accelerate at a medium angle, and the medium angle is from 45 to 55 degrees. This is configuration which has the most bumpy kind of terrain. And now Grigory Gusev will start fighting for the first place of the qualification. He represents Lukoil Racing Drift team on board his Supra A80 and an updated body kit. So now the entire composition is complete. There is only a little splitter on the front bumper that is missing. And now the driver from Nakhodka is going on his first qualification run. Right now, 125 meters of run, and we see the initiation, which is this element with a little counter shift. Just like in Krasnoyarsk, the counter shift is done with a small angle, and the border is the same for everyone, which is the leader, the chaser. Many drivers had problems in practice with this element, and now for touch and go 6 towards touch and go 7. Here it is 110 meters without any control points, and then 200 more meters of an uphill climb. And the last full throttle line, the finish in one wheel. The left rear wheel is outside the white line. There are two moments that I noticed. The first one, it was very confident and very beautifully performed. You can see that finally he managed to come to an agreement with his Supra. The other thing is the transition into the third sector from touch and go 8 to touch and go 9, where it was not as sharp as required. I guess that he will be penalized for the angle. And the transition must go into the large angle. It must be sharp. And I've got the feeling that in 9/1, it was only done. It looked like he stooped a little bit. And the first transition and this one wheel outside will definitely not be ignored by the judges. This is a first attempt. As a first attempt, it's pretty good because it has a guaranteed result. I would even say that this is a 90+ result. I would love to believe. But also there is the angle criterion, which is very hard to evaluate visually from the camera. Moreover, since there are many things that work with certain specificity, the Drift Dynamics system is also not always reliable enough. We've seen Grigory Gusev shift to gear 4, then to gear 3. There is a very short interval in the second sector where sometimes you have to shift a gear up, but apart from the angle, there is also the style criterion, and the style is impossible to evaluate through the camera. You can only see it or hear it. You can evaluate it with your ears mostly, and this configuration is special because it requires everything from the vehicle and from the driver. There is a slow part, there are some uphill climbs and downhill descents, and what makes drift is the long sweepers and long curves that are accompanied by a lot of smoke, which is very beautiful. But there are only 3 transitions, but it is also good in a way. Here's another interesting moment. You just need to press the accelerator pedal and let it go only twice in around touch and go 6 and around touch and go 9, where you need to slow down a little bit, and all the rest of the time you need to be pressing the accelerator very confidently. And this is the reason why such things that as a tire consumption maker, this is Anton Kozlov, one of the candidates for the victory in RDS GP. He has got 2 titles already. He's a driver of Carville Racing with the fiery heart of the 2GZ GTE, which was assembled and produced by Fresh Racing team. And there they had to look for some parts to collect them all. They took block in one place, they took the pistons in the other, and the the shaft was taken from the old vehicle of Maxim Grossman, and the valves came from the car of Nikolai Garkovenko. So I'm citing you hello. So this is all about fair play. And those who said that RDS is a pro sport where everyone only cares for themselves, this is not really true. Yes, in the first sector there is the transition, and as a consequence there is a style penalization. It's hard to make a mistake on one of the criteria only. But I think that Grigory Gusev should not be upset with this result. It's very good, very positive. This is the 90 plus that I predicted. But we also know that if the beginning is like this, the fight will be somewhere in around the 90 plus space. As far as Grigory Gusev is concerned, we will check the Jubilee event rule once again. This is his 50th event in his career. Anton Kozlov is having his 27th event. He's a driver of Carville Racing, and right now he is going on the first qualification run on board his BMW F22, the granddaughter. Let's see how the engine can do. Я пыталась слушать. О. Very, very long he slides along the outside edge of the track. This is how you're supposed to do. The last transition and the finish is already under the wheels, but Anton probably has a habit because at RDS Fest the finish was around 10 meters further. The finishing line here can be varied. Sometimes it moves 10 meters closer, sometimes it goes 10 meters further. This was really beautifully performed by Anton Kozlov, but in terms of the style, he could be penalized for the handbrake pull, which was very articulated. Now I'm not trying to find faults, I'm just trying to set up my eye in order to understand what little mistakes and what flaws the judges can penalize the drivers. So now we're checking my theory. The judges are very merciful because why the finishing line was moved. First of all, now it's very easily seen from the judges' tower. The judges' tower can also be moved to expand the angle of visibility, but also the judges analyze the previous experience of every configuration, and they found out that the drivers sometimes got carried away in the last meters of the distance and spin around. So not to torture them and not to torture themselves, determining whether the finish was controllable or uncontrollable, the finish was moved to make it easier for the drivers, which happens very rarely because the judges are trying to make up such an assignment that it is easy to understand who is good, who is outstanding, and who is the genius. There were contacts, there were lots of accidents, and the judges are trying to be merciful. Let me explain. This is the judges are not trying to make it easier for the contenders, but they want it to be about the overall driving skill, not about solving the accidents. Anton Kozlov was very good at the deceleration zone, where he was trying to slow down with the brake, with the foot brake and the hand brake, and the judges want the car to decelerate with only one technique, without no extra hand brakes, because you've got the slow down base and then begins the acceleration base, and this is exactly what Anton Kozlov brilliantly performed. Those cones in round touch and go are also a new thing to serve as a milestone for the drivers so that they see it from behind the corner. There are lots of such hidden elements like touch and go 3, where even when you walk and the driver is sitting much lower than head of a working person is, because we are walking straight. This is the matter of the evolution. Even when you are simply walking, you do not see where to go. The border of the track there is slightly narrower than the asphalt itself, and if you're aiming at the asphalt, you do not hit that control point. And there is also another detail. First of all, it goes narrower, then wider, then narrower again. So it is rounded out. In circuit racing, no one ever approaches that border of the track. But to make it easier for drifters, the judges decided to round it out, to widen out the area around touch and go 3, and then narrowed it after. And it also makes a bottleneck after the initiation. Oh, there is a no-go zone on one hand, and there is the border on the other, and it's very hard to fit your car inside. This is an interesting observation. The drivers made jokes saying that it's very hard to fit in on the straight wheels as well, but last year they managed to handle this. Vladislav Yerofeev is now waiting for his turn, but we're still waiting for the results of Anton Kozlov. We still don't know how much of the score he's got, and yes, that's pretty much. Almost all the score is intact. There is no penalization for the style, but there is a little penalization for the angle. Anyway, the judges emphasized that they shouldn't pull the handbrake too much. It doesn't mean that it's forbidden. So 98 out of 100. This is a great statement made by the driver of Carville Racing. But what's going to happen next, I wonder. And everyone will try to keep up. Vladislav Yerofeev from Start Pro Stars IMOL that is taking part with the wildcard. This is the third event out of 3 wildcard events for this driver of Nissan Silvia S15. We know this vehicle, we remember it perfectly, but we saw it on the configuration that is straight, not reverse. Vladislav Yerofeev goes on his first qualification run. Maybe that was too much of a counter shift. We will see if it influences the style score. Now, very beautifully, he dances on the white line. Doesn't forget about TG4, then he makes a transition to a large angle according to the assignment. And he goes full throttle. We don't know anything about Touch and Go 6, but we will find it out later. Now, Touch and Go 7 has been passed by, and now he reaches Touch and Go 8. I just hope that it doesn't compromise the other criteria. And the Touch and Go's 9, he simply looked at them on the way, but we will see what happened to the left rear well in the Touch and Go 9 area. Let's continue watching. As far as the counter shift is concerned, I should say that the judges drew everyone's attention to the fact that you shouldn't fall into a large angle before the transition, because everything that is larger than small angle will be penalized, because this is qualified as an intentional slowdown, as aiming, and the angle in the deceleration zone in around Touch and Go 6 was a little bit too much. Right before the line, there was a very visible, very articulated slowdown. The fluctuations of the angle are hard to interpret looking through the camera, but you could see that the front axle was trying to run away from the driver's control, but the driver took everything in his hands or his feet, pressed the accelerator and ran to the inward line. If he got it or not, we will find it out based on the judges' score. And now let's simply enjoy the beautiful replays. Just look at the gap between the wheel and the wheel arc, which means that the suspension is very soft. It is set up in such a way that the car can shift the weight from the front axle to the rear in order to achieve additional grip. Let's speak more about the counter shift. Apart from the angle, getting carried away with the angle, you also tend to release the accelerator, and the judges multiply repeated that you shouldn't do that because it looks bad and it also is very bad for the chaser. This causes the angle fluctuation before the transition, which is not acceptable. Let's thank the judges for their work throughout the season. Anton Novikov, one of our judges, a vice champion of RDS Europe, and he is together with Dmitry Yermokhin, the winner of RDS Siberia, and Andrei Pauli, who is a coach and a driver who also won the Start Pro Stars IMOL Challenge at RDS Fest, and now he's got a right to perform at the Winter Cup of RDS this year. Now we're gonna see the score, Vladislav Yerofeev, and this is not 1 -4, but 2 by -2. Yes, sometimes it also happens. 2 for the price of 1, and this is 87 points for the first attempt of Vladislav Yerofeev, which is pretty good compared to the first 2 runs. It is maybe appears like a little bit too little, but he's got another attempt. He looked confident, and this is already good. And now here comes the driver who has got some victories at this very configuration. His very first season when we did the reverse configuration event, which was 2022. And right now, Hermann Tilke from Takeva Forward Auto is going on his first attempt. Hermann Tilke and his forward racing as 15. And this acceleration curve, and here is the initiation. It looked so risky as the right rear wheel was hanging out over the abyss. But Hermann Tilke takes touch and go 3, and then touch and go 4. And look at this. Look at this transition, and then exactly on the line he presses on the right pedal as he runs to attack the 7-meter uphill climb. And look at the last transition, and it is so sad that one of the wheels slipped out by the finish. His transitions are far too courageous, and let's get back to the RDS Fest. Anton Kozlov, in his run with Hermann Tilke, showed something supernatural, even though as a chaser Hermann Tilke was really great. I thought that it was impossible to respond to it, but still Anton Kozlov showed that there is still an antidote even to such runs as Hermann Tilke's. But the thing is that Hermann Tilke is very good at this configuration, but this line is probably not a very good match for him. By the way, speaking about Anton Kozlov and Hermann Tilke, we remember the previous event where they came together, and Anton Kozlov was desperate for the victory, but Hermann showed such a chase run that once again it was a question how to respond to it. But unfortunately, Hermann Tilke's wheel let him down, because I cannot explain what happened with the actions of the driver himself. And so Anton Kozlov won that battle. But yes, maybe this is a painful kind of a memory, but this is at least one of the best chase runs of the season. Doubtlessly, there is one whole event to go with lots of tandem runs and lots of qualification runs. But let's remember that Hermann Tilke has been awarded for the best solo runs, and he had such an amazing tandem run with Arkady Tseregradzev that everyone was like, wow! And he had no more rivals anymore. And I don't even remember who won. I guess it was still Tseregradzev, but I wouldn't take the courage. And we also remember the run of Arkady Tseregradzev versus Ilya Popov, when Ilya simply destroyed him. But Ilya was going to his first podium, and it was his first victory that he was in pursuit for. And Arkady, if you want to win a prize for the best race of the year, you should go with Arkady Tseregradzev. But in this reality, I would say that the practice of Arkady Tseregradzev and Georgy Chevchan was mind-blowing. But this is the way it usually is. If you see these two guys at the start, no matter whether it's a practice or a battle, it's always cool. But at the RDS Fest, they also showed an amazing performance. Maybe it was not as we counted for when Georgy slipped and literally slided out. Yeah, so these are two wheels outside. So what is happening here? But the rest, the angle is perfect. And the overall score is 26, 35 and 31 for the line angle and style respectively, and makes a total of 92 points by Hermann Tilke. a representative of Khabarovsk, a 7-cylinder engine, like a coyote. At least it didn't influence the sound, minus 150 kilograms. And we are waiting for an improvement in terms of the transitions. Let's see how Ilya can do that. This far, this is touch in goal 3, which is absolutely flawless, with no line violations whatsoever. In touch in goal 5, he dives, and there was nowhere for the 6 to go. And we will later see what happened to the no-go zone. But now Ilya Fedorov is beginning to climb up to the last transition. And here everything goes wrong in the third sector. But well, the main thing is the result in the first attempt. And it was there. A Mustang as a wild horse, and it goes wherever it wants. And now the rear hooves were outside the white line. At least one wheel was out. And this is on the overall, is one of the obvious and visible problems. But then, regardless of the obvious power deficit, we know that the compression pressure is regulated with a screw key, but it would be a very specific kind of engineering when a driver takes out a 1-inch key and adjusts the compressor pressure. This vehicle is still in the process of building. I have a strange entertainment. Sometimes I watch the Second World War aircraft construction instructional videos, and there were some mechanical compressors and other compressors, and the compression, like our turbo compression, are all there. And there are lots of compressions that were invented back at that time, and the entire motorsport still relies on those solutions, like the dry crankcase and methanol and other stuff, and the direct injection. So what I want to say, I've been thinking, when did they have the time for fighting? Because there are so many things to set up to remember the engine setups, and here it's only 30 seconds, and that's enough. You just need your engine to feel okay for those 30 seconds. But this is one of the most deceiving impressions of drifting that you may have. It is not that way. It is much and much more complicated. So this is the overall harvest that Ilya Fedorov has got. There are several reasons for penalties: 28 for the line, 30 for the angle, and 29 for the style, which makes the same result as Vladislav Yerefeev, 87. No one has got a result that would be less than 87. A very nice start. And now here we proceed to the driver of Takana, forward auto. And here's a little comment that is coming from that little white tent on the crane. Through the mobile phone, I got the message that Ilya Fedorov was mostly penalized for the smooth transitions. But after such transitions as Hermann Tilke did, everything may look far too smooth. But this is not a coincidence why judges have been watching the practice runs and re-watching the runs of the previous years to test and to set up their eyes. Timofey Dobrovolsky from Takana Forward Auto on board his Forward Racing RZ34. This year he is driving this car in RSGP, and in Minsk a couple of weeks ago he was driving his S15 and he said he loved it. But I know that Timofey enjoys every vehicle he drives. Here is a little dive, and it looks like this is nothing. Bring Tivadar here, says Timofey Dobrovolsky. I can beat him, and I beat all his transitions. And wow, look at this, through touch and go 6. Thank you for this angle. And now from touch and go 7, touch and go 8, he runs very rapidly. And look, what was that? Please bring the drift dynamics here. I wanna see, I wanna measure it, but he's still within the borders of the track. What a daredevil this guy is. He is just incredible. He will be penalized for the track borders, just like Hermann Tilke was. But he started cosplaying his teammate immediately from the very start. But the transition battle, I guess, should be won by Timofey this time. But this was very courageous. I guess this is something you can only do in the first attempt. The data collection system decided that it is out of the game exactly at that moment, so we don't have the data, which is a great pity. I applauded to this angle in touching 06 because we never see it. We always have to guess, but it contributes more dynamics to what we see, and it gives us more understanding about where the left front wheel was, whether it wasn't touching 06 or not, and the final transition. Is it even legal? Come on. It was really dynamic. And as far as the style is concerned, indirectly, it is related to the speed. And now this far, the speed diagrams have been transferred. And the speed diagram, if you compare it to the speed diagram of Anton Kozlov, it is just the same. And Ilya Fedorov was significantly slower. And you can easily see it because he's 20 kilometers per hour slower. This is what the power deficit is about. It sounds very inspiring, but, well, the sound alone is never enough. Unfortunately, the speed and the sound are not directly related to each other. And this is a kind of a vehicle that it's even hard to call an automobile. This is a kind of a means of transport that requires an extra qualification. We are ready to proceed to Artyom Letis, but we're still waiting for the results of Timofey Dobrovolsky. Artyom Letis has got a new turbocharger, but we're still watching the replays of Timofey Dobrovolsky. This is the artist, this is his canvas, and the canvas is the scored section of the track. Now this modern art needs to be evaluated somehow by the judges, which is not that easy to do because modern art, contemporary art, you know, is made in such a way that it is very hard to evaluate objectively. But the transitions, oh my God, I just bow in admiration. Someone is telling me that now there is no much difference between these vehicles because now Andy Green as a champion on the vehicle. It was not literally an automobile, it was a trolley with a phantom engine. Okay, this is what Timofey Dobrovolsky made me speak about with his transitions. There was still an angle penalization, even though tiny, but it was still there. It is very sad that he was penalized in such a way. He could have had 35 points for the angle, but the total now is 94 and he's the second in the rating, 4 points behind Anton Kozlov. And we are getting back to the driver of Carfield Racing and another one, which is Artyom Letis and his Nissan Fairlady Z2GZ GDE, a freshly built vehicle which was literally dead when it was in Krasnodar because the turbocharger was ruined, but he still performed well. Now everything is set up perfectly. Let's wish Artyom Letis a good luck because yesterday practice began with obvious difficulties and now he presses on the accelerator through first 2 touch and goes. Now he's making transition to the second, but he still holds on to the borders of the track. And now he's descending to touch and go 6, touching the curb line outside the white line. But the main thing is to stick to the rhythm, to the overall rhythm. Yeah, there can be penalties, and I already see 2 of them. But now here is another transition, acceleration, and the finishing line, which Artyom Letis reaches. There was 1 wheel outside, touching goes 6, 7, and 8. And what we will see now on this replay is that he didn't reach this green surface with his rear wheel because it is extremely slippery. That tiny, thin strip of asphalt outside the white line, and he was running on this. He will be penalized. For sure, he will be penalized for the line. Now, please notice, yes, there was a little bit of asphalt. There's something like some ditches, but it is also surrounded by rubber debris. And there was that sound, like brrr, I don't think you heard it. You didn't hear it behind the sound of a drift car, but Probably Artyom could feel it or hear it, even though I'm not sure. We will ask him later, but I really doubt that he did. But you can see that there is a lot of struggle. This is not exactly what Artyom wants his vehicle to do, but this is the way it happens usually. Even Georgy Chevchan buried almost the entire season to teach his Z how to run, and Artyom is probably doing the same. But we have heard this idea many times. This is the idea that we adopted from speaking to the drivers, engineers, and mechanics, that you build two cars that are the same, but they are still always different. Arkady Serigratsev also said that they copy-paste within one and the same team with the same components, the same materials, the same setups and everything, but the vehicles still feel different. Sometimes there is such a thing that happens when a driver simply doesn't make a good match with this very configuration. It's just inconvenient, it's still uncomfortable, and there is also a practice deficit. Artyom had only one day of practice and the car spent too much time at the garage, and maybe he just needed a little bit more practice to touch these borders, to determine, to remember where they are, to vector his vehicle in the right direction, because it is not what's happening within this moment. This is all about how the driver prepared his vehicle for a transition or this or that section of the track. So this is a tendency that has been developing all through the racing weekend. Some drivers can avoid it, but the attempts of correcting it always entail some style penalties, because when you reduce the angle in order to keep the vehicle within the borders, and if the angle doesn't conform to the judge's assignment, you can lose a lot of score. Yeah, so there are two times when the wheels were outside, so they slipped out, then they came back, then they slipped out again. There's no strategy, because the first sector was a struggle. You could see it from the counter shift, but at the end, Artyom still managed to do everything he could do at that moment. Unfortunately, this is the only run which is under 80 points, 78.5. This is the score that the judges give to this driver from Sortavala. Now here begins the second attempt. Grigory Gusev, he had 93 for the first, and globally you can see where he can get the missing 7. He represents the team of Lukoil Racing Drift team. He is the champion of RDS Far East and the RDS West. This is his 50th event and the second attempt. 125 meters of run in, and now a careful counter shift and initiation to a medium angle, as I can see from here. Now transition number 1, and here on the flat part of the surface he is. Now he's diving to touch and go 5 towards touch and go 6, very beautifully. And this is something that we could easily see. Now here's another transition, touch and go 9, the last one, and then gas to the finishing line, and it looks cool. Very good run, a very solid one. It looks like some follow-up has taken place. There is Maxim Grassman online. He is the best spotter of the 2022. He was the best spotter of 2022. I don't have a single doubt about that. But the most important thing here is that apart from this angle, which is very clear, you can see how dynamic it is. And you can see how beautifully Griha is shooting from the deceleration zone, and the initiation is great. What is it but the small angle? This is outperforming the angle assignment. And if the speed is okay at the same time, this is not a mistake, and this is also very important. If it's an underperformance, this is bad. Sometimes the judges intentionally increase the angle, like they did at ADM Raceway around the inner touch and go, which was a surprise for some drivers and our foreign guest. But this can also be easily explained, because this is done to avoid the border effect when a car turns into a large angle in front of you, unwilling you think that it may stop and you release the accelerator, but then the leader accelerates again, there a gap appears. So this is why the angle was decreased. There are no double penalty zones for the track borders. There are no speed limits. So this is freedom, joy, and brotherhood. But I should also remark that from the judges' tower, the judges can see the entire code section of the track very well. And on the overall, as I told you, it's very easy to understand how to run. If it's not the deceleration zone, you just press the accelerator. But generally, this is the way the drifting life works. But there are some configurations where you need to prepare the vehicle and let the accelerator go for a while, like ADM Raceway before the double transition, where you need to slow down. Even though the deceleration zone is very small, they shift one gear down and then apply a little bit of accelerator not to spin and to avoid all these parasite effects. Okay, so the score is ready. Is it for the large angle? I guess this is exactly what it is. And one more angle point has been added. The second sector is absolutely flawless. This is the way it actually looked. It was very, very good. So the follow-up has been performed. And this is 30 for the line, but the angle and the style have been compromised. This is the same score, 93, which is stability and quality. But now Grigory Gusev is on the third line of the rating, and he completes his solo run performance. Yesterday there was a funny situation when Grigory Gusev grabbed two numbers during the draw-up. He just grabbed one junior number, and the right one had number 1. And number 2 was given to this driver from Carvel Racing, Anton Kozlov. He's the current leader of the qualification. He's got 98 points. Where were those 2 points hidden? We will find it out right now. Anton will try to feel it, and we will enjoy this process. The second run begins. Here is the run in 125 meters, and now a very careful counter shift and the initiation, which is generally well. And then he runs through touch and go 4 towards the 4. Here is the end of the first sector. Here is the second, which is very, very hard. Through touch and go 6. Incredibly close to the no-go zone is the F22, number 73. And here begins this ascent at 7 meters uphill climb through touch and go number 9. And well, I predict that there is no improvement, because the possible maximum was 98 points, and if everything is perfect, this one will slip at the end, will definitely entail a 2-point penalty. But also he let go of the accelerator in a very sharp manner, and therefore this will be a start penalization as well. In the first run, I think he performed a little better, because now we can see some asynchronization. And at the beginning, these two videos were perfectly aligned with each other. But now we see how differently he ran both times. This is the way things work. Our life is about compromises, but there is an interesting effect. The stronger you lose, the more you lose your speed in the deceleration zone. It's like in circuit racing. It's a slow entrance and fast exit. The acceleration phase gets longer, and it makes your speed higher in the straight section. Here, this is not a straight section, but this is a very, very long sweeper, which is very hard, by the way. And the spotters also mentioned that this configuration requires steering a lot. Your car doesn't go anywhere on its own. It requires a lot of steering. You've got to direct your car really strong. We enjoy the replay, so for all of those who are watching us on RDS TV, you've got a chance to see not only the overall broadcast, but you can also see the judges, cameras, and the general sponsor of RDS GP is VTB Bank PJSC. And we invite you all to the brand zone of VTB in the service park. They're doing their Pimp My Ride show to show how you can turn a regular car into supercar. And you can win 300 meters of fuel and some tickets to RDS events. We thank iMall, premium motor oil event manufacturer. During the break, don't forget to pop by the RDS shop. And those who are watching us online, you're welcome to rds.drifty.ru with the Голоса promo code. You can get a discount, which is also great. By the way, Anton Kozlov is a two-time champion of RDS West. Oh, I mean, he was a champion of RDS West and then a champion of RDS Europe. Now, this championship is called RDS Open, and very, very soon this series will have the final event, which is on the 12th and 13th of September in Mechkova. And with the Minsk promo code, you can buy your tickets with a 30% discount. And I'm afraid that this may be a 5-point penalty because it looked like even two wheels were outside. And here's why it's so important. On one hand, there's no improvement, but on the other, we all know that there are lots of drivers who can supersede the performance of these drivers, or some of them can repeat Anton's performance and his score, and then the second attempt, which was not as good as the first, can be the critical one. Fortunately, we don't have any mechanical failures. All the drivers, even though who seriously suffered from technical reasons, like Mikhail Davidyans, are back in the saddle and they all intend to fight. Yeah, so this is -5 for the style because he had to release the accelerator, but generally he was about to get the 98. But the third sector ruined it all. This is why it happened. There was too much of a speed, and here is the result: 87 points. 87 points, so 98 and 87. This is the combination. We've got 6 by-run vacancies, and the 6 leaders, if there are no double zeros or other bad things, the 6 leaders will begin the battle with the top 16 tomorrow. Vladislav Yerofeev from Georgievsk represents iMall team, Start Pro Stars iMall. He's got 87 and he is on board his Nissan Silvia S15. Now he's going on his second attempt, pursuing the improvement. And together with Vladislav and his S15, wearing a very stylish livery, are running through this sector of the track. We know for sure that the judges love it when the drivers are dancing on the very edge. And here the gravity is his ally and his enemy at the same time as it pulls him down. We've been speaking about the difficulty of this section, but still 100% of the drivers have been nailing it. Vladislav is already at the finish of the second sector, and now he's already in the third. And the S15 was trying to spin out at the finish, but Vladislav Yerofeev keeps it under control. It's too bad that the third sector is still feeling like an unpleasant border. He pressed the accelerator and he loaded the rear axle, not letting his car spin. And as far as the strict judgment in the initiation zone is concerned, the chaser there can slightly fall behind the leader and aim at his door. And if the chaser is too close with such initiation, the chaser will find himself outside the racing track and he will be running on the ground. And this is why the borderlines matter so much at this sector. Speaking about Anton Kozlov, getting back to him while the judges are still thinking, he repeated the same speed in this ascension to touch and go 9, but he didn't hit the right face, and the speed peak hit that moment that didn't allow him to run through the third sector properly. He started decelerating a little bit earlier, so everything was a little bit shifted. This is the world of fine matters, but this space around 100 points is abundant in such things, and we can discuss them all. But it is also worthwhile noticing that this is about rhythm. This is all about rhythm. You've got to hit the right rhythm, the right phases if you wish, and do not let some extra syncopes, because otherwise, because this wheel outside, everything was taking the driver there at the first deceleration zone. So this is like a butterfly effect. Everything is interconnected in drift. Everything depends on everything. And the fact that the thing that Vladislav Yerofeev performed at the end is definitely beautiful, but it's not very efficient in terms of the judges' score. He will be penalized for crossing the track border, and still the courage of the driver, the courage of his actions deserves a round of applause, because this was very spectacular. Something similar was performed but this is kind of a place where you really feel like doing this. Timofey Dobrovolsky showed probably the most impressive run. Here's another S15, but it's different. It has a different front suspension, which is Vladislav Yerofeev had a wide swap. This is the variety of penalties that he has got. Okay, so he pressed the accelerator far too late. Perhaps 26, 29 and 28 for the line angle and the style, and the overall result is 83, so there is no improvement. Okay, there is nothing good about it, but still 87 is the final result that we register. At the moment he is on the 5th line. Roman Tivadar is the 4th with 92 points. He's from Takema Forward Auto, and he continues his battle with Timofey Dobrovolsky, whose transitions are sharper, or have been sharper this far. Now we will see the drive of this snow white and golden Silvia S15. This car is very good at accelerations. We saw that it was very fast at the initiation, 105 kilometers per hour. And Roman, by the way, knows how to set up his vehicle to make it accelerate dynamically. And here is the transition. What would you say about this? And Roman Tivadar, in the meanwhile, is running through touch and go number 7, carefully and smoothly reducing the angle to touch and go number 8. And he throws his vehicle into the 3rd sector, and it looks so amazing. This is a very strict fixation of the angle. Yes, maybe no special effects like Timofey can do, but still, it is all very balanced. It looks like there is an effect of a large vehicle effect. Z is slightly a little bit more massive, and maybe this is why the transitions look more dynamic compared to the Nissan Silvia S15. But this is just a visual effect, because Roman Tivadar definitely is very good at this element. I was a little bit confused by the accentuated foot brake in Touch and Go 3. There was even smoke coming from the wheel, and this is not a serious fault. The judges say that we do not evaluate the use of these or that controls. We evaluate the way that the car reacts to using these or those controls. So if there was an articulated speed loss in around Touch and Go 6, it would be a penalty. If the speed was still even and if the vehicle was gaining speed, there would be no penalty. This is all about Sector 2, and we will find it all out very soon. By the end of the season, the livery looks 3D because some of the elements of the body kit are set free. This is how the season feels when you are far away from your home base. This is what the development is like, perhaps. And now let's watch this colorful vehicle of Ilya Fedorov, because right before the event some transformations took place. The transformations we've been longing for throughout the season. The doors on the rear parts of the vehicle are now made of carbon Kevlar, and they have certainly slightly different color. This is a monstrous look of this monstrous vehicle, but still this is about the reduction of its weight. It required some effort because, my dear friends, everything started with design. In the social media of Ilya, you can see the entire process, how it developed, how the model was made, and how they were producing the parts for this model, for this design. It's great that the motorsport pushes the engineering thought and makes it progress. This is not only about designing the parts, it's also about thinking about how to produce them. We have a good example of the Kozlovs, the son and the father, who also produce the parts themselves. And I guess that Anton and his father are currently specializing in producing car body kit parts of various composite materials. Now we're about to see the judges' score. The judges definitely notice some details and some subtle things. And now the decision of the judges will be formulated in numbers. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. The weather is great, and we've got a new qualification leader. And this little penalty is probably for the food break. But wow, wow, this is so great. You could see that it was good, but we just didn't know how really well it was. 99 points. Wow. Yeah, so let out Demir. Hermann Tilke shouldn't have left this gap. But he's a risky guy. He loves risking it. But this was a really brilliant run. Ilya Fedorov, his best run is 87 points, the same as Vladislav Yerofeev. And Ilya has a chance to defeat Vladislav if he makes it better than the 83 points. But this is not the ambition of Ilya Fedorov, because he wants to make it better than 87. Hermann Tilke decided not to run too fast in his second run, and it was the right thing to do it. Here's Ilya Fedorov, and there's a little hesitation before the initiation. Then he also hits this dotted line on board his Mustang together with the Mustang, but we continue running on the second sector to touch and go 5 towards the 6 right here. Yes, and this is so great how he aims at this touch and go, but unfortunately the engine doesn't feel like going anywhere. The power is lost, and wow, that is really, really bad. But he's got a lot of time until tomorrow, if this is the engine, of course. But generally, drifting is an amazing thing. Where else can you see left-handed Nissan Silvia S14 and a left-handed Mustang at the same time? This is only possible in drifting. Of course, I know that Ilya, as a guy from the Far East, is more comfortable on right-handed vehicles, and thankfully there were lots of such Mustangs produced in England, so they should not have any problems with the right-handed parts. Moreover, they're very affordable because no one wants them, and Ilya is a great specialist, and the things that are not very popular here in Russia, let's say these are niche kind of things, the VQs that Ilya Fedorov has loved, and he is a real fan of VQs. He's got the cult of VQs. And here is the Mustang. So he's a great guy. What else can I say? Timofey Dobrovolsky prepares to hit back. If he can make it by 99, he will be the new leader, because his first run was 94 points. By the way, Timofey initiated at the angle of 86 degrees. This is his forward racing Z, and this is 125 meters of running. And here begins the sport section of the track. And there's far too much energy to stay within the borders of the track. But look how beautifully he flies up to the touch and go 3. Now it's very important to stick to the borders of the track. And wow, this is something incredible that Timofey is doing at these transitions. He doesn't care about the borders of the track. He collects touch and go 8, and the last transition, he puts his car literally perpendicular to the direction of the motion. I think Timofey Dobrovolsky makes the transitions not with his pedals and steering wheel, but he must have a tumbler. But there is a better version. Yesterday on the news we showed some footage of Timofey who simply rotated the steering wheel in the air, and I laughed, saying that this is a visualization, and it was absolutely true. Just like those aerial pilots who walk around with the airplanes around the airfield, and the same was done by Andrei Ostapov during the parade. Yes, so they were repeating one after another. This is a rehearsal of the transitions. He had 70 degrees in the first transition. We are now waiting for the points from the second qualification run. And what is there? 69 degrees in the second transition. But at the initiation, the angle was generous both times. Just a little less of the angle. I remind you that the medium angle is quite enough, but Timofey has got such a high pace that he shouldn't be penalized for this. But, well, imagining I'm his potential opponent, I would have been very much impressed if a vehicle would perform something like this right in front of me. We were all very impressed. Let me quote Evgeny Losev. I can follow the judge's assignment, but I wouldn't be happy doing so. And here's another curious observation around touch and go 3. The second attempt was much faster, and you could visually see it. He was 10 kilometers per hour faster. How did Timofey do this? I have no idea. But before that, we saw him violating the borders of the track, which means that the line was flatter, and it could be easily transformed into this speed advantage. Also, he slipped out from the borders of the track. In the deceleration zone, there were lots of things happening. But we will now see the score anyway. It was spectacular. It was incredibly spectacular and awesome anyway. Even the spectators won't let me lie, but this is all okay. Yeah, there were 2 wheels outside. He could be closer to the 100, but this is the -4 for the line, which ruined it all. The -2 for the angle is for the initiation, which was far too courageous. There was a counter shift of 30 degrees, which is too much. So the result is 92.5, which is the 3rd line of the rating. But I think that the spectators' prize goes to Takayama Forward Auto for sure. We will see it, but this is only the first group. It is too early to give away the trophies, but knowing Timofey and knowing the other drivers and how they approach the judge's assignment, we can predict that we will not see anything more spectacular than that. Artem Leitis had 87.5 points for the first run, another Z. This time it is 350 Z, which is two generations older than that of Timofey. But they were built for this season by the Z of Timofey, who was shown a little bit earlier. Artem Leitis performs the initiation, soaring over the ground. Now he is already in the second sector, another transition. Yes, it is a little bit stepwise, but he takes touch and go 6, and then he runs to attack the uphill climb of the Moscow Raceway, and this is the last transition, and more and more acceleration. He did something extra with the steering wheel, something that he shouldn't have done, but it looks like it's a little bit better than his run 1. Now let's compare run 2 to the run 1. The -2 for the wheel outside is obvious. This is clear for everyone. This is a fact. Plus, he played too much in around touch and go 6, but at least he stayed within the borders of the track later. And here, I felt very scared for the destiny of the entire run, because it could have been ruined, because the car was sliding with all the 4 wheels and the steering wheel was straight. But finally, Artem Leitis found his way around and turned it in the opposite direction, and he finished in a very confident manner. This is better than the first run in terms of the feeling, but only until the 3rd sector. Would it be better in terms of the score? I really doubt. This is my impression. I would love to believe that it was better, because it feels like he needs something over 80 points. But we also know how Artem can drive, and here it looks like there is only one component, and this is not even the major one, but it turns the entire character. It changes the entire curve, and it gets much more difficult for the driver to control the movement. When the turbocharger worked badly, the engine was kind of slow, a slow thinker. For the Krasnoyarsk circuit, this power deficit was not that critical, but here at Moscow Raceway, the speed is much higher. There is the long uphill climb. You need a lot of power here. But since the turbocharger is new, it works much more efficiently, and the engine gets this explosive character. And when you get this torque peak, it's very hard to keep under control. There is an improvement. And this is quite a significant one, a 9-point improvement. Now it's 88 points for Artem Leitis. And therefore he defeats Vladislav Yerofeev and Ilya Fedorov, who have 87 each. And now let's listen to the current leader of the qualification, which is Roman Tivadar, and Alisha are now on air.
Друзья, всем привет! Рядом со мной он, пилот команды Такаяма Форвард Авто, промежуточный лидер квалификации на данный момент с результатом в 99 баллов. Роман Тивадар, давайте ему подарим аплодисменты с трибун.
У меня нет Алиши, помогите.
Тебе, конечно же, Роман, дарим свое признание. Потрясающий результат. Скажи своим опытным взглядом пилотским, где вот этот заметный балл ты потерял?
Я не уверен, но я точно знаю, что я приобрел баллы в точности. Да. То есть весь сезон
Помогите.
чемпионат нас учит быть точными.
Меня слышно?
К линиям, поэтому надо выбирать экспрессию и штамповать одинаковые заезды. Вот, у меня получилось.
Кто-нибудь меня слышит?
Меня вечно настраивает на то, чтобы я убрал лишние эти эмоции в заезде. Поэтому, да, получилось проехать.
Мы тебя знаем как эмоционально.
У меня нет Алиши.
Певца, пилота, агрессивного даже, можно сказать, с таким очень классным, агрессивным стилем. Тяжеловато тебя сдерживать себя?
Ну да, хочется всегда эмоции вот эти выплеснуть, показать заезд, показать то, что самому нравится, то, что он внутри сидит, но...
Кто-нибудь отзовитесь.
Эмоции показывать я уже умею, точности приобрету и буду в целом более опытным.
Всегда есть чему учиться, но мы от тебя ждем классных, красивых, агрессивных в твоем стиле заездов парных. Поздравляю тебя на данный момент. Посмотрим, кто сможет подвинуть Романа Тивадара по количеству баллов. Ну, по крайней мере, за первую попытку уж точно, за вторую тоже будем смотреть. Есть претенденты?
Мне есть как минимум Дамир,
Не слышу, вообще ее нет.
и есть один у меня закадычный соперник, Серега Кузнецов. У нас всегда либо одинаковый какой-то балл, он на полбалла меня выше, то есть там есть зазор еще, короче.
Давайте смотреть, друзья. Мы продолжаем. Роман, спасибо большое.
We thank Roman Tivadar. And now let's proceed to group number 2. Two times by 93 is the result of Grigory Gusev. Now let's see what his teammate can do. The champion of RDS Urals and the champion of RDS Siberia. Number 8 is this driver. He has had this number for years, for ages. And this is the E92. And he has already completed the initiation. Now it's time to press and press and press it. And now here he has been dancing on the white line with the left rear wheel as he rushes downward to touch and go 6, and there they encounter. Now it's time to climb 7 meters up through 200 meters on the horizontal surface. This is a very, very long ascent, and this is the place where Andrei has always been very good at. This sector is very, very good, but in the first there was some chaos going on, since this is just some mess. Something was wrong at the initiation, but after that he came back to his senses. This is a very mean place after touching Go 5, where you are running to the border of the track with the rear wheels, and the border of the track is kind of running towards you because it's slightly curved. It goes around the curb line. If you are running on a curve as well, it is very easy to slide out. You've got to straighten out your line as much as you can. You've got to spin your vehicle on the hill and go straight. But here Andrei was riding on a curve, and this is why he caught on that border of the track. Let's see it once again. I hope that from this angle we see it well. Yes, we see him. Some of the drivers even get to the green area, which means that there were at least 2 wheels outside. But speaking about the rest of the run, this is exactly the configuration which is very comfortable for Andrei. The first of his 2 podiums was acquired here at this configuration. And this is a very good memory for this driver of Lukoil Racing 15. This was when Andrei was already in this team. He got both of his podiums here, 3rd place in 2022 and 2nd place in 2024. Interesting. And in the qualification in the year 2022 and 2024, he wasn't very lucky. He even had 1-0 both times. So in order to continue the tradition, every time Andrei gets both productive runs, he would always lose in top 32. He will now be penalized for the initiation because the angle is 82 points. And the speed is also weird, but if we compare him to Hermann Tilke, but we only have Anton Kozlov's diagram at hand, the difference is about 15 kilometers per hour, and that's a lot, especially speaking of this sort of distance where there were 126 meters of running. This is the first attempt, and we believe that he can make it better in the second and unleash his entire potential. And he does have that potential to unleash, but good qualification is still not a guarantee of a good event performance. Just like a bad qualification, it doesn't mean anything. You can ask Damir, he will tell you, even though Damir has got lots of podiums as well. 2 points penalty for the wheels, minus 3.5 for the angle and minus 1 for the style, which is all about the initiation, and a penalty for the style in sector 2. We will ask the judges later about it. And still, this is a 90+ result, 91.5. So this expedition to the 90+ club continues, and Andrei Astapov breaks in. Something is telling me that the next contender can easily perform just as well, or even better, in accordance with his starting number. The light goes green. This is the first attempt of Dmitry Sherbina. This is a strange counter shift invented by Dmitry Sherbina. But now we are still in sector 1. Touch and go 3 is brilliantly performed. Now he's extremely close to the no-go zone into touch and go 4, and immediately he violates the borders of the track. But Dmitry Sherbina got himself there, and now he has no time to think about it because he is too preoccupied with running through this curve. But what a jump and touch and go 9. It's too bad that there is a correction. Is it a 0? Because this is a serious angle at the finish, but in terms of the style, there's only 5 points or 10 points for the sector. I hope that this is only one sector, because if there was a chaser, he would have finished into the passenger door of Dmitry Sherbina, because that was a very big speed loss, and the car was standing right across the line, across the racing track. He was very close to the no-go zone, touch and go 3 and touch and go 4, and very often such a move gets the drivers on the curb line, touch and go 5, and this is where you get 2 points penalized. Dmitry Sherbina was late with pressing the accelerator, and this is what the front axle slide is telling us about, because it happens when the rear wheels get too much of a grip. There's no inertia of the body. The rear wheels begin sliding, and the car simply straightens out. So to avoid this effect, you've got to start pressing the accelerator a little earlier, or you've got to take some other action, even though there is only one antidote, which is the acceleration. Let's speak about the team's competition. I remind you that there is a big fight for the bronze in between Carvel Racing, which is currently 4th, and Takema Forward Auto, which is now 3rd. And the most important thing in the team's battle, it is important to qualify in such a way that you get to opposite sides of the bracket with your teammates. And to get it, you've got to show stably close and high results. We saw Timofey Dobrovolsky and Roman Tivadar, who qualified very well. Roman qualified better. Timofey was also very good. And if I understand it well, this is the 3rd driver of Carvel Racing. This is a 0 for Dmitry Sherbina, unfortunately. Now Dmitry Sherbina will have to save himself in the second run. We will be looking forward to. This is an unchaseable run that we observed. The judges immediately confirmed our guess. It's good that we can communicate with the judges, that it's very bad when the drivers finish their runs in such a way. As far as the qualification is concerned, in order to find yourself on the opposite side of the bracket, the teammates have to take places 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 4. On one hand, it appears very simple and easy, but in fact, it's very hard to perform in practice. And now here's another driver, a wild carder, a reigning champion of RDS Open and the premature winner of RDS Open, Anatoly Sherbak, who selected his second car with the Coyote turbo engine. He said that we will drive this one this far and then we will see, because both of his cars are pretty exotic. This one also has these kawaii eyes, but a very evil engine under the hood and a very evil turbocharger. Anatoly was a little bit carried away before the transition, and we have seen something like this before, and we see something like this as well, which is a very good run through Tachigov 6. And then he is falling into the long curve with a small angle, and then a transition to Tachigov 9, and then more and more acceleration through the finishing line, and finally he slides on the white line with his left rear wheel. My heart went boom when he was running in between Tachigov 6 and Tachigov 7, because it looked like a power loss to me, but this was just a typical move of the vehicle. The pace has been very good, just visually it looked very well. It looked like the vehicle was running very fastly on the track. And by the way, for Anatoly Sherbak, we've got lots of Jubilee drivers. Anatoly Sherbak is having his 40th event, and at RDS Fest he shared his story in RDS series on the general, and he said, I did something that I wouldn't advise anyone to do. First I came to RDS GP, and then I went to the other regional and junior series. This is what Anton Klemko did, and we will see him a little bit later after the break, after our lunch break. That will be after the first attempt of the juniors, after the second run. And as far as Anatoly Sherbak is concerned, apart from the violation of the track borders and some plays with the borders and the angles, everything was dynamic enough, not very smoky, but it only means that the reduction is well performed. This wheel speed is not very high and it doesn't overheat, but it's effective enough. The car can push away very well. This is one of the ways of doing it. There can be two radical approaches. When you've got a long reduction, a lot of smoke as you try to propel your car forward, or the other one is having a shorter reduction, and then you are very careful working with the accelerator and push your car along the scored section of the track. Which of the two methods is better for you? Which one is the right one? I cannot tell you. But the shorter reduction is better to save the tires. But when the reductor is short, you got problems chasing the drivers with a longer reduction. So it means that the drivers fight in terms of the length of their reduction. Okay. Ilya Popov is now on your screens. This is one of the drivers who loves this configuration. And this is -5 for the style in Sector 2. This is exactly that moment that always brings consequences, that wheel outside. But still, this is a very, very solid result. It is almost a 90. This is 88 points for Anatoly Sherbak. And the next one will be the driver of System Electric Raceway Motorsport, Ilya Popov, who has got number 22. And yesterday he got number 11 in the draw, and 11 is the starting number of Vladislav Popov, and Vladislav Popov has got number 22. So this is fun. Ilya Popov and his Z number 22 is already at the scored section of the track. This is the initiation, which is smooth as ordered. Now the movement through touch and go 2 and touch and go 3. And yes, it looks like there is a difficult relations with the no-go zone and the borders of the track, and everything is for this moment. And here comes the question, if the left front wheel is somewhere in the no-go zone, because it looks slightly too narrow. But Ilya, in the meanwhile, is doing a perfect third sector, and he goes to wait for the results. The entire line has been shifted to the right. And therefore, the no-go zone in around touch and go 3, on the way from 3 to 4, and then on the way touch and go 5, is also shifted. And I suspect that the left front wheel wasn't the no-go zone around touch and go 6. But even judging from where the car wasn't around touch and go 6, we will see it all on replays later. And on the rest, I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that the Popov brothers used to spend a lot of time in sim racing, and what it gives them. Sim racing teaches you not to do any extra moves. It teaches you how to do exactly as much as the judges require. And this time he does it very well, with a little inaccuracy on the line, unfortunately, because he was literally a millimeter away from the no-go zone penalty. But now we'll see the result, because this situation is very subtle. But this is all because the speed was too much. And also comparing to Hermann Tilke, the leader of the qualification, and at the run-in, he didn't only exceed this standard. Ilya Popov had 137 kilometers per hour. We haven't seen anything faster. But the run-in seemed very dynamic, but still not too fast to me. But the peak of the speed fell on the moment when Tilke was already initiating. I also have a feeling that the car pushed inward, and like there was too much grip. Like the grip was excessive. There was one wheel outside in around touch and go 5. Fortunately, only one, even though the angle has to be large according to the assignment. Losing 2, you need to make a backward to have 2 wheels outside the track. But there it was not a backward, but there was quite a generous angle of about 79 degrees. In around touch and go 3, the car suddenly pushed inward, caught some grip, and this is probably due to the setups or the actions of the driver. We will never find it out. And that was very close. And yes, so this is -4 for violation of the track borders. But still touch and go 6 was counted, which means that he was not in the no-go zone. This is something we should keep in mind. But there are too many penalties, 26, 31 and 29 for the line angle and the style. And we know one thing for sure, Ilya can do it much better than 86. This far he is on place 10, but he won't stay there for too long if he does some improvements. We've got Ivan Palmin, Arkady Sergratsev and Artur Zelenyy. And we will see another qualification specialist, Ivan Palmin, who has got no qualification victories in RDSGP this far, but I'm sure that he's got all the best ahead of him. He's Supra A90, and he has got touch and goes number 1. And wow, also the border of the track is crossed. Ivan Palmin literally covers it up as he runs towards touch and go 4 and 5. And here is also on the edge of the GAN, and everything is going wrong with the track borders, but he's pressing on the right pedal, and that's it. Why? Is this the echo of the problems that he had in Minsk? Let's recall, it wasn't only in Minsk, it was also in Krasnoyarsk. He had some technical problems. In Minsk, it simply continued. In Minsk, Ivan Palmin had one productive run, which was 98 points in the qualification round. In the second attempt, something similar to this happened. He straightened out, and at first, it was announced that Ivan doesn't go the second round. From the first place of the qualification, he was going to the bottom bracket, but on Sunday, he declared a mechanical failure because he failed to fix the car. Because the cylinder head valve was off, and this is always a bad sign. And they didn't have the required spare parts in stock. If it was an S58, God forbid, I am sure that they would have found something in Minsk, but this is a 2JZ and it was harder. There was a Belarusian driver whose engine also broke down. He couldn't find a replacement all around Belarus. Okay, so let's get back to Minsk and RDS Open. I remind you, my friends, that we've got the final of RDS Open ahead on the 12th and 13th of September in Michkova in Moscow. And with the Minsk promo code, you can get a 20% discount. But please do not confuse. This is in Moscow, and Minsk in Latin letters is a promo code. Okay, so Ivan Palmin unfortunately has got a 0. It didn't take the judges long to decide. And I predict that he may go to the health group, and I hope that Supra of Ivan Palmin gets better soon. Ivan Palmin is going through a set of catastrophes. This is a very heavy season for him. It's always very bad for the driver because, first of all, he loses a lot of track time. He wants to drive. He's longing to drive. He's coming to the competition to drive, right? To race. This is the main thing for him. And now here comes another Jubilee driver. This is his 70th event in his career. And 106th event on the overall in RDS GP, and this is the 70th event for Arkady Tsaregradzev. He's a two-time champion. The target is 99 points of Roman Tivadar. Arkady Tsaregradzev has had 99.5 and even 100 and even double 100, but now this is the first transition, touch and go 3, absolutely virtuoso. Now he moves through the border of the no-go zone, touch and go 4 without losing anything in touch and go 5. Here's perfect relations with touch and go 6, and now it's time to go carefully through the sweeper without forgetting touch and go 8, and of course he doesn't forget about it, but he forgets about touch and go 9/1, and he remembers about it at the last moment, and it slightly smoothens out the entire impression of the run. The last turn, like there is nothing left, just make the last transition and finish, but there is so much difficulty about it sometimes. Some drivers may not agree with me, but I'm still convinced that running through the sweeper with an acceleration is slightly easier than throwing your car at the transition and then going full throttle. There are too many actions within a very short section of the track. This is like 25 meters of the deceleration zone, which means that within the distance of 25 meters, you've got to do the transition, slow down, and then press the accelerator again. And the speed at this spot is the highest. This is around 150 kilometers per hour, if I'm not mistaken. And 25 or 23 meters at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour is very fast. It runs very fast. It is very hard to calculate, so I won't play the math game right now. This is what I don't feel like doing at the moment. Okay, so now we're waiting for the score, and we may get some data from the drift box of Arkady Tsaregradzev's car. Let me give them a call and find out how they're doing. And this is going very interesting. The diagram of speed is very similar to that of Ilya Popov, and there is nothing strange about it, but there is one detail, because unlike his young teammate, Arkady didn't go outside the track in touch and go 5, and he was generally he behaved much better all in all, and even that angle was more stable in around touch and go 3. It was also a very interesting diagram if compared to Roman Tivadar. As far as the transition speeds are concerned, Arkady Tsaregradzev agrees with the current qualification leader. The second was maybe a little bit slower compared to Roman Tivadar, but very little very little difference, but we could see the ringing transitions of Roman Tivadar, and the speed at the entrance touching 09 was higher, and maybe this is the thing that let Arkady Tserigradzev down. Getting back to the deceleration, 150 kilometers per hour is the speed, so let's say that the deceleration is let's say that the zone lasts for a second for the driver, and he's got to decelerate, press, and go full throttle within 1 second. Just think about it. Now here is Artur Zelyony, the driver who is driving a flanker F car, and these cars have been going through various technical adventures. You usually has 2 at every event, and this is -5 for the angle in sector 2. Why? This is probably some angle correction, or maybe a sharp angle change. Yes, it is around touch and go 6 from 63 to, but doesn't look like anything critical, but there was an angle fluctuation from 6 to 7. The judges are always alert. This is flanker F, 1100 HP. I cannot tell you which of the flankers that is, because they're all the same. Okay, but anyway, the main thing is we wish that this flanker works. Artur Zelyony has proven that he knows how to drive them. The main thing is now to get the right score right here and right now. He's running through touch and go 3, now he's running towards touch and go 4. And here is a transition, and wow, look at this score. I wonder if the dynamics registers it, and there's a micro correction way to touch and go 7. And now here is touch and go 9, and it looks like he doesn't let the accelerator go even for a second. Maybe this is the superpower of his flanker. Coming back to Arkady Tserigradzev, he had 92 points for the first run, and this is the 5th line of the rating. And now let's see the replay of Artur Zelyony. He doesn't succeed in everything, but this is also the lack of track time. And also he failed to select the right setups that would be comfortable for the driver. And also I'm sure that there are lots of things to do about the engine, not only to get more speed or power out of it, because the absolute numbers are not that significant, because when it's under 800 HP it gets hard for the driver, because this is about the elasticity and the controllability of the engine. If your engine is unwinding very fast and it transmits the torque to the wheel, you won't be able to control the car. The torque plateau has to be extended. You've got to be able to regulate the power with your pedals to control the torque that comes to the leading axle. Only this way it can be comfortable to control your drift car, because the major part of the control doesn't happen with the steering wheel. It happens with the right pedal, the accelerator pedal, the gas as we call it. 26 for the line, 31 for the angle, and 26 for the style. Wow, there are lots of penalties. Artur loses 9 points in sector 1, 5 in sector 2, and 2 more in sector 3. And as a result, he gets 83 points, all in all, which is 12th rank of the rating. And now we're waiting for the next contender and the second attempt of Artur, of course, because we would like him to show something better. So this is the second round. Andreas Stapov, who is getting to the starting line, heating up the front axle. He's got a lot of experience in RDSGP. 91.5 was his previous run result. This is not the best attempt ever, especially we know what category this driver is. He's having his 62nd event in his career, and right now he's E92 wearing the colors of the Coil Racing Drift team. Is going on his attempt number 2, and together with Andrei we're running through the 125 meters of run in, and now it's time for the Furidashi, which Andrei does in an absolutely amazing manner, much more confident than in run 2. You can see that some follow-up has been done. Touch and go 4 is behind. Now he's got to fit in the borders of the track and press the accelerator and collect touch and go 6. And it looks like Andrei Astapov did everything on time, much faster than I've been telling you about it. Now he is decreasing the angle. I wonder what the judges say about this. And now Andrei finishes. And simply visually, it is much better now. He runs faster than we speak. The second run is much better, at least as far as I can feel it. And most importantly, there was no hanging up before the transition when it feels like that the angle was far too deep. This was in run 1. And here, this second made its influence on the run-in and the overall pace. He looks braver now. He looks more confident now. He pressed the accelerator much in advance. It would be fun if we found out that Andrei Astapov simply decided to be cautious in run 1. And then he was like, why would I? Let's unleash the beast inside of me. Because sometimes the drivers are riskier in attempt 1, and then with the shaking hands, they go on the run 2. Here, Andrei Astapov did it vice versa. At first, he was careful, not too fast, and he got 91.5 points. And then in the second run, he decided to go on the maximum. That was the adventure time. That was the time for something special, something that Andrei is very good at. Yes, we know that it would be very hard to outpass Hermann Tilke, but he's got this 99 points for a reason. But at least I'm sure that Andrei Astapov can be a candidate for top 3. Now on the top of the rating we've got Timofey Dobrovolsky and Anton Kozlov, but the distance in between them, the gap in between them is quite enough for someone to squeeze in. We've got 4 drivers with the same results. Okay, let's just keep it. And this is a 90 plus at last, and this is a very serious 90 plus. This is 96.5. And this is the 3rd place. Andrei Astapov outperforms Timofey Dobrovolsky, and he gets in the by-run zone, by the way, where we've got 6 vacancies. I wouldn't be speaking about the by-run zone with a lot of confidence, because this is just the 2nd group. We've got many more drivers. I think that only after the 3rd group we could see the approximate threshold, but this far we could probably tell that Anton Kozlov and Hermann Tilke, the 2 leaders, would are very likely to stay there, even though we have seen some precedents. But it would be fun to drop out from the by-run zone with 98 points. Dmitry Sherbina, who at the very end of his run 1 had a unchaseable run. So now he's gonna save himself. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Dmitry Sherbina and Carvel Racing. But Dmitry is flying through touch and go 3, and now inevitably he's collecting touch and go 4, now sector 2, the hardest one, and this is a little bit too wide, which is mercilessly registered by the camera. Now Dmitry is taking touch and go 7 and 8, and this is the last transition, and here he has got to be extremely careful without forgetting the aggression and the commitment. Unfortunately, this is not the perfect run, but still, the inner touch and go was missed, and he was probably the first one to do it. But this is not the main thing for Dmitry Sherbina at the moment. Yes, he's losing 4 points on the line. Is that much? Yes, that's much. But on the other hand, the fact that he has got any score is already a success, because in the first run, he didn't have any, and it could demotivate him to a great extent. Because he was literally 5 meters away from the finish when it all happened to him. Now it is much better. From 9/2 to the finish, there are 33 meters only. So Dmitry was literally 5 meters away from the finish, or even less. And by the way, I also don't understand what happened to Ivan Palmin. I suspect that Ivan Palmin can even perform at his time. But why would he? I mean, he's got only one attempt left anyway, so this is not changing anything. If it was about keeping some result, but he doesn't have any, so there is nothing for him to keep. Or maybe he wants to stay in his own group just not to lose the energy. But this track is not getting any warmer, it's not getting any cooler, although it may cool down because there are some clouds around. The temperature of the air is not very hot, it's 16.9 degrees Celsius. Okay, so if not that little flaw, because there is always this if not. But anyway, this style is 33, this is a total of 89.5. Yes, this is not a 90 plus, but this was about saving his life. It was about getting into the tandem run bracket. And at the moment, Dmitry Sherbina is the 7th in the qualification protocol. Anatoly Sherbak is 9th with his result of 88 points. And I'm sure that he will do something to change this situation, to influence it. So, somehow he's got to gain a 90-plus result. And I know that he's capable of it. We've seen it at RDS Fest at the same configuration. And this is a slightly difficult initiation. But now Anatoly is doing a very risky dance on the white line. Here is touch and go 4 once again with a huge question if he reaches it or not, but there are no questions about touch and go 6 whatsoever. The second sector goes on to touch and go 7 to 8. Here's touch and go 8, and the last transition is very stretched. It looks more like a power slide, and 9/1 is also under question. As I look at the vehicle of Anatoly Sherbak, it looks like it is slightly levitating, because also the suspension, the rear suspension, is designed in such a way that it doesn't squat during the acceleration, and the car looks as though it's soaring above the track. It gives you such a visual impression, but everything is okay with the speed. But there is such a thing which is called anti-squat, which means that instead of squatting under acceleration, your car tries to push. It is pushing the wheels towards the asphalt while the body remains in place. And sometimes you can even make it in such a way that the body gets up during the acceleration. And here is something medium. It is all set up with some levers that you can adjust. You can also use this thing in off-road racing, but Anatoly and his team are great experimentators in terms of the suspension configurations. They keep on making up some new solutions, and this time this is a system that doesn't allow the car to squat, and it destabilizes the car in a way, I mean, that it becomes slightly neutral in terms of the balance. But on the other hand, we've got lots of vehicles that squat, and it is not getting in the way of the drivers in any way. And yesterday during the practice, I saw something that I've never seen before. In around touch and go 8, which is close to the final of the end of this huge sweep the cars with 3-wheel. I was like, what is happening? How can it be possible? But it is pretty possible. Even Supra's A80, that was an F22 with a Supra A80 suspension. Guess who that was? That was Anton Kozlov, right? As far as Anatoly Sherbak is concerned, we know perfectly that Anatoly loves when his front axle is standing still on the road, and he controls it. Oh, the hats parade in action. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Konosai is now made into a hat. Unfortunately, the Konosai is now gone in RDSGP. Ilya Popov is back to the start, waiting for his run, and we're still waiting for the score of Anatoly Sherbak. And by the way, Ilya has got 86 points, which is also far from the desired result. And by the way, Arkady also paid his price of his mistakes. There was a visible mistake after transition 2, but it didn't really influence anything, at last, as far as you can see on the diagrams. And the style in sector 2 was significantly compromised. And the total is 86, so there is no improvement. 8th line of the rating, so there is But, you know, Anatoly Sherbak is outperforming Artyom Leitis because 86 is more than 78.5, which is a mathematically undisputable statement. But is his mood getting better? I hope it does. Now Ilya Popov is now on your screens, and the light goes green as he goes to the second run. And together with Ilya, we are gonna watch what is happening. I'm sure that it is all done correctly. Now touch and go 1, touch and go 2, and then towards touch and go 3, and then touch and go 4. And here it's okay. Now he fails to stay within the borders of the track. And then there is a long curve, and touch and go 7, touch and go 8. Here it is. And a very brave throw to sector 3. It looks like the Z squatting on the 2 left wheels. That is a very generous speed. Ilya Popov is spraying out his bumpers, though it was the wings. But these articulated bumpers is the brand mark style of System Electrica Derzymy Motorsport team. They've already been biting their lips or expressing some emotions. This is what's very typical of them. But I would probably say that this run is going to be a little better than the previous one, at least in terms of the wheels that stay within the track. At least there is one wheel less. I mean, the wheels that cross the track border, he had to play a little bit with the angle. His front axle tried to get out of control, but he corrected the motion of the front wheels with the steering wheel. And once again, we see this slow-mo replay. He straightened out a little, then he added more angle. And this is one of the ways of catching your front axle, even though sometimes it causes the loss of control over the vehicles, but not this time. But anyway, if anything is done in order to catch the front axle, doing nothing would guarantee a negative result, because in such a situation you've got to do at least anything if there is a hope that you can finish your run in a positive way. So if he had to do anything, he should be prepared for any extra effects. Arkady Tseregradtsov is waiting for his turn. As far as the line is concerned, everything apart from this wheel outside was okay, but the other criteria are still terra incognito. And Van Palmin is the next one. And once again, I hope that everything's going to be okay, because on the overall, he could easily go to the health group. Ah, this is Pluto. Yeah, because I always confuse between Pluto and Goofy. Is this Pluto or Goofy? No one knows. One of the two. I think this is Pluto. And Pluto is the dog of Mickey Mouse, and Goofy is an independent character. Okay, our director knows better. This is all the youth stuff that I'm not very good at. Ivan Palmin is waiting for his turn. It's good that Ivan Palmin is back on the track in his turn, because I was very much worried about the technical condition of his car. But if the team decides that everything is okay, it should be okay. And Ilya Popov is doing much more okay than he did in the first run. But once again, 2 points for the wheel. Without this penalty, it would have been much and much better. But even now, this is a 90 plus, which is 95. And this is the fourth line of the rating. And now I would probably mention the by-run zone with a certain cautiousness, because we remember the 5x95 and some other things that we have seen in the qualifications, but we are still waiting for Damir Dyatulin and Sergei Kuznetsov and Georgy Shevchan. We've got lots of heroes who can show an amazing performance. Plus, Arkady Tseregradtsov hasn't said his final words. And now this is the moment of truth for Ivan Palmin. He had a 0 in the first run, unfortunately. Okay, so please, dear Supra, take your driver to the finish. The main thing that we wish to Ivan Palmin is to get a non-zero result. Here's the initiation, go and go and go. A good speed here in the first sector. And then for touch and go 2 towards touch and go 3. Ivan Palmin is drawing the line. Touch and go 3 is naturally collected. Here it looks like 2 points will be withdrawn, and they can also deduct 4 more for ignoring touch and go 6. But the main thing is just to get through the sweeper, up and up and up and go and go and go. And there are only 30 meters left. And I think that Ivan Palmin touched the no-go zone in an unplanned manner, which is a very extraordinary mistake, very untypical one. But I believe that I start understanding why the car of Ivan Palmin regularly has technical problems, because it has the BMW shields. We know that Toyotas never break, but the BMWs do. Maybe next season it is necessary to change the shields. As many years the Russian Drift Series Grand Prix has existed, the Toyotas have never changed, or have they changed? We don't use the JZs that often, but not so long ago I saw a heading from Ghana where one magician fell into coma when he found that his girlfriend cheated on him. And he said, "Oh, Lord Jesus, this is the end of me." And maybe this is the penalty of the spirits, because if you're a magician, you shouldn't mention Jesus Christ. And here it was something very similar. The BMW the shield shouldn't stand that close to a Toyota engine. This is probably the root of all the problems of Ivan Palmin. And what about E92s? How can they still exist? Because they all have JZs and the Nissans. There's also a great conflict. But it is all about the shields. Ah, yes, it's all about the shield. So this is the shield. I'm sorry that I'm doing it through the heading and the newspaper in Ghana. We all know that Toyota Supra A90 is the nearest relative of BMW Z434. And this is why this is the situation when it's similar, but it's not the same. Why wouldn't they put this Subaru shield so that it's neutral? But okay, because Subarus do not do anything with the drifting, because a Toyota is closer to drifting than Subaru is. But okay, let me not play with all that. I don't want to be punished by the spirits for all these talks as well. And now in the meanwhile, Arkady Tseregradzev is back to the start. So what happens to Arkady Tseregradzev? Arkady Tseregradzev has got 92 points. Which is not a bad result at all. This is the 7th line of the rating, but it's clear that in the competitive environment where he's got to fight for the Byron zone, 92 is not strong enough of a result. A 90+ result is good, but it must be a 95+. -4 for the wheels and -4 for Dachigo 6, which is predictable. The potential 97 that changes into 89. Twice outside the track and 1 touch and go missed, which is already -8, and -1 for the style, -1 for the angle. And here you are. But considering the 0 for Rhine 1, this is still a very good result. But I really envy the self-possession of Ivan. Dmitry Sherbina had only half a point better, even though he also had only 1 attempt. Okay, Arkady Tseregradzev, it's time to lay out all the cards on the table. Let's see how Arkady can do that. I remind you that it is important, first of all, to skip top 32. But this is a future, but now he's in touch and go 3, touch and go 4, and transition. Here it is in the acceleration zone, and he goes full throttle on time. But the car pushes away far too strong to collect touch and go 6, and this is the correction, which he probably paid his price in run 1, and it was a very high price. It was a very severe mistake, as it was interpreted by the judges. It caused the vehicle to give a big swing, but the transition wasn't sharp. Something similar was performed by Grigory Gusev in his run 1, but the consequences were not as bad. And it is very sad that here in this moment, instead of pressing the accelerator, Arkady decided to slow a little bit more with the handbrake. So first of all, this is double braking, and secondly, you could press it and he would definitely hit touch and go 6. That's such a pity. But first of all, Arkady has got a 90+ result, a 92 points, which enables Arkady at least to feel more or less comfortable. But on the other hand, he is very likely to not to get in the Byron zone, because you've got to have something over 93 to be in the Byron zone, obviously, because he's already on the 7th place and there are only 6 vacancies. And he's got 26 for the line, not even 30. And the line is the foundation. This is the basis, speaking the language of dialectics. And the rest is the superstructure. Let's give the judges a little bit of time to think about it, and then we will see the results. And here he doesn't hit touch and go 6. Absolutely. He misses it. But nothing can be done about it already. There is also the angle fluctuation before the transition, if we believe the diagrams. But in terms of the line and the style, it's all okay. But the style is very important, but still not the only criterion. But we can say the same about any of the criteria. But we recall the run 1 and we recall the angle first of all, because he was penalized for it in a very hard manner. We've already explained that it's not that hard to run through the sweep with the accelerator, but it's hard to keep the angle stable. And the sweeper has a very variable radius. And this is -4 in touch and go 6. -1 for the style, which is the double braking. And what is the result? 91.5, and this is rank 7. Okay, at least Arkady Tseregradzev is not gonna be deluded. He's got to prepare for a strong fight. And where it takes him depends on himself. Artur Zelenin, his second run, and at the moment he is on the 14th line of the rating. He is he has now 83 points, and he's got a lot of potential for further improvement. Doubtlessly, and now he's got to unleash this potential. Here is the initiation, also with some hesitation. It looked a little bit strange from the angle at which I was looking at it. And now Artur gets touch and go 2, touch and go 3, and he's running downhill to see touch and go 6. But on the way, he's got to find touch and go number 5. And then carefully, but at the same time scrupulously, he performs the assignment of the judges in sector 1. And the wheel makes a trip outside the white line, and here he's got to take care of himself and to take care of the line, not to lose too much points in sector 3. So the right rear wheel was far and far outside the borders of the track, and it didn't only break the line, it also broke the overall manner of movement. I have already mentioned that the green area is very slippery. And do you know why it's painted green? Because there used to be some grass. And also, it is painted so that there is less grip, and there is less grip for the drivers not to get there. And initially there was some grass, and of course all this grass was ruined all the time because there were lots of trench diggings carried out, because everyone was falling there. In the third sector, there were so many corrections that you can even see them through the camera because they were very articulated. And if I can see it through the camera, it means that it was very, very severe. But once again, what does it mean? It means that it's hard to overestimate the track time. The more practice you do, the better. Practice makes perfect. And as far as Moscow Raceway is concerned, there are no drift days. You cannot come to Moscow Raceway at a random time outside the event and simply practice here. It doesn't work this way. And before the event, it's critically important to try to spend more time on the track, not in the garage looking for the right setups or fixing something. But yesterday, the first two sessions, I think Artur Zelena didn't take part in the first two practice sessions. And this is the same 83 points. 28, 29 and 26. Yes, this is not the best harvest ever, but still the basic score is usually distributed in the tandem run. So we wish Artur Zelena good luck, just like all the other contenders. And the top 3 is still the same, and top 6 is slowly changing. Ilya Popov only integrated. He got to the 4th line, having shifted Timofey Dobrovolsky down. Grigory Gusev rounds up the top 3. The top 6, sorry. And there are Roman Tivadar, Andreas Tapov. Drift is great, but we've got an amazing magazine, my friends. And who is there? This is Danila Refiev, the youngest of our contenders, who unfortunately missed this event. But we are always happy to see him. We remember this driver very well. Anton Klimko and Vladimir Afanasyev are also here. It's an interesting trio, but Anton Klimko, no one is... these three are not relatives. They don't belong to the same family. But Vladimir Afanasyev, this season, for the first time in his career, won an event, and that was the first event of RDS Open. And he's had a very interesting season, a very spectacular season. And I guess that Vladimir himself would like this season to be a little bit more boring. He's had a very challenging season, and these difficulties continued in Minsk, and I hope that he has no more difficulties on the 12th and 13th of September at the final of RDS Open. And now we proceed to the bootcamp contenders. The junior drivers, the bootcamp is carried out under the support of the Young Talents Development IMOL Junior program. They're all very talented, and here's one of them, Timofey Kolobov. Yesterday he had a lot of track time, and by the way, his runs looked more and more confident. And we are watching one of his best. Maybe there is less speed than his senior friends, but look how well he looks through touch and go 6, to the sweeper, even though on a vehicle with this power it's very hard to run through, but look at this, how he does it. Maybe the transition is not sharp enough, it's more of a smooth one, but on the rest. As far as this power deficit is concerned, 430 HP, but you know that the reduction, the pressure in the tires, and the juniors use less grippy tires, and everything works perfectly. And I would allow myself to suggest that in the absence of Arseniy Tseregdantsev, Timofey looks like one of the favorites of the boot camp. By the way, let me remind you that when the reverse configuration was first applied in the RDS Open, they had to modify it, keeping the power of the vehicles in mind. And here, there are no compromises whatsoever. The same track, the same assignment. The only thing that can be compromised is the sharpness of the transitions, because it's very hard to keep them sharp, but not because the juniors don't know how to do it, but because when you do a sharp transition, the car slows down naturally, and you need more torque and you need more power to maintain the dynamics of the move. And moreover, you need more grip. You need your car to rely upon the tires better so that it doesn't spin around after the sharp transitions. This is a very important moment. We all understand that the technical restrictions that the junior drivers have do make a difference. Now we will see the score of Timofey Kolobov, but the judges confirm our guess. Yes, the smooth transitions are okay for the juniors. -2 for the wheel and -2 for the style in sector 1. Maybe this is the acceleration. Okay, this is a very good result, 96 points. Even I can calculate it fast. Okay, so careful with the wheels and you will be closer to the perfection. Yesterday, the draw of the juniors was very fun because they were getting them in the order of increase. 1, 2, and 3. Number 67, Luca Migal. Yesterday he did some experiments. Well, that wasn't him, that was Andrei Ovchinnikov. Okay. A Phantom. All right, so we imagined lots of things there. Okay, let us not stop on the... Let us not speak about the relations of the Ovchinnikovs to the juniors. But okay, so here is the Lexus, well familiar one. And we have seen the combination of this Lexus with this driver this season. And now we look at them one more time. And there are some centimeters that are in between the left front wheel of the Lexus and the touch and go 6. And now here's the sweeper. He's got to press it well enough to do the transition and don't care about the borders of the track. This is just the first attempt. There is some result and the rest will come. Just do a proper follow-up with such a friend as Damir Diaturin. You can definitely analyze it well. One of the most powerful vehicles among the juniors. It has got 690 HP, but I don't really believe. I think that the power is more. Nikita Migal used to drive this vehicle, but initially this is the car of Denis Migal. Then it was passed on to Nikita Migal and now to Luka Migal. Who will be the next? Who will be the next to drive this vehicle? But Nikita performed quite well at the Russian Drift Cup last year. And Nikita, apart from the racing luck, just needed some stable weather. This is what I believe got in his way. The skill that he had was pretty enough, but that was about the weather. And by the way, the same vehicle was first introduced here. This configuration at RDS Open, the configuration was a little bit modified. It was wider and it finished a little bit earlier. They didn't go to the end of the ascent, so it was approximately where Touch and Go 8 is now. So they didn't go all the way up, but due to the wide line, it was very hard to get into the Touch and Go. And then Nikita also performed very well. So he shook the entire RDS Open and all of its regular contenders. Touch and Go 6 and 2 wheels outside, and this is -8. And all the rest is more than positive. The sharp transitions are not obligatory for the juniors. This is 91 points because 1 point was peeled for the correction, and this is rank 2 out of the 2. But this is a very good result. Now let's see if the tradition maintains, because we've got a very experienced bootcamp contender. It's fun that even about the bootcamp members we can say the same. These guys have got more practice than some of the adults contenders have got, because they use any moment, any chance just to go out and play and warm up. At least during the practice. Just remember how Arseniy Tseregratsov chased Georgy Chevchan during the practice session several centimeters away, and it was a beautiful, beautiful shot. Yes, many people who are around the track with the cameras can show us how beautiful drifting can be, and I want to express my respect to all of them for their work. But we know for sure that what wasn't filmed didn't happen in our information era. This is not a theorem, it's an axioma. And now Stepan Popov is a little late for the start. Nowadays, the things that were not posted online didn't exist. But first it needs to be filmed. Okay, Stepan Popov with the new rear fenders is now at the start on board his Toyota Mark II JZX 100, the 8th generation of Mark II. Wow, wow. And this is the case when the age of the vehicle exceeds the age of the driver, and it's not surprising at all. And this is, by the way, the last run before the lunch break, and now Stepan Popov is gonna do it for us right here and now. Let's go. And yes, the first transition is very brave. Yesterday during the practice sessions he didn't show anything like this, and now, yeah, the borders of the track are slightly compromised. And what about touch and go 6? He's friends with touch and go 6. Great. Now it's the sweeper that is left, and something is telling me that Stepan can do it, but with some trips outside. Bye-bye, cone. Who are you here? Why are you standing here? Ignored by the drivers. But yeah, so he's got to be more careful with the borders of the track. The car is probably too big and heavy. Stepan Popov travels all around the track. Yeah, tours outside. I just came to realize why Toyota Mark X is called Mark X. Because it's 10. The X stands for the 10, because Mark II, and just that X110 is the 9th generation, and Mark X is the 10th. What other eliminations do I have in the future? But I cannot predict, who knows. Maybe something else dawns up on me. Okay, I'm still waiting for the results of Stepan Popov. Two wheels are now outside the track, and this is how the cone kick looks. And the cone also hit Stepan back. The bumper is now broken and it's hanging. And there's also the no-go zone at the end. Yes, it was there. Why did you draw it there? This is one of the rare situations when the angle and the style score is already there, but the line score is still being calculated. But okay, this is the first run. This is why it exists. Why don't you play it free? And I remind you that the juniors have the round-robin system, so your qualification score doesn't matter. Okay, if you don't choose the lane, doesn't matter. You will still be the leader, you will still be the chaser, and the sequence doesn't really matter. And tomorrow we'll see the 4 heats of the juniors. Yeah, and the steering wheel is not even flat. Yeah, we will see the 2 heats today and 2 heats tomorrow. This is... They look so professional when they grab the radio immediately after the finish. They're so young, but they look so professional. But this is because they want to hear from the spotter as soon as possible. I know the reason, but they do it immediately. He's still in smoke, everything is still moving, and the adrenaline is crazy, like, ha, I've been drifting. But he immediately grabs the radio as though he's been living with it. But this is because they don't have an intercom inside the helmet, but it's expensive, and the children are still growing. It's too expensive to buy them new helmets every year. But you know, there are lots of different details to keep in mind. So anyway, it is cheaper to get a helmet like this. The technical service vehicles are moving around the track, which means that the break has already started. But we're still waiting for the score of Stepan Popov in order to declare the break started. The line judge is under such an impression that he is still counting, because this run has been full of adventures. It's 2-2, then 2-5, which is 11, and then 2 more, minus 13 for the line at least, or not. Ah, look, yes, I am correct. Minus 13 for the wheels, and touch and go 8 is missed, which is minus 17, 33, 33, and 13. And this makes a total of 76 points. That was painful, but he was the third on the start, and he is the third in the rating. I'm looking at the timing, because it has let us down once. At 1:55 p.m. we're supposed to continue the runs, and we're waiting for confirmation from our sports service. And we don't know yet. I will remind you that this is the VTB final of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix 2026. The general sponsor of Russian Drift Series is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competitions is the premium motor oil manufacturer IMOL Company. And we are already on the break, and we will continue at 2:05 Moscow time, and we will continue the qualification runs of the VTB final RDS GP 2026. See you later.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
RDS GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy, honey.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что это, моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка. Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск. Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Друзья, всем привет!
Hello, my friends, and this is RDS TV. My name is Alicia, and this is the interview time, the final event of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, and it takes place before the 1st of September, which is the beginning of the academic year. So we are gonna add some questions from the school curriculum. How knowledgeable are our drivers? How fast can they find the right answers? You will find it all within the next several minutes. And I will also speak to the candidates for the championship title, ask them how they are, how their strategy has changed in the absence of Tom Mikhaili. And you will see it all right now. Let's go. This is the last set of interviews at the Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, and this is one of the candidates for the championship title 2026, a driver from Carville Racing, Anton Kozlov. The thing is that you have approached this event with a lot of responsibility, as usual, but you came and you found out that your main rival is not here, unfortunately, for his own private reasons. Has your mood changed, or has it changed mathematically? So how did fact influence your feeling? This fact didn't globally change anything for me because we are pretty far away from Tommy, and to reduce this gap we've got to collect a lot of score. And moreover, we've got Sergei Kuznetsov, who also is rubbing his hands, wishing to get maximum score. Arkady Tseregradzev was also very excited because he's got a chance now. So I think my mood didn't change because I've always tried to get the maximum. For me, the situation didn't change. As far as my own feeling is concerned, I always approach an event with equal responsibility. And this event feels like the last one for me. You know, there is an expression, live this day as though it's your last day, and then you will act differently. So I want to run this event as though it's my last one. I will see how my approach changes on the overall if I imagine that this is my last one, but I will try to show my best. This is an amazing mindset. And do you feel anxious? In fact, I always feel a little anxious, but I just try to treat everything with a smile, with some excitement and some optimism. I just want to put all these jigsaw puzzle pieces together. I want to qualify well. I just want to put the puzzle together. How is your vehicle after these little adventures in Krasnoyarsk? You still had some technical things throughout the season. So how is your car now? My car is perfect now. On the outside, you can see that it has been hurt, and everyone tries to bite my rear bumper off. Now it looks okay, but it means that I don't feel sorry for it. I will show the maximum every time I can. The main thing that I achieved, I managed to get a stroker kit this time, so I want to thank everyone who took part in the process. Artem Leitis helped me, guys from Krasnoyarsk helped me with the shaft, and Fresh Racing team, which is most surprising, gave me some time and also helped me put my engine together. Even though we are opponents and we are competitors, this is not beneficial for them, but we are friendly outside the technical park and outside the competitions. We help each other. We're only rivals at the track. We always want that the strongest wins, and my engine is now feeling well. I'm now adjusting my car. I'm preparing for the qualification. Thank you. I want to thank everyone. Just look at this friendship in between the teams, regardless of their rivalry and competition. I wish that in your lives there are lots of good people around who are ready to help. And to you, Anton, let everything work out for you the way you imagine it in your head. And I hope that the stars come together and you are lucky and you are satisfied with your performance to the maximum. Thank you. This is Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing. And stay tuned, because we will ask our drivers some questions from the school curriculum. My friends, this is Ilya Fyodorov, who, since the Minsk event, has dropped the weight of his car by around 100 kilos, even more than that. Wow! Can you imagine? And this is with the metal hood, and the front fenders are still metal. So how do you feel on board this platform, which is now lighter? Do you need to get used to your car from scratch? It hasn't changed much for me. I think this is the way it should be. I feel now it's lighter to run, it's easier to climb uphill. With a metal vehicle it would have been heavier. Now I just take off and take all the touch and goes. I think this is also because we dropped the weight of the car. How do you feel about the final event at Moscow Raceway with this reverse configuration? Did you want the final event to take place somewhere else? I really love this reverse configuration. I love this uphill climb because it's interesting, it's challenging, it has its own vibe. I like it. And what is your impression from the season? My overall impression is positive because we've got a new vehicle, a new engine, lots of other new things. And I hope that next year we have a better performance, but the vibe remains the same. Okay, let's wish the same to Ilya Fyodorov. And if you still have time, please come and take a look at this lightweight Mustang. It's still scares everyone with the sounds it makes, but it evolves visually. What about the interior? For the interior, I will work on it next year, because this year the drive shaft really ruined the interior. Nothing new. This is Ilya Fyodorov. Thank you for your support. It's great that you dropped the weight. My friends, Damir Datulet from Fresh Racing is driving, is taking part in two positions as a coach and as a driver, because this year he also coaches the young generation of drifters. And I've asked this question to you multiple times, but every time you gave me the same answers. But since we change day after day, your answer may change as well. This year you coach the young generation, you're watching them, following them up, and who do you like to be? Do you like being the driver or the mentor more? It's a hard question to answer, because teaching young guys is exciting. I would like to do this, and it looks like I'm doing well. So this is what I really enjoy. As a driver, I've been a driver for quite a long while. It's been 12 years almost. In the past, it was a little bit more intensive for me. I maybe had some more excitement. I don't get that excited anymore because I've been doing this for many years. But what I do with the kids, I've been doing it for the last 3 years. This is something new. It's hard for me to answer, really, but in any case, I think that I like more being the driver. Do you learn something from them as well? Yes, as you watch them from outside, you can notice some things. You make yourself explain to people the way it should be, the way they should drive, what they should change, and then you think about it and you see some moments you couldn't notice before, and then you can use these discoveries. What is your mood before the final event as a driver? I don't really know. This season is not the best for me. I don't have much chance to be on the podium. The third place is not something I am really striving for. I'm working hard for the team. I want the team championship more. And as for myself, it would be great just to get to the podium. I want to do some work, I want to show some beautiful runs, and I want these beautiful runs to take me to the podium. I hope it works this way. Mathematically, you have some chance, right? Mathematically, yes, why not? Of course I do. And is there a strategy of supporting Sergei Kuznetsov, who is, due to the absence of Tommy Kiley, has got a much stronger chance for the championship? I don't have any certain strategy, but I think that if he comes up to me and asks for advice, I would be happy to help him. But my engine broke down, and I've been sitting at the grandstands for about half an hour, and what I see, I cannot stay quiet. I always express my attitude. And I spoke to him a little bit about it. So this is Damir Diatulin, the man who can always find advice and give advice to his younger students and his teammates to do everything for the good result. Thank you, Damir. I wish you a great event. My friends, this is the driver who was a candidate for the championship at the fourth place before the Friday morning, and now I'm sure that he is running. I'm not very good at math, but here it helps me. Oh, really? So tell me, what do you need for becoming the champion of RDSGP 2026? Previously, before this morning, I needed to win the event, and that Tommy loses somewhere around the top 32, which he did in Krasnoyarsk, and it looked pretty unlikely. And since he didn't even take part in the qualification, since he is absolutely absent, now I need to win the event, and the other candidates, Kuznetsov and Kozlov, need to lose in top 8. So all your rivals are began with letter K. Kylie, Kuznetsov, and Kozlov. And Kuznetsov and Kozlov both have the animal names. Kozlov comes from the goat, and Kuznetsov comes from a grasshopper. Okay, do you feel better? Did you change your strategy, or do you still have the same? I need to win, but it's hard to do, and I haven't won any events this year at this configuration. I like going downhill, not uphill. Maybe this is because of my age. Descending is more natural for me, and I will try to take off, to climb up. This is hard, but I will do my best, because my vehicle is doing well, and there is nothing else that I can say. I'm happy. So you're happy, which means that you're also in the right condition. What was the qualification like for you? With Gotcha Chevchan, we had such an amazing run that if we repeat it at the competition, it will be recorded in history. And I'm sure that many media representatives filmed it, and we will see it in various videos. This is Arkady Tseregrazov, a candidate for the championship this year. But honestly, I didn't deserve a victory. I've been driving like a creep all season long, and when we raced with Tommy Kylie, I was fourth, and I have one qualification victory, but mathematically I still have some chance. But if you're just a lucky one, we will see. We will see, dear friends, very soon we will see the result. And now Arkady Tseregrazov is still excited, and he's preparing for the victory in this uphill event. The questions before the 1st of September are the traditional thing that we do, and I usually ask the questions to everyone, to our drivers and our organizers and even the spectators. Let's begin with the operation director of Russian Drift Series, and who is also the head of the Open Championship of RDS Open, Maria Amerikova. So, Maria, it is not a secret for anyone that you are a philologist, and the major part of these questions would be very easy for you. You will easily answer all of them. What was the name of the witch, the mother of the blacksmith Vakula, in the night before Christmas? Maybe Ganna or Anfisa? It's so. Salocha. Is she Salocha? Okay, right. The devil did something to her. No. This is from a different movie, from a different website. Or she was also the sister of Sirius Black. That was... Oh, God. Who was released from the Azkaban? Write in the comments below. Yes, Salocha. Salocha, yeah. Exactly. She also became a judge at RDSGP later. Who of them? Anton Novikov. Dracula. I will ask you some questions and answer them as your heart tells you. Let's go. What color do you get when you mix blue and red paints? Green, because yellow and blue makes green. And what is blue and red? Anatoly Sherbak. Purple. Green. Can I say it's purple? Purple. Yellow. Is it true? No. Just tell me if it's correct or not, because I thought that I answered correctly. No. So what color do you think it is? Sherbak. What Sherbak? What color is Sherbak's car? He's got 3 different cars. Which of them? He has got 2 different cars. Is it red? No, another one. Purple. Yes, right. What do you mix? Blue and red. Do you get purple? Okay, makes sense. This is lilac, orange, blue and red. You get orange. Gray. Do you know that I'm colorblind? Yes, I know you're colorblind. What object did the talking head from the poem Ruslan and Ludmila keep? I think I'm the talking head here. So what do you keep? I have no idea. Ruslan and Ludmila. Is that Pushkin? Yes, Pushkin. Then it should be a dual pistol. Ruslan and Ludmila, talking head. There is also, is it a sword? Yes, right, a sword, cool. The first person to give me the right answer. I didn't read it, I'm sorry. Let me say it's a knife. Yes, almost, a sword. Yes, almost the same. Yes, someone has a knife, someone has a sword. I want to say a knife, but no, it's wrong. Do you want to know the right answer? A sword. Ah, shit, I thought it was a needle. What is the ratio of distance traveled to time? This is the sum of square carats, speed. Distance to time? What? Meter by speed. Distance traveled to time, speed. Speed, time, and distance. The Karelian prince, Artyom Leitis, answers a question from the school curriculum before the 1st of September. What is the longest river in the world? I remember that is some double bottom in this question. Come on, in terms of the length, yes, I understand. Let me say this, the Amazon, the Nile. No. What else? The Amazon. The Amazon River is this the longest? Yes. Everyone argues either this is the Amazon or the Nile. Yes, it's arguable whether this is the Amazon or the Nile. And what do you think? The Amazon. The Nile? No. Wait. Is it Russian? No. Not yet. American? Is it American? Yes, it is kind of very long. I forgot the name. It's A. The Amazon. The Amazon. This is in Africa. The Amazon. Piotr Borodin answers a question from the school curriculum. Why do the seasons change? Because of the cyclicity, the cycle, the tilt of the Earth's axis. The planet goes around the sun and it comes closer and further from the sun. This is why it's hot and cold. Yes, this is the tilt of the Earth's axis, because the climate changes. Where's the trap here? The season just changes, the Earth goes around and around, and it's winter and then it's not. Winter and autumn, summer and all the stuff. I want to answer, why not? Because the planet is going around the sun like this. Not like this, but more like this. Because of the tilt of the... Yes. Because the sun gives the light in a different way. Because the Earth goes around. Because the Earth tilts. Oh, this is the only person who gave me correct answer right away. Well done. Even though I look weird, I finished school with all A's. What goes from one house to another but doesn't move? Goes from house to house but never moves? Electricity. A road. A road. Yes, right. Exactly. The ground. A road from one house to another but never moves. Like cables. A dress? By the way, it's also a good answer, but also that's a road. What ocean is the coldest? The Arctic, the Atlantic, the Arctic Ocean, the Pacific, the Arctic Ocean. The Arctic Ocean. The Arctic Ocean, yes, right. The one on the top, the Arctic. I think I should say the Arctic, yes, and you would be absolutely right. The Arctic Ocean. The Arctic Ocean, well done. The Pacific Ocean, no, joke. The Arctic, yes. How long does it take to boil a boiled egg? 5 minutes. Wait, do you want it hard-boiled? Is it boiled already? I told you there should be a trap somewhere. It's boiled already. Depends on the hardness of the egg that you want to achieve. 5 minutes, it's boiled already. Yeah, I got it. 0 minutes. It's boiled already. Maybe you didn't need to boil it. I don't cook at home, but if it's boiled already, what do I want to get? Do I want to make it liquid? No, I mean, how long does it take to boil a boiled egg? Maybe 3 or 4 minutes? Maybe 0, because it's already boiled. There is a trap. It's already boiled. Yes, so much intellect. That's the power of intellect and championship. The Tale of Tsar Sultan. By the way, the Tale of Tsar Sultan And who else? Of the 33 bogatirs, and the tile of Tsar Sultan, of his son. How do you call him? The guy, the Gvidon, and the beautiful Princess One. Yes, well done, correct. And here, All Quiet on the Western Front. This is my favorite book by Eric Maria Remarque. The Roadside Picnic by Strugatsky, and Pride and Prejudice. The Tale of Tsar Sultan. And that's it. Okay, let's leave it this way. Pride and Prejudice. Good. Roadside and chocolate. What's wrong? What do you want from me? I have no idea what you're saying. Okay, All Quiet on the... All Quiet and Silent. The Tale of Tsar Sultan and Gvidon and something else. Pride and... and yes. Roadside. Does it go to the same place? Yes, the same question. Continue. I've told you too much already. The Tale of Tsar Sultan? No. Pride and Glory. Roadside and the chocolate. Okay, they say the same things. Why? All Quiet on the Western Front. Pride and Prejudice. Roadside Picnic. All Quiet on the Western Front. The Tale of Tsar Sultan. And the 7 Bogatirs. And the 7 dwarfs. Why dwarfs? The Sultan, what dwarfs? Do you know the right name? The Tale of Tsar Sultan, of his son, the glorious and mighty Bogatir Prince Gvidon Sultanovich, and of the... Yes, let it be the 7 Bogatirs. The Tale of Tsar Sultan, and something about some Pride and Prejudice. Roadside, no idea. All Quiet on the... Oh, no idea. The Tale of Tsar Sultan and the Army of Igor. The Roadside. The Roadside, a very famous book, a fantasy book. What Soviet fantasy writers do you know? I really loved that, how do you call him? About the Invisible Man. Was that Gerbert Wells? Yes, but this is not an English writer. No, in the Soviet times, I didn't read any Soviet writers. Do you know the Strugatsky brothers? Yeah, I do, but I never read them. Okay, but what about All Quiet on the Western Front? Yeah, right. And Pride and Prejudice. The Tale of Tsar Sultan. Full stop. Yeah, so like... and all. The Tale of Tsar Sultan and the Lost Irish Guy. Yes, correct. All Quiet on the Western Front. The Roadside Picnic. And Pride and Prejudice. Please write in the comments below what grade would you give to Big Russian Boss in this semester, and what profession do you think would be the best for him if not a really racing thing. I think I could be a perfect search engine. Like Google? No, I would go to Ireland and look for the missing guy. Don't forget the metal detector. Do you know what I want to say? I don't want to offend anyone, but there is a lot done in fresh racing to keep it all heartful, and the red head don't have the soul, so that's it.
Если радио, то максимум.
для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.
Когда хотелок становится очень много, выручит бесплатная кредитная карта ВТБ. Она легко приручит все ваши желания. Оформите бесплатную кредитную карту ВТБ и не платите проценты до 200 дней.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
и 27 сентября. Впервые в Нижнем Новгороде. Автодром N-Ring Нижегородское кольцо встречает грандиозный Кубок России по дрифту суперфинал РДС. Дым, драйв и большой автоспорт ждут вас. Не пропустите. Ищите билеты на этапы РДС 2026 года на tickets.vdrifte.ru.
And he didn't have enough time in order to put this car together. He only finished it in the mid-season, and now Dmitry has finally got to terms with it, and the reduction has been set up. It's now longer at this event to make much smoke and to gain much speed. Yesterday Dmitry had to make a stop because his air temperature sense went out of order, and it influences the quality of the fuel and air mix. It starts jumping here and there, and the engine works unstably, and this is impossible to compete in such a situation. Dmitry Putilin, his E92, he goes on the scored section of the track. He's already in the second sector, and this is the first transition. He's got to get in the space in between the dotted and the full line. He presses the accelerator and takes touch and go 6. And now he's got to go through the large sweeper and touch and go 7. Avoided his right front wheel, the last transition, which is very vague. And he's gonna be respectively penalized. But I remind you that the angle criterion is one of the two most important ones. 35 points as just like the style. This year we've got the transition speed description. We've got sharp, dynamic, and smooth. And there's also vague that we sometimes use for the description. It should be sharp according to the assignment. It's very hard when your car is like a string. It's very hard to throw your car into a sharp transition. There should be some margin under your foot, but you're already running at gear 4, and you've got like 250 kilometers per hour on the wheel and 150 on the car body. It's all very complicated, but this is why these drivers are the best. And the judges need to come up with such challenging assignments. And I had a feeling that Dmitry decided to do transition with the acceleration to maintain the speed, but then he let go of the acceleration. It looked to me like he was a little late with pressing the accelerator before the last dotted line, which is the full throttle line in the third sector. Just like in sector number 2, there is a deceleration zone, and these zones are required, first of all, for evaluating the possible collision, so that it's easier for the judges to explain where you need to be especially alert and to avoid the extra approach to your opponent. Makes it easier for the judges themselves. Yes, we did see it happen. We have seen some more articulated violations, let's say so, but even a little violation is still a violation. -2 points of deduction. Dmitry Putilin was conservative in his first run, just not to get a 0 score, and then I guess he will risk it. Sector 3 was really strongly compromised, -2 for the style. Dmitry Putilin got a penalty, and in sector 2 he's got the same penalty as well. 22, 30.5 and 29, and this makes a total of 81.5. Over 80 is still okay for the run 1. Now it's rank 16, but there is one more run to go. Now we move on, and we've got the driver who has already won the qualifications, and he did it here at the reverse configuration of Moscow Raceway. He did it last year. Anton Klimko was the winner, and this is his 35th event in his career. 2 times he was in top 4, and it was just a little bit missing. It was almost got to the podium. A driver from St. Petersburg representing Heat Carbon Racing since this season, and we hope that next season we will see this team extend, double at least, or maybe triple. There are certain prerequisites for this. At least the vehicle is ready. The car goes green, which means that the track is ready to accommodate Anton Klimko, and now he's running on the track collecting touch and goes number 1. Very careful to the borders of the track, just like to touch and go 3. Now he licks the no-go zone borders, and here he also rotates his F22, and he is doing quite well in sector 2 as well. Now the main thing here is not to play too much with the angle and to make a proper transition and press the accelerator, which Anton Klimko does, but this is all okay for him because the assignment hasn't changed much since the last year. I really wonder how much speed he has brought to the second deceleration zone, because that was a very, very long slowdown. At the same time, the dynamics didn't seem to be strongly compromised. The speed was 135 kilometers per hour. Let's compare him to Hermann Tivadar, because if we try to look up to someone, let those be the leaders. We're gonna try that now. Hermann Tivadar ran number 2, which is the best for the driver of Takayama Forward Auto. And yeah, let's take a look. In fact, there is not such an enormous difference. 136 of Anton Klimko versus 139 of Hermann Tivadar. 4 kilometers per hour was the difference. And Hermann Tivadar started decelerating a little later, and he decelerated less actively. But this extreme value, the lowest value was 98 versus 85 in favor of the qualification leader. So it looks interesting. As far as the transition speed is concerned, Anton Klimko literally repeated the performance of Hermann Tivadar. Maybe here the angle wasn't correct in the first transition. I mean, no, he didn't. It was 67 degrees. That's okay. And Tivadar had more than 54. He had 58. So the angle is large with the minimum overlap of the next zone. And I remind you that there is a lot of steering work, and this is not very typical. The angle diagram is very unstable, but here, as far as I can see, this is about the setups of the vehicle. It is not a secret for anyone that the spotter and the coach of Anton Klimko is Evgeny Losev. We send him the best regards. I'm sure that he can hear me. Not bad, but the third sector is compromised. In terms of the angle, it's interesting because the corrections were mostly in sector 2, but sector 2 appears cleaner. I think it's about the slow transition. Maybe there is a correction after. So this is the maximum for the line, and the total is 93. Now he is on rank 7. There is no second attempt, but running ahead, Grigory Gusev had 2 90-point runs, and any improvement will raise Anton Klimko higher up there. And if he gets 94, he can now outrun Timofey Dobrovolsky. Sergei Davidadze, who yesterday had a broken engine, and today his transmission box let him down. This is the very hard debut for the driver who has been the winner at one of the events of the Open Championship of Russian Drift Series. So we wish him to stay cold-blooded in these runs. And now touch and go 3 is a little bit narrow. It looks like it's 4, but it is hard to say it 100%. This attempt appears very nervous, but Sergei Davidadze just doesn't like this cone. Last year, Sergei Davidadze has been to this configuration, and but these changes create some difficulties for the driver from Samara, at least because Sergei didn't have an opportunity to practice. Yes, these are zeros. This is a 0, which is very bad, unfortunately. But it's all fair, because 4 wheels outside the track is one of the best ways to get a 0. There are less obvious ones, like an unchaseable run, like we have seen today, but we speak calmly about this because everything ended up positively for the driver of Carville Racing, for Dmitry Sherbina, but there is also opposite drift, which sometimes is very hard to spot, and here drift dynamics is very helpful for the judges. And after the yesterday's difficulties, it has come back to life, and we thank Alexander Nechayev, who's been nursing this system all the way. And yesterday all the GPS and GLONASS receivers brought us to Voronezh, which was very strange. And as I measured the track yesterday, I was walking around Voronezh, which I saw, was very, very surprised to see that. So yes, this is the system that is very helpful for the judges. There is also straightening that can give you a 0, 4 wheels outside the track, and yeah, spin around. Out of good news, there is at least one full-scale run on the unknown configuration, so he's got something to follow up. So now we proceed, and we proceed under the leadership of this driver, the 14-time winner of the qualification of Russian Drift Series in 62 events. This is his 62nd. Damir Tatulin from Krasnoyarsk, driving a Toyota Supra A80. 2JZ GDE 950 HP, not a billet block, by the way, not anymore. He's got a standard block, his backup engine that he had to install, but I hope that it won't get in the way of this driver from Fresh Racing. What's also interesting, we haven't seen any Fresh Racing drivers in this qualification, and this is the strongest qualification expert of the team. He's flying towards Sector 3 to Touch and Go 3 and of course Touch and Go 4. No doubts whatsoever. Look how beautifully he slides along the edges of the track to Touch and Go 6, and he definitely hits it. And then Touch and Go 7, a very stable angle. The front wheels do not give a single extra movement. This is a brilliant positioning of the car, and he finishes in his brand-mark style. Every time I watch Damir, and especially when he qualifies, I expect some cockpit shots. Damir is a surgeon, and the Supra is his scalpel. This is how precise he is moving through the track. As usual, we can say that there were some little details here and there, some little mistakes, but I don't know what I can find here. I do not see where anything can come from. But just try to see any slightest thing here. Also, the transition is so sharp. Hermann Tilke probably made some more dynamic transitions. But it is very similar to the performance of Hermann Tilke. We just combined the two diagrams. But there are some micro details, but let us leave the drift dynamics alone. Like any other measurement system, it also has some errors. This is a good system, but it is still improving, which means that there are some growth points, as we usually say. But what can we tell? This is the style of Hermann Tilke, but Damir always looks calmer, you know, more careful. There is less risk in it, but you know, there is absolutely no steering, extra steering works. Let's go through the track together with Damir. I hope that we can do it. There are no those micro moves, and we saw how stable the front wheel was looking where it was supposed to look, which is in the direction of the movement. And we told you so much about it. You need to do so much within 1 second. Stabilize the car, then slow down with a handbrake, and then go full throttle on time. But this is also the handbrake is always a brake, so it helps to slow down. But this is brilliant work, and also it's very hard for the judges. The judges are having a very hard time. But the line judge is definitely having a very simple time. And by the way, what is the name of that hat? Is it the Cuban hat? We need to see the top of it to understand. Is it red? If it's red, then it's Cuban hat. Alexander III, known as the Peacemaker, I don't know why, wore the same And he loved such hats. Oh. So here you can see some steering work, but you cannot really tell much. This is what such experienced drivers as Damir can do it perfectly. This run is mesmerizing to me, but I see certain prerequisites. The runs of Damir mesmerize me. I just cannot take my eyes off. I can watch it endlessly, but now I want to be mesmerized by the results of Damir. We will get back to Piotr Borodin in several seconds as soon as we see this. 30, 35, and 35, and this is 100 points. Take it. Get that. This is the absolute result of Damir Yatulin once again. And once again he says, come on, do the same if you can. Look up to me. Do your work. Tomorrow we'll be asking him again, and he will say, oh, there were some details. But in fact, this qualification result, if it stays so, it ensures the title of Fresh Racing. That was the championship run for the entire team. Piotr Borodin from Takema Forward Auto this season for the first time rose to the podium here at Moscow Raceway, but on the other configuration. So why not repeat the same? And this is the first qualification run, and Piotr Borodin breaks into the first sector, and he takes touch and goes 1 and 2, and he doesn't ignore touch and goes 3, just like touch and go 4. Then there goes the transition. Probably I've seen some sharper ones, but for a run 1, this is more than a working kind of pattern. This is the right front wheel that was about to move towards the white line, but Piotr Borodin didn't allow it to happen. And he presses the accelerator pedal for the last time in this third sector, and everything works perfect. Maybe this is not 100, but this is very good. This is a very high score for sure, and I'm sure that it's close to 95, but 9/1 is what makes me worried. But Piotr Borodin definitely has a great feel of Moscow Raceway. I spoke to him right before, asking how he was, and he said, I'm okay, but I don't have enough track time. And I tell him, come on, nothing has changed since the previous season. And he was like, well, yeah, okay, you're right. Because if you train too much, you may out-train it, as we say. I don't really see touch and go 9/1, but just like all the other spectators of RDS TV, we can also check the judges' replay. And now we are enjoying the beauty from the bird's eye view, and now from the car's eye view. Before that we had the bird's eye view. But the bird's eye view can also be different because it depends, because this is a kind of a figure of speech that has always puzzled me, because the birds can fly at a different height. Like, let's say there is a penguin, but from the penguin's bird's eye view, is it like from under the water? Because the penguins are known for diving deep, they go so in the opposite direction. All right, but whatever. Piotr Borodin has grown a lot. He has evolved a lot, and he adjusted himself to the speed of every track. Piotr is a great specialist in motorsports, and we know it from the number of his titles. Moreover, he's got a victory in the first season of 2024 in the Central Asian Drift Show, and that is a parking lot. But autodromes, these are two different universes, two different realities. But a real champion must be able to do both, but you need to adjust. Because, you know, the thing is that as the speed grows, still there are -4 points. -2 for touch and go 9, but it could have been a 98. But it is very good this way, especially for the first run. 96, and it's interesting that in Sector 1 he was penalized for the correction after the first transition, but that was because after the transition he fell into the angle of 70 degrees. Yeah, but you need to have a large angle, but there is an approach of Damir Yatulin and Roman Tivadar when a little excess of 55 is already enough. This is the traditional fans of the team. I don't know which one, and they are known men with the poster. Okay, so steal from the best, as they say. 96 points bring Piotr to the barman zone, because this is the 5th line of the rating only. But Damir also worked hard on that. He made his contribution. We get back to the beginning of the third group. Now Anton Dmitrienko, who's got 87 and 5 points. And he is absolutely locked and loaded. This is his 35th result. So we've got lots of round and almost round numbers this time. Together with Anton Dmitrienko for the second time, we are breaking in the second sector. And he takes touch and go 2 and 3. This is a very good shot of the car. And now this is a transition. It looks like he is in a little confrontation with the white line. But now, in the meanwhile, he's running to sector 2. The super long sweeper, as Anton Dmitrienko tried to bring more speed into the sweeper. And this kind of track doesn't forgive such kind of behavior. Now let's see the replay. As far as I can feel it, the second attempt was slightly more dynamic than the first one. But Anton Dmitrienko has got a very good feel of this vehicle. And he's got a lot of skill, definitely, because there is not a coincidence why he's the champion and the winner of the Siberian Championship. It used to be known as a Drift Battle in RDS Siberia. Now it's called the Drift Battle again, and Anton was the first. And this demonstrates the level of competition in RDSGP and the level of competition not only in between the drivers but also between the teams in terms of their technical preparation. It also matters a lot. This is the aspect that should never be ignored. Here Anton will definitely be punished for this angle fluctuation in touch and go 6. But I cannot unsee what I've just seen. Currently, he is on position 15 after the first run, but after his opponents, I remind you that he opened this group. He was 12th at first, and this group is very strong. Now, the Byron zone threshold has risen to 95, and there is a tendency for further growth. Arkady Tseregradzev has been moved to position 10, and 92 points theoretically might not be enough to stay in that upper half of the protocol. This is really fantastic, but it's already clear that Arkady Tseregradzev is gonna fight in top 32, and maybe he's fighting for the third championship title. I reminded that we've got only one 3-time champion in the entire history, who later became a 4-time champion. And then his team caught up with him, and we haven't had any other precedents like this. So Arkady Tseregradzev has got a chance to enter a super elite club, and we are now waiting for the judges, who also speak to ourselves and the opponents with the tough language of numbers. And yes, there are 3 times he had a wheel outside, and TG is 6. This is all about the pursuit for the speed. The speed changes a lot, also in terms of the score. Unfortunately, Anton Dmitrienko hasn't improved his performance. This is 85. And he's got no improvement. His best score is still 87.5. Just a little more precision, and he could have done much better. But bringing the style and the speed together is the hardest thing to do. Dmitry Putilin from Star Pro Stars Imol in the first run, he had 81.5 points, and this is the 19th place in the rating for him and his BMW E92 Eurofighter 2.0. Okay, so now Dmitry Putilin is doing his second qualification run, and he begins it right now with the initiation. It looks like he had some challenges on the way, but it is not supposed to be sharp according to the assignment. The pace was good when the car is running away from the camera. You see it very well, and now we are going downhill, and this is the lowest point of the sport section of the track, and touch and go 6. And then a 7-meter uphill climb to touch and go 7 and 8. There are some corrections, and now the last transition, touch and go 9, is collected by Dmitry Putilin. But here the energy played against the driver. There's too much energy for this constringent track. But when one wheel is outside, there is a certain commitment that you can see in it. From TG1 to TG2, Dmitry Putilin hasn't followed the line, and in TG5, unfortunately, there will be a deduction, but he collected TG7 this time, and he reached touch and go 8 in around TG9/2. I suspect that the line was crossed, and right before the finish, there is an obvious violation of the track board, and after touch and go 1, there was one. It was not really clear. So yeah, it happens, but this is the fight for the commitment. This is the pursuit for the style. This is a very rare shot where you can actually evaluate that takeoff touch and go 3. And touch and go 3 from the starting line is 340 meters away, and it is 10 meters vertically away, because the uphill climb is really very steep. And after touch and goes 3 and touch and goes 4 and 5, the track goes 4 meters down and then 7 meters up again. This is Moscow Raceway, and you know that Moscow is a city that stands on the 7 hills. Konosai is still here. Hello everyone, I greet all the spectators. The weather is amazing, and this is all thanks to you. It's not too hot, and I see that you've got the magazine, and it's great, and the magazine is great. Yeah, so there are 2 wheels outside, and the other criteria are significantly compromised. 9 for the style and 6 for the angle are the deductions. It makes a total of 81, if I'm not mistaken. 26 for the line, 29 for the angle, 26 for the line. Yes, this is 81, half a point less than run 1. This is the pursuit for commitment. This is where it can take you. And now we've got another pursuit, and this time this is gonna be the pursuit for commitment, and first of all for the speed, because Anton Klemko had the major part of the penalties in Sector 3 due to the excessive slowdown. A driver from Heat Carbon Racing, the city of St. Petersburg, with his 2JZ GTE billet block of 1000 HP BMW F22 with the ducktail of BMW M2. And Anton Klimko, who is currently on line 9 with 92 points. 93 points for his run 1, is trying to get a better score. Transition number 1, oh, gas, more, and now exactly on the white line. He slides, and along the no-go zone, touching go 4. And here is another trip outside the track has happened. And he evades touching go 3. Instead of bringing his speed under control, he adds more. But what happens here, Sector 3, more gas, and there is a very articulated acceleration, especially the left wheel. Yes, the third sector looks pretty, but before that there was some borscht that took place. But now let's use the magic of editing. We'll take the first sectors from run 1 and the third sector from run 2 and combine them together, and it would be much better. But unfortunately, we are not allowed to do so. This is very sad that one wheel was outside in around touch and go 7. This is very demotivating. Very bad that it happened. In round 9/2, there was something similar. Oh God, that's sad. But well, the assignment is very challenging, even though it seems to be very obvious and familiar. Still, this is a very challenging assignment. Here are, by the way, I'm sorry for coming back with these numbers, but as far as the speed is concerned, Anton Klimko almost repeated the best attempt of Roman Tivadar, and here comes the difference of setups and the approach to the setups, because Roman Tivadar didn't do anything like this. He didn't cross the borders of the track at all, but I think that we should compare him not to Roman Tivadar but to the Biridiatulin, because he's shown us the reference run. The angle was around 31 degrees, and if the race director can hear me, I will ask him to help us and share some fresh data with us, because we simply do not have them. It feels like it became a little bit cooler. There's a little breeze, and maybe the asphalt has become slightly less grippy, and maybe this is the reason why we see these problems with the track borders over and over again. But on the other hand, we've got Damir with 100 points, and no cool asphalt can hold him back. But once again, we see quite a lot of steering, but this time Anton Klimko is more careful compared to the previous attempt, and it really changed the overall manner of his movement. Now the car looks more stable. So what is this? This is sector 2, which is compromised. Then there was an attempt to collect this TG4, but this is the idea that the judges have been repeating at every event. If you're missing the clipping point, then just miss it. And this is 89 points for run 2. Anton Klimko stays on the line number 9, but at least he's got maximum for the angle, which is also good. But I wish he could also do a better line performance. Now Sergei Davidadze in the first line unfortunately had a 0. And now he's got to take anything to the finish. So we keep our fingers crossed for Sergei Davidadze. We always care about the rookies who break into RDS-GP. The journey has been very hard for Sergei Davidadze with no practice on this challenging configuration, and he's trying hard to get to top 32, and we are with him, and this is the most challenging moment. Yes, he doesn't collect touch and go number 6, but at least he stays within the borders of the track, and I hope he doesn't bring the angle to the 0. Now there is a little problem at the initiation, but he finishes, and it looked to me like he didn't hit touch and go number 6. We will now study it carefully. But the fact is, Sergei Davidadze got some score here, but I cannot imagine the situation where the judges could see a 0. Yes, he was in the no-go zone with the right front wheel. Yes, it was a very smooth transition instead of a sharp one, but it looks like the right front wheel was not in the clipping zone, but it doesn't really matter here. There was some angle, and I was worried that there could be some short straight wheeling, but no, he managed to do a transition, but due to the angle, it didn't look like that. It was very, very little angle. It was a microscopic angle. That was a homeopathic angle. 1 angle per 1,000 liters of water and 700 HP. And then he spinned his car around as he had to, and then he pressed the accelerator and finished. But please notice that the left front wheel angle doesn't really conform to the car body angle, because there is a certain slipping thing. But it is worthwhile noticing that Sergei Davidadze has never driven at such a speed as he does at this event. He won the event that was held at the Technical Sports Center in Moscow. This is the venue of our RDS Winter Cup, and the cars drove at gear 1 there. And yes, he didn't hit touch and go 6 for sure. And this is here are the penalties. In terms of the angle, it's not that bad. This is -8 and only 27 points for the style. And this makes a total of 67 points, which means that tomorrow he will still take part in top 32, and he can do some tandem practice tonight. This is not the fault of Sergei. This is about the technical aspect, and it happens sometimes. Sergei wasn't even driving when his car broke down. And right now we see the leader of the qualification. In his first attempt, he had 100 points. The uncompromised driver of Fresh Racing, representing the city of Krasnoyarsk, Toyota Supra A80, that used to be nicknamed Samurai, and now this nickname somehow faded. But most importantly, in the very first round, Damir Diatulin put the bar at the maximum height, 100 points. And now I simply wonder What's gonna happen in the second? Ah, yes, this is what happens. This is not good. This is absolutely not good, but it's great that he has got a result. It's bad that he doesn't have any power now. And this is a really... This is a red flag. But now let's look for positive sides. First of all, there are no tandem runs today. And even there, if there were, Damir Yaturin would not be taking part in them. And we see the driver's hand, which means that he requires towing. This is not a gear that is out, nothing like this. His car cannot move on its own. The gears can go off in various ways, because it can go out in such a way that it doesn't go in anymore. Because the... is that oil? Is it oil on the track? Yes, this looks like motor oil. But Damir noticed that at the right moment, because we could see him going on the wrong line as well. But yes, such things has happened, and it also has happened in the history of fresh racing. We remember Evgeny Losif at Agora Drive in a similar situation, and that was also the engine breakdown. Okay, but we've got... Still, the fresh racing still has some backup engines. I'm sure they can even do it until the tandem practice, because they've got one unwanted vehicle in their garage. But now let's take a little commercial break. And I wish fresh racing stay cheerful and happy, because Damir has already got you a title. We will be back soon.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
We're back, and now the towing has been over. It looks like nothing serious is needed to be done on the track. Damir did everything correct. There is a little white powder on the track because there's a little bit of oil. There was, but I think this is transmission, as I can suppose, because if it was engine, if it was the oil from the engine, it would have been much, much more. But what is interesting, our qualification is done with the familiarization run, even though today we had a warm-up in the morning. But in this situation, the drivers are given an opportunity to touch the track, and they can do it literally before every run. Usually we didn't see it, but now the situation is just worked in such a way that we saw the beginning of the familiarization run of Piotr Borodin. This is more about checking the conditions of the track. But if you need to familiarize yourself with the track over and over again, I can give you a little piece of advice. One famous racer, if he forgot the name of the person that he met, he would say, "Oh, look, I lost your phone number. Can you write it for me once again?" And he would recall the name as well. Now we don't have any 100% information if the car can be fixed, but knowing the experience of Rush Racing, I'm sure that they are totally aware of the situation, and I'm sure that they also use Tommy Kiley's vehicle as a backup car, especially in the situation when it's about the championship title. It is very, very important. And let me also remark that when the cars are declared as backup cars, they go through all the procedures like battle cars. I mean, technical scrutineering, they get admitted for racing, and I'm sure that all these procedures have been done by the team. But I've seen this car at the technical scrutineering, which means that everything is okay and there are options. It's so great to see our spectators. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Wave your hands at us if you see us. And there were some young men in the middle of the shot, and they were looking into their phones. Do you know why? Because they're subscribed to our social media and they're checking out what's gonna happen next. And let me tell you, at first we will see the second round of Piotr Borodin, then there will be group 4, then the juniors, then the autograph session, and then tandem practice. And we begin with point 1. Piotr Borodin, run 2. The first one was 96 points. He's on the 5th line of the rating at the moment. He's got to reinforce his position. I'm sure that the Master of Sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan is capable of doing that. He takes off at a crazy speed on the first hill. He takes touch and go 3. Here is the transition through touch and go 5 to touch and go 6. Yes, touch and go 6 cannot be avoided. And now the S15 begins climbing up and up and up to touch and go 7 and 8 in the last transition to touch and go 9. And look at this aggressive acceleration. Very good, brilliantly performed. Piotr Borodin chose the perfect moment to press the gas, and the car body didn't give a little start. He turned his car in a certain angle and then he maintained it. And he kept the position until the very finish. It was very spectacular. But the car body gave a little movement on the way from touch and go 7, touch and go 8. There was a microscopic steering wheel movement. You will see this moment right now. It is very hard to notice. Just a super little one, but he needed it to collect touch and go 8 in a confident manner. But this may not even be penalized, I don't know yet. But the only thing is about the no-go zone, the first one, and around touch and go 5. I suspect that the right rear wheel could be a little further away than it is supposed to be. He was exactly on the line with the left rear wheel. This Forward Racing S15 has seen things, but this is the legendary Forward Racing number 001, the very first one, the champion itself. And now this car was given to Piotr. Yeah, the shifted the steering wheel to the left side to make it more convenient for the champion of Kazakhstan, but he drives E92 in Kazakhstan, but never these cars have been left-handed. The S15s were only produced for the Japanese market, which is a little bit weird to me. But, well, who knows these marketologists? But 180 SX, which is 200 SX, and 240 SX and RPS 13 was released until 1998. So even Silvia's S15s were already released, but these were still the first generation. Then there was Silvia S14, and there was no hatchback anymore in the model line, and there is a little wobbling on the front axle of this vehicle. You can see that the wheels are giving a little movement, but it doesn't get in the way of Pyotr Borodin. There is a little vibration on the wheel, on the unloaded wheel, or the loaded wheel. Yes, on the loaded one, and this is the thing. So we are still waiting for the results, but this is going to be a high result, definitely. This is a very brave attempt, but everything can be ruined by the line. This is what I suspect. And in terms of the angle, there is also one little point that will be deducted. The judges are ready, and we will see the results of Pyotr Borodin. The first run was very good. It was 96 points, and now he needs to reinforce his position. In terms of the style, 1 point was peeled in sector 1, and the second there is one that is the correction before touching 08, and then one wheel outside, and this is 96. So once again, stability wins. Pyotr Borodin repeats his result, but he needed a little more to get 98, and we give the floor to Alisha, who will talk to Damir Idiatulin. My friends, this is the man who we all expected to buy 100 points from, and he was also prepared to hit 100 points once again. And here he is, the 100-point winner, Damir Idiatulin from Fresh Racing. Let us not discuss your first one, let's discuss the second. So what happened to you? My transmission broke down, like both drives broke down at the same time. But how is it even possible? When one is broken, there is the 100% of the load falls on the second, so it's pretty frequent. But I was ready to give another 100-point run because my familiarization runs were also kind of close to 100 points, and I was very self-confident, but the technical failure was the reason. Maybe the car simply gets tired of climbing uphill. Do you think that it's loaded more in this configuration? Yes, I think so, because the long reduction and also the switch after the inner TGE, which one is that, 5 or 6? It's hard, and it also requires a lot of power. But still, my friends, 100 points goes to Damir Idiatulin. He is the leader of the qualification. There's also Group 4. Let's see if his trainee, Timofey Kolobov, can also hit 100 points. So don't miss the qualification of the juniors. High five, go and fix your car. And we don't say goodbye. We will see him very soon. If Timofey Kolobov hits 100, it doesn't make any threat for Damir Idiatulin unless they also bet any money like Arkady Tseregradzev does. Here is Group 4, and it will be opened by the driver from Penza, Danilo Vorobyov, representing Lukoil Racing Drift Team on board his BMW LR1 Genesis. And Danilo told me, at last I enjoy my car. They kicked all the fleas out, so during the first part of the season he was not enjoying it. So now the first sector is underneath the wheels of this BMW, the first car built by Lukoil Racing Drift Team, and through the Chingo 4 to the second transition, and it was strangely smothered, and he also misses the touch and go. Now all the attention goes here on the sweeper. Yes, before that there were lots of technical problems that prevented Danila Vorobyov from doing so, and now look how well the car responds to the acceleration. No squats, no tilts, no other dances, just come, press and go. And getting back to my idea, when your car is one big technical problem, you do not enjoy your runs, but when your task is just to take this to the finish, and as soon as your vehicle becomes finally enjoyable, when your car is at its prime, when you find the right setups, and when you just work on the fine matters, as we just saw Danila Vorobyov doing, this is an absolutely different situation. The only thing that should be corrected is, first of all, not crossing the borders of the track, and the second thing is, yeah, the extended transition on the way to touch and go 6, so which made him miss touch and go 6. The car didn't slow down efficiently enough due to this smooth spin out, and this is why the car went on a wider line than required by the judges' assignment in terms of the line. That's it. But on the overall, the run is absolutely gorgeous, very awesome. But Danila Vorobyov has already demonstrated on board his E36 that such configurations are the best for him, that he loves them. And this configuration is very appealing to me because it has a very strong technical aspect. It doesn't mean that the technique of driving doesn't matter. It does, but there is a certain aspect that makes this configuration a universal polygon to check the technical aspect and the practical thing. There is a technical and dynamic part, which is sector 3. There is a slower part and the faster part. At first it's very fast, and then there is a transition, and after the transition it gets slower, then you have to press it and then do it, and there are lots and lots and lots of stuff going on at the same time. But there it requires a lot of precision in your actions within a very short distance and within a very short time. And if you confuse in between them, it all goes wrong. At last, we saw the other side of the grandstands. And this is something that doesn't look very well. You can see that sector 2 is compromised in terms of the angle, in terms of the style as well, because Danila Vorobyov was trying to bring his universe into order, and it influenced the speed, and there is a wheel outside. So altogether, he's got 24, 31, and 30, which makes a total of 85 points. Not bad for the first attempt, but still, the overall impression of the practice, and also this attempt as well, was not an 85 points. And 85 points is the 18th position in the rating. Just for a second, here's a paradoxic situation. The air is 19.8 degrees centigrade and the asphalt is cooler because of the wind. Vladislav Popov, who has been on the top of the qualification rating twice, and once he did it here, this configuration on his rookie year. And now here is his qualification attempt number 1, the transition number 1, touch and go number 3, and with a little tour outside the track. And we haven't seen anyone missing touch and go 4, and here it really looked like that. And I have no doubt about TG6. Okay, at least now it's important to get any result to the finish and prepare for the run number 2. And now Vladislav Popov is definitely out of the right phase. Oh, that was on the edge of an unchaseable run. This is something that we do not approve of. We always feel concerned when we see things like that, because once again, we've been speaking about the young generation. Yes, they are young, but they've been young for quite a while in RTSGP, and we expect quite a lot from the Popov brothers as well as their leader. This is the 27th event in the career of Vladislav Popov and Ilya Popov as well. So slowly, step by step, they gain this experience. So what was the situation like? From the very beginning, it didn't work out right. Maybe he played too much with the speed, perhaps. At the beginning, he lost some wheels outside, and there was very insecure pressing the accelerator. Then he had one rear wheel outside, and he got in the no-go zone as a consequence. Then touch and go 4. Yes, he wasn't very attentive with it, and then later, according to the list, it's easier to say what he did right in this attempt than to list all the mistakes that he made on the way. Unfortunately, we perfectly know that Vladislav Popov has got one qualification victory, and he does have it for a reason. At the end of the run-in, Idiaturin has got 127, Popov 135. So this is not really cool when the dosage is exceeded. Before touching 06, there's also a speed peak. Damir had 101 kilometers per hour. Vladislav has got 110. So this is what takes us by, touching 06. Then the takeoff is very impressive for sure. 144 at the peak. Damir had less, slightly less, but how much less? 141 kilometers per hour. But Vladislav was gaining speed at a crazy pace. I just bow with respect. But the main thing is the finishing speed there. The difference with Damir was around 20 kilometers per hour. There is also a crazy correction and then the angle fluctuation, and it was all at the edge of an unchaseable run. I just hope that it is not. In terms of the line, it is something crazy, and these vibrations are not required at all. I don't really think that Vladislav Popov is very prone to vibrating, but it's always better to have any result because everyone has nerves, but people can react to these nerves in different ways. And moreover, I just think that Anton Kozlov is the only one who doesn't have nerves, even though there are lots of people who would be ready to dispute with me. He's got 7 points for the line only, 26 for the angle and 25 for the style. It makes a total of 58 points, and at the moment this is 22nd place in the qualification, just like his sequential number. This is definitely not the result that Vladislav Popov has been striving for, but he has got another run to do to correct the situation. And now here comes the main candidate for the championship title, the main rival, because even though Tommy Kiley is missing the event, he is still the winner, and he's a teammate of Sergei Kuznetsov, and this is a Supra A80 that is running on the 125 meters of run-in. Sergei Kuznetsov, as I remind you, opened the season with a qualification victory, and he hasn't won a single event yet. Here's transition number 1 that doesn't look like a qualification victory yet, but this is just the beginning. Here Kuznetsov wakes up and collects touching 06 after a beautifully performed transition, and then to touching 07. He's going there and there and there to touching 08. And this is the last transition once again. And I think that this is kind of a savvy run. We've seen him doing much more aggressive ones. But once again, this is still a productive run. And this is a result that is going to be quite good. I wouldn't say that this is a by-run zone run, but it could be. And I remind you that to get into the by-run zone, you've got to have a 95+ result, because 95 points is the result of Ilya Popov, and he's on the 6th line of the rating. As far as the last transition is concerned, there is an interesting technique that was applied by Sergei Kuznetsov. We're about to see it right now. He begins transition with an acceleration, then with a brake he spins the car around the front axis, and then he makes a correction with the steering wheel, which he brilliantly performed. But honestly speaking, I have seen Sergei Kuznetsov doing some better runs. I wouldn't say this is a bad one. This is also a very strong, high-quality qualification run, but I'm totally convinced that Sergei Kuznetsov can do it more carefully, more precisely, and with more dynamic transitions. And I know that Sergei Kuznetsov was just trying to stay cautious in the first run, and in run 2 we will see him unleash his inner beast, and he will do it more dynamic, more risky. I just think he was trying to collect all the TGs, and this is the kind of mission that he fulfilled. He's got 30 out of 30 for the line, and he tried not to play too much with the angles, not to make extra corrections, to stay cautious and to stay on the safe side. So this is just like an average sort of run. He didn't try to outplay anything, and the last transition was made far too late, if I believe the diagrams. but the speed was less, so maybe the system compared him to Damir, and this is why the system showed the data that is not really true. But it's very confident, it's very convenient to compare him with Damir because the vehicles are almost identical. So I think that this comparison is pretty relevant because it is all about the driving and about the setups and also the smoke. The setups, by the way, can be different. Sergei Kuznetsov likes a very long reduction, and I remember that his teammates would hit his hands when he drove a flanker, so that he stops putting 300 kilometers per hour of wheel speed. And this is the boy who survived. I mean, his mechanics are real heroes. Mikhail Davidians, yesterday, by the end of the practice session, Mikhail Davidians, in around touch and go 6, went full throttle, pressed the accelerator, and at that moment, his drive shaft was broken. The drive shaft went up, then it spinned its entire structure around together with the reductor, and the reductor became a tip of that hammer, or you know, that of that rocket ball, and it simply tore off the entire transmission box with the part of the engine block, and also breaking the transmission tunnel. So it was a huge catastrophe. So this run was pretty solid. I predicted that it would be a positive result, but my expectations were even higher. This is not the buy-run zone. 30, 32, 32, this is 94, which is not enough for the buy-run zone at the moment. He's on the 8th line of the rating, and this is not the end yet, because those who don't go to the buy-run zone are the majority. But this is a very important psychological basis. Mikhail Davidians this season qualified on the 4th place at one of the events. He hasn't been that high, and I like this anchor, but in the Christian tradition, an anchor symbolizes hope. And I hope that this car doesn't do anything like this to Mikhail Davidians. And now he's in sector 1, the first transition, and touch and go 3, and this is quite a good pace considering all the adventures the car has been through. Now he goes full throttle, and through touch and go 6, he goes on this super long 300-meter long sweeper, keeps on eating the touch and goes one after another, and this is the finish. Yes, so now he has qualified. He's definitely in top 32, but there will be replays and there will be the judges' scores, and we don't mind, as I can feel it. This is something around 80s, or probably a little bit less than 80 points, but most importantly, the car managed to get to the finish, because Mikhail Davidians was really worried about this. He collected touch and go 6, ignored touch and go 7, and that's okay. In fact, the last transition and then the double braking that we have seen before, and then he pressed the accelerator far too late. But that's also okay in this given situation, considering all the circumstances that Mikhail Davidian survived through yesterday. I was 90% sure that he is not going anywhere at all. Mikhail also said that yesterday, and he wrote it on his social media, especially considering the resources and the environment that he has got here, how much resource he has got in stock. We were all sure that he wouldn't make it, but the fact that he is now on the track is not a miracle, but this is something very close to a miracle. There are 7 wonders of the world, and they were made with human hands. So this is the 8th wonder, which is the resurrection of this BMW, because this drive shaft could literally cut the vehicle in halves. But well, the car managed to weld it back together and to cover some of the holes with gray colored adhesive tape. The sun has come out. Now I can see the spectators better. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for coming, and thank you for watching the solo runs as well. I'm also happy to see so many people in t-shirts. It means that it's warm enough. But this is a typical Moscow autumn. Someone is wearing a t-shirt, someone is wearing a jacket, someone is sitting in a blanket. Someone can be even sitting topless. Oh, wow, this is good for this situation. I just don't like this TG7, but there's only 2-point penalty for one wheel, and the third sector was compromised in terms of the angle and the style. We've seen it, and the last transition wasn't super sharp. But taking everything set above into account, it is simply perfect, and it is 88 points for the first run. This is the 16th place. And we've got 2 more drivers who haven't had their first runs yet, and this is one of them. Denis Migal, he is the founder of Fresh Racing Team, the driver who upon his own initiative in 2021 didn't even join the team because there was the restriction in the number of drivers. Back then it was 3 people, now it's 4. And in the year 2022, Denis said, I want to go as well. And the team was like, okay, Denis will be driving. And he stably makes his contribution to the account of the team. And Yuri dynamic sensor is being connected, so we could know more about what is happening on the track. Yes, his best position is 2, but he was really close to the victory. But that was that little handbrake that ruined it all. That caused a penalty. Okay, let's go. Denis Migal on his first qualification run, 125 meters of run in, the counter shift, the initiation, and here touch and goes number 1. And absolutely no doubts. Touch and go 3 also collected brilliantly, and here's the key moment of the sports section of the track. And then we will see the replays, and we will see what happened in touch and go 5, and now touch and go 7 is taken by Denis. And here's a question: if the right rear wheel has strolled out the borders of the track. And now there are some doubts about 9/1, but there is no doubt that Denis has got a ticket to top 32. There are very little doubt that Denis Migal hits 9/1. But as far as the sequence of going to the start is concerned, it's very symbolic that Georgy Chevchan is coming next, because last year in the heat of Denis Migal and Georgy Chevchan, a lot was decided in terms of the team's competition. That was top 8, and through one more time, Georgy Chevchan finally defeated the leader of Fresh Racing. As far as the run is concerned, he just needs to collect 9/1 in the second run, and then it will be just a brilliant kind of performance. He can also add some more aggression in Sector 1. This is what I feel, and we will see it once again on replay. But generally, this run makes a very positive Damir-like impression, because on the outside it looked pretty precise, but at the same time dynamic enough. We're still waiting for the drift dynamics results of Denis Migal. Even though we saw ourselves that the drift dynamics box was being connected, the data still hasn't arrived, so we don't have the data yet, which is a pity. But for the driver, it can be good news, because if there are no precise data, everything is interpreted in favor of the driver. Okay, so this was a good deceleration zone as well, of course, if you don't take the 9/1 into account. But many people do the transition far too late. This is why they miss it. But it is very easy to make it too late, because there is the entire space opening in front of you. He was aiming at it, and he pressed the pedal on time. So in this sense, the third sector was performed very well by Denis Migal. But the good news is that 9/1 is only 2 points. And here is that penalty. And look how well it looks in terms of the angle, in terms of the style. 2 points here, 2.5 points there, but -6 for the line. And this is all a little demotivating. Okay, 24, 32, and 5, and 33, which makes a total of 89.5. And this is the 13th line of the rating, but he's got another run to do. That's right. Who else haven't we seen yet? This guy, who 1 year ago here on his 100th event got his 20th victory in the personal competition. This is the 74th event in the career of Georgi Chevchan, and he goes on his first run. He is the last in the list. Last but not least, as we say. And now here's transition number 1, which is very good dynamics. We didn't expect anything else here. Here I'm really interested because during the practice session it didn't always work right. But look how close he is to the no-go zone, and then whoa, whoa, whoa! He doesn't take touch and go number 7, and it looks like he doesn't take touch and go 8 as well. And now towards the finish he runs, and the 2 valuable clipping zones or touch and goes are missed by Georgi Chevchan. And the reason for not hitting touch and go 7, touch and go 8 is in touch and go 6, no matter how weird it sounds. And now I would like to draw your attention to what actually happened there. A sharp transition, which is okay, and then he goes full throttle too early and has to use the left foot to slow down. He slows down the entire vehicle and he has no enough inertia to push his car forward. If he adds angle, he shifts to the left and then he finds himself outside the track. And around touch and go number 9, he didn't do it. He didn't add more angle to catch touch and go 8, and this is why sector number 2 is not only the longest, but we'll see that it is also the most difficult one, because there is a deceleration, there is an acceleration. There's a very difficult transition when you need this additional impulse for a sharp transition. And this is why you've got to be extremely precise with the pedals in order to spin your car around and to maintain the speed and at the same time to stabilize it on time. So what happened in sector 3 is just a song, it's just a poem, but the teammates have already set up this trend, and Gosha of course couldn't stand aside, so we are still waiting for the score. The line is definitely compromised by at least 8 points, so there are no questions about the borders of the track. But as far as the 2 valuable touch and goes are concerned, there is one big question. This is not even a question, this is not a question anymore. There are regrets. The answers came long before the questions were even formulated. There are lots of regrets about these touch and goes, but on the other hand, you can clearly see what you've got to do next time. There's just a millisecond later you press the accelerator, and then he would definitely hit touch and go 6, and he wouldn't have to use his foot brake to slow down and not to get into the no-go zone. This is why he had to use the foot brake. This is the only little thing that held him back, that broke his entire performance, that could be worth 100 points. But once again, the good news is that it's all clear what to do next, what to do in order to do everything correctly in run 2, at least in terms of the line. So now we're still waiting for the score, and ahead we've got another series of runs that will be the last for... what is that? Just take these 2 clips and it will be almost 100 points. And this 1 point for the style is the slow down touch and go 6, because you could see the speed fall at that moment, and this is why he failed to reach touch and goes 7 and 8. So this is a total of 91 points for ignoring 2 control points. This is how much Georgi Chevchan has lost. At the moment he is on the 12th position. He is immediately after Arkady Tseregratsev. What if they hit each other in top 32? That would be great. It would be El Clasico at the very first round of the tandem runs. Now, Danilo Vorobyov, Lukoil Racing 15, he had 85 points in the first run. The first run absolutely didn't match the ambition and the quality of the tandem that Danilo Vorobyov has got with his car. He's got to correct it, and the first sector is performed quite well by Danilo Vorobyov. But all the problems were around here, and here he already looks better. There's still a question about the Tachingo 5, but now one wheel is definitely wandering in this prohibited zone. But in the meanwhile, he's in sector 3 already, and there is a finish. I guess this run is better. It's much better. I would say that this is a 90-something kind of thing. 85 was the first result, and once again, he crosses the borders of the track. It looks like the drivers are not aware of violating the track borders. Maybe they got used to this sort of line and they just cannot do it in a different way. The left front wheel, which is blocked, is definitely unloaded, but it still means that using the left foot brake is usually done to load the front axle to bring more grip to the front axle, to make the car better controllable. But if you overplay with it, your car slows down because the rear wheels are skidding and you cannot stop the car that is running forward but skidding. It is harder than doing it to the car that's just running straight, because here's why one wheel is outside the track, and let's see Tachingo number 5 one more time. Therefore, the left foot brake makes a great impact on the dynamics of the vehicle. It is not forbidden as an element. You just keep it moderate. Make sure it doesn't ruin it. Just don't get caught. Make sure your speed doesn't fall, that you don't have this speed fall, speed drop. Keep it linear. All the lines must be still straight without any visible peaks or drops. There always will be a peak because there is an acceleration and there is deceleration. This is still, there is a summit, but it can have different angles, different tilting angles. You can draw a needle or you can draw a little bump. So there are different shapes. So the linear nature in terms of the style is critical, and also in terms of the angle. Any correction can cost you from half a point to a point. So the speed in Tachingo 5 was far too high, and this is why he couldn't figure out what to do with it. Plus 13 kilometers per hour compared to Demir is not good. But once again, he spinned around pretty actively. So let's see, -3 for this left foot brake in sector 2. Then in terms of the angle, there are some little minor corrections. So he gets 1 point deduction twice and 2 wheels outside, which is -4, but this is still a good result. So this looks better than he had before. So now it's 91. And what happens to Danilo Vorobyov? He's on the 12th place this far because Goja hasn't had his second run. He just repeated the performance of Georgy Chevchan. Now Vladislav Popov, the driver who totally demotivated himself, who confused himself with his previous performance. Now he's got to bring himself to the right order. The Z number 11 goes on its run in, and these 125 meters fly by really quickly. Now it's time to release the handbrake and press the acceleration. Now this is a very complicated clip, a very beautiful curve through Tachingo 4 and Tachingo 5. Here there is a trip outside once again, but he collects TG6 very well and collects TG7, but no, he rounds up the line earlier than required. But once again, sector 3 looks much more articulated than in the previous run. So now let's compare them. I've got 3 words after the 2 runs of Vlad Popov, which is too much grip. These are the 3 words that describe it all. This is what does this out of Vladislav's runs, because from 3 to 4 he was running with the left foot brake pressed instead of maintaining the acceleration. Instead of keeping the car under control, he presses the foot brake, and the situation TG8 is caused by the fact that he didn't reduce the angle as he ran and the sweeper, but he left the angle the same, but the car pushed away from TG8. this is the feeling that I had. It looked like the left front wheel didn't have anywhere to go, but the grip took its toll. And it looks like this is a regular problem of System Electric Regime Motorsport. At the same time, he was running at a speed higher than that of Damir because the grip was excessive. This is why he had his ducktail taken off, because the ducktail is designed for drifting runs. It is designed for a certain angle when your car is turned 45 degrees towards the direction of the movement. And I think that it works from about 80 kilometers per hour. The aerodynamics gets into action. And when it's 130 kilometers per hour, the rear axle is pressed to the ground by the ducktail and the grip gets stronger. And this is the overspeeding. I'm sorry for using this word. Yes, you heard it go. But yes, there was far too much in Touch and Go 5, and because the transition was really sharp, but at the same time he failed to stay within the borders of the track. Just to compare, Damir had 94, Vladislav Popov had 108 kilometers per hour. Touch and Go 8, yes, -4, -2 for the wheels. Check out the angle and the style. It is all crystal clear at the beginning, so this is the potential 97 points, but they were sacrificed to the grip. So this is 91, a very popular number, and this is rank 13. It's very likely to be 14th because his second run is 58. Danilo Vorobyov had 85, and Georgy Chivchan hasn't got a second run yet. So in this trio, Vladislav Popov is very likely to be the third, but he managed to find a place between Danilo Vorobyov and Georgy Chivchan. Now it all depends on Georgy Chivchan because he's the only one who has got one more run to do. Now Sergei Kuznetsov on his second run. The first one was not bad, but we know it could be better. We expect him to improve his performance. Yes, I know we're a little spoiled with the success of Sergei this season. And look at the super long first sector. And no, press it, press it, press it, press it. This is the Fury pill that came into action. Yes, now he reduces the angle and now he collects TG8. And the last transition. What is that? Please, God, if you are there, make Drift Dynamics work. Please, 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 oh, please. But first of all, the very first thing, I thank Sergei for this attempt. Because we've been really bored, and now this is something incredible. This is super aggressive and gorgeous. And now, secondly, let's get back to the reality. Most likely, Sergei Kuznetsov will be penalized for the Touch and Go number 6 because the angle was incredible. It was 86 degrees, yes. Moreover, this is very obvious left foot brake. We can see this speed drop compared to the performance of Damir Diatuli, and this is a 9 kilometers per hour difference. That is far too much. It all makes sense when you exchange your angle for speed. This is the direct dependence. No one has defied the laws of physics. The only way of avoiding such a speed drop, you've got to have a much higher speed before. Your speed will still drop, but you will remain within the borders of decency. But this is such a surprise for the chaser because there's a super fast speed drop and it can cause lots of troubles. And the last transition, indeed, what was that? Drift Dynamics said bye-bye at that moment. It said it couldn't take it anymore. But before it went off, for a very short period, it showed 80 degrees. And this is really strong. This is heavy, for sure. But it looks like at this spot, 80 should be the end. So let's say it was around 80 degrees. Mikhail Davidians is the next, but we're still waiting for the score of Sergei Kuznetsov with our heart stopping. We will check if our judges have the soul. The line judge definitely does have soul, but it doesn't really change anything. But the other criteria will be compromised, but this spectacularity was top. But you know, spectacularity and efficiency are the things that do not always go together. This is a fun gravel trap. Who is it for? I've been always asking myself. That triangle and that little strip. I just think that they were too lazy to plant the grass out there. Oh, what is that? -8. What for? Come on. This is TG6. Yes, this is the speed drop. So this is half a score of Sector 2. Oh, God, you are merciless people. This is 84 points. And after 94, and also I want to thank Sergei Kuznetsov on behalf of all the fans and all the audience for this 87 degrees in touch and go 6. That was amazing. Mikhail Davidians and his second run, he had 88 points for round 1, and guess what place that is? 20th. That is something crazy. Okay, the light goes green, let's go. Mikhail Davidians is going on his second run. For a while I couldn't hear the engine, but now everything has woken up. Everything works, and Mikhail at a very good pace, even though he uses a little bit of foot brake, but still he collects touch and go 3. Then the transition is not super sharp, but whoa, he misses touch and go 6, unfortunately. Then there is a large sweeper and the car pushes inward. The sun has done its job and the asphalt has warmed up, and Mikhail has also warmed up and he finishes this qualification. He has completed his solo runs, and we expect Mikhail Davidians tomorrow in top 32. I wonder how much track time he has got tonight. And I can't wait to see the video of Mikhail Davidians from this event. By the way, speaking about videos and about other digital entertainment stuff, don't forget to subscribe to the social media of Russian Drift series. You can find us on absolutely all social media. We've got channels and all the messengers, including Telegram. There you can find all the latest information. If you are here and there are any changes in the schedule, you will be the first to learn if you are subscribed to our channel. And of course, lots of exclusive stuff you can find here. Don't forget that we also have various videos starting from the event highlights, qualification highlights, and of course RDS Insight by Alisha, that I'm sure she is now filming, asking questions to the drivers, and they give answers, and she puts it together in a very beautiful and entertaining content. I don't think that it's going to be better than 88 points. I don't think that it is anything around 88, because just because the style is the same as the maximum for the line, if you know what I mean. We all know what it is. Top 6 is now Damir Diatulin, 100 points, Ravan Tivadar, 99 points, Anton Kozlov, 98 points, Andrei Astapov, 96.5, so there is a gap. Pyotr Borodin, 96, and Ilya Popov, 95. So this is the buy-run zone at the moment. And breaking into this line is hard, but there are two candidates, Denis Migal and Georgy Chevchan. These are the two drivers who still haven't done their second runs. And this is not theoretical speaking, but they do have the chance, considering the level of their skills that are doubtless. Any driver can find himself in the buy-run zone by doing a 95+ performance, and considering the stability of the judges' assignment at this configuration, it looks like it is more than possible. Touch and go 3, miss. Touch and go 6, miss. In terms of the angle, -2 in sector 1, and a little bit of deduction for the style in all the 3 sectors, and it makes a total of 23, 32.5, and 30, which is 85.5. Okay, that is close to the best result, but still this is not what he wanted to get. He is on the 20th place. And now, in the meanwhile, we've got Denis Migal. 89.5 was his first run result, which is the 16th line of the rating. And naturally, a lot of hopes about improving the performance. We remember what went wrong, and we wish that Denis analyzes everything and corrects all the mistakes. And now the run in sector 1, the initiation, and let's go. With a little space from the white line, touch and go 4, and the transition number 2 through the curb line, and then he collects touch and go 6, and he gets to the super long line. Touch and go 7, touch and go 8 is collected doubtlessly, and here is the last transition. Touch and goes 9, and looks like he takes them both on the finish. Now we proceed to the analysis and wait for the judges' decisions. Let's begin with the comparison. In terms of the run-in speed, the two runs are very similar to each other. Everything is comparable. In the second run, he is running a little bit faster. We will check out the touch and goes later. In touch and go 5, it looks like one wheel slips out from the track, but this is all doesn't mean, it all doesn't mean that he is not in the by-run zone. He still has a chance. And here, in terms of the line, there will be another penalty in run 2, unfortunately, because he presses the accelerator, then lets it go, and then presses it again. Unfortunately, it looks like he didn't feel that the car was 100% stable. He touched the line, but something similar was performed by Georgi Chevchan in around touch and go 6, and back then he wasn't penalized, but touch and go 5, somewhere around, he did cross the white line in a quite articulated manner. And once again, we see, what do we see? In around touch and go 5, it doesn't look really clear, but there is a 2-point penalty out there. Yeah, and there is just a couple of centimeters as usual, but I'm telling you, this is not crossing the line. This is a line curve. The drift box is still quiet. So, okay, such things also happen, but it doesn't hold the judges back from evaluating the second run of Denis. And we still greet you, our dear spectators. We've got a very long program. First of all, there's another run of the juniors, then 2 heats, then the autograph session, and then we've got 2 heats of the juniors, and then the tandem practice of the GP drivers. And the juniors can practice as well, and they will last until 6 p.m. and 10 minutes. And for all those who are at the stand, they can watch until 7 p.m. You are free to stay. And we would like to take the pill of the judges' decisions. I'm sure that Denis is also prepared. And now let's enjoy the view of all these structures that hold the ducktail on Gosha Z. I think that this pill may not be that bitter, because the first result was 89.5. But this pill was sweet only once, but then there was the bitter pill of a 0 score. But I'm sure that the second round result will be better than the first, I have no doubt, because I've already taken a little peek. Okay, so in terms of the points angle, sector 1 minus half a point, sector 2 minus 1, style minus 1 in sector 1, minus 1 in sector 3, a penalty for the wheels, and we've got 28, 33.5 and 33, which is a total of 94.5, which is still not enough. This is the 2 points that held Denis back from joining the by-run zone, because the borders of the track are the same for everyone. He is the 7th. Okay, the last qualification run is about to begin. This is the last solo run of RTS GP 2026, the VTB final. And this is Georgi Chevchan, who knows where to get the 8 missing points. Gocha is going to get his score, the second and the last attempt. And he's dancing on the white line through touch and go 4. And here, even making the transition a little late, he still takes touch and go 6. And now it's time to widen out the line just a little bit compared to run 1. And he does it brilliantly. And now he collects touch and go 9 and presses the accelerator. And yes. Okay, so this time Gocha made the transition from TG4 to TG5 a little bit more cautiously, and this is why he approached the end of the deceleration zone in a more controlled manner. He went full throttle a little later, and he finally pushed himself in the TG. Let me tell you what happened yesterday. Let me inform everyone. All the tandem runs of the juniors will take place tomorrow, because tomorrow is the tandem run day. This is what we need to remember. Today at 5:10 p.m. we begin the tandem practice. So we will show it on air for an hour. Nothing really can cause any delays this far. And as far as the live studio is concerned, we may have some guests in the studio, and the spectators here at the grandstands can stay until 7:15 p.m. We say it out loud so that we all live through these moments until we see the score for the second run of Georgi Chevchan. As far as the line is concerned, there is no suspense. It's 30 out of 30, but this is all about the fact that if this is 100, then Gocha is the winner, because Damir doesn't have the second attempt. And Gocha has got 91 for the first run, missing 2 control points. So that was the potential 99 points, and 1 point penalty was given for correcting his own inaccuracy, for correcting his own flaw. And here Gocha decided to show more control, and just look how actively everything is running around, everything is spinning around, but only where required. Yes, like this. This is what he decided to do. And just look at this vibration on the steering wheel. There's a lot of wobbling. But by the movement of the car body that we see from any angle, any shot, even in the overall shot on the zoom out, you see that it doesn't make any problems. For Gocha, it doesn't really affect the angles, but I know that it doesn't give the driver a lot of comfort. For example, Danilo Vorobyov had a lot of wobbling like that. I loved the way he took TG6. It was just brilliant. He cut it in halves, and it was also so dynamic. So. I'm still looking for some interesting hats at the grandstands. Maybe the spectators are holding them for tomorrow. Okay, so please prepare your posters, prepare costumes and hats and whatever else you can think of. Express yourselves, and then you will definitely see yourself on the videos, and you will be able to post it online. And we can also do this because we are now on air. You can see us on the screen. We can post it in our social media. And by the way, tomorrow we expect no rain. Yes, and this is all because of you, for sure. And thanks to our judges, we have the score at last. Let's get back to our panorama view. What is that? What is this one single thing sticking out? What's this -1 for the angle in sector 2? Come on. And this is 99 points. And this is the third place, because Hermann Tilke had 92 points in the other run. But still, Takayama Forward Auto has got 2 drivers in top 3. And 3 drivers of Takayama Forward Auto are in the by-run zone. But still, congratulations to Fresh Racing on the championship title of the season 2026. Thanks to the 100 points of Damir, this is enough for them 22 points goes to Fresh Racing for the qualification victory, and this 22 points go to the team's account, and they need only 19 to win. Only one run of Damir was enough to fulfill this goal. I don't want to offend the other drivers, but Damir did what he had to do. This is the second run of the juniors, together with Timofey Kolobov and his Skyline. It's so great to see a Skyline. I love them so much. We haven't seen them for quite a while in Russian Drift Series Grand Prix, but thanks to the Young Talent Support Program, IMOL Junior, we have the pleasure and we watch the tour outside the track that Timofey Kolobov does, and you see that the color is shining bright and the livery beautifully reflects the sun rays, and it is all covered with the smoke coming from underneath the tires, and we hardly noticed touch and go 8 that was ignored by Timofey Kolobov, but I know that the judges see it all very well, and everything will be appropriately evaluated. My dear friends, the autograph session is about to begin. It will take place at the pit lane, where you can get through from the drift taxi side. If for any reason you don't go to the autograph session, you are all welcome to the brand zone of VTB at the service park. They do the Pimp My Ride show, showing you how to make a supercar out of a regular vehicle. You can win 300 liters of fuel, and I think that I won't go to the autograph session because I want the fuel more. But what kind of fuel is it gonna be? Is it gonna be diesel, or can you choose? I want some aviation kerosene or whatever. Because who knows what kind of a machine I've got, if you know what I mean. One wheel is outside. Yes, this is what happened. But they say that kerosene is also not that easy to buy. It's a deficit. Okay, whatever. Let's keep the kerosene aside. And something is telling me that there is no improvement, because I can see -6 already, because TG8 is missed and one wheel is outside, which already makes 94. And 94 is less than 96 that he has already got. I'm very good at arithmetics today, aren't I? Yes, -10, this is 90 sharp. When I say, this is for every point. 22, 34 and 34. The angle and the style was good, but the line let him down. It could have been 98, but, well, it didn't happen. Now Timofey Kolobov still remains on line 1, but he's got 2 more opponents who have to say their word. He was the first after the first round. Luka Migal had 91 points, just like Georgi Chivchan, by the way. Does it mean he's gonna get 99 now? I hope so. We will find it out very soon. But did Denis make any bet with his son? I will ask him during the autograph session. It doesn't matter anymore. What really matters is what happens in the second run. This is the Bumblebee number 67. This is the Bumblebee 2.0. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. This is the improved and upgraded Bumblebee. When I look at the cars through a camera, it's very hard to assess the speed. Sometimes it looks like they're running very slow, but it's not true. Very good sector 1, and then he also collects touch and go 5, but he doesn't take touch and go 6. And the counter light makes it so beautiful. It's so great to see the sun coming out. It's 4 p.m. Moscow time, and now the sun is about to go down. It makes this picture totally exciting, which I cannot say about the line in sectors 2 and 3. Yes, our judges do not bite, but they hurt you in another way. Everything started off very well in sectors 1 and 2 until touch and go 6. Then there was touch and go 8, and then in around touch and go 9 there was a wheel outside as well, which means that in the perfect situation it will be something around 90 points like Timofey Kolobov, but there are also some angle inaccuracies due to which he failed to hit touch and go 8. But let's begin with the fact that this is apart from Igora Drive, is the most dynamic, the most demanding, and the most complicated configuration. ADM Raceway is not easy either. The Red Ring is also pretty challenging. We don't have any easy configurations. There are some common ones, some traditional ones like the N Ring, but it is not easy as well. Moreover, every year judges manage to find something new there, like that thing by the grandstands, and this is why it makes it so exciting to survive until the end of September, because wow, my friends, the N-Ring for the first time in its history will host the super final of Russian Drift Series, the Russian Drift Cup. It will be held for the third time, and yes, unfortunately this year, due to the circumstances, we had to move it from Rostov to Nizhny Novgorod. Ideologically, it would be really cool that the drivers from two series meet at a parking lot, not on an autodrome, because first of all, the Grand Prix drivers didn't have so much opportunities to run on such configurations. They can only do it at RDS Open, but now this is going to be an autodrome. I wonder which direction that would be. I think that should be a reverse. But this is not an official statement. Please do not listen to me. No one has made an official declaration. This is just what my logic is saying. We haven't had a reverse configuration for years, and even though I don't like it too much, I heard many drivers say that this is very, very interesting. There's a very spectacular initiation, beautiful 180 spin, then the beautiful downhill run, which works so well in the reverse direction. They read me an entire lecture telling me how he stabilizes his car before that spin. That was fantastic. It was so exciting to listen to him. Yes, as I told you, this is -10 for the line, and also there are some deduction for the angle and the style, which is 87.5. For the second time, the line lets him down. Maybe this is because the sun is down, because you don't see the lines on the asphalt very well. It can blind you, and Luca Migal is not using a visor, and the visor is clear, and the clear visor, even if it's a little scratched, it's even worse because you don't see anything. It's worse than having no visor at all, because you see only those little scratches on the visor. Okay, so here is a chance for Stepan Popov to change the situation, to break in this game, to rise one line higher. On the other hand, there's only one place, and that is place 1, and it could give him a trophy, so why not? So he's got to make it better than 96 points. I don't see Valera, by the way. He was at the festival, but he's not here today. Valera is a spider, a local resident, and he loved watching us. But there are so many flies. This is the food of Valera, I guess. Where is he? Could he go on a business trip? Oh, wow, look at this. Very spectacular work in Sector 1. Touch and go 3 towards touch and go 4. No, oh, come on, no. He still goes outside the line. But there's quite a lot of angle in touch and go 6. And this is a very beautiful sweeper, very long and smooth. So touch and go 7 and 8 and both 9s, and without even losing the speed. Of the visible penalties, I can see the wheels outside the track, and that is possibly all. I do not see what else could be penalized here. What else? Now the judges will say their word about this run, and their work for together will be over. But I think they will have to think really hard. By the way, if you think that the juniors look a little lazy, this is kind of a practice for them. I remind you that on the overall, the significance of this qualification is not very large for the juniors. Yes, of course they want to stand at the podium with the prize in their hands, but it doesn't really change anything for them, because anyway, everyone will race with everyone, but choosing the lane doesn't really matter that much. But let us not forget that the boot camp, unlike the competition, is still 3 days and 3 competitions. We just don't show you the theoretical part. The qualification is a separate competition, and the tandem runs are a separate competition. In winter, they had one theoretic exam, and that was a separate competition. Or maybe they can do them on a regular basis, because us as judges have to listen to the theoretical seminars and they have to be tested, and the drivers also do the same. This is a must-have. And before that, also the official representatives also had to write some tests. That could be very good for everyone to know the theoretical basis, because this is very good for a representative to know the theory well, to know the regulations, right? And here is the result. No. The second sector is compromised, but no, everything just broke, because this looks like some obsolete data, because we're now watching the chat. He's got maximum for the angle and for the style. I'm sorry, for the era of the digital system. Yes, this is the right one, and this takes us to the result of 98 points. And Stepan Popov wins. He will be standing on the podium, and tomorrow he will change the lane. Yes. Congratulations, that was a perfect run, very good. Acceleration all the way from touch and go 6 towards the finish. That was simply amazing. My friends, congratulations to Stepan Popov on the victory in the qualification round. Arseniy Tseregratsev won the qualification with 98 points. I would be interested in seeing the competition. Congratulations to Fresh Racing on the victory in the qualification and the season on the overall. The 15th victory for Damir in his, the 15th qualification victory in Damir's career out of 62 events. Now we go on a break for the autograph session. You will watch the highlights of RDS Open. Everyone is invited to the autograph session. I remind you that you can get to the hot pit through the Drift Taxi location, and we will get back to you for the tandem practice at 5:10 p.m. And let's take a look at the qualifying results. 199, 99, 98. How beautiful. Piotr Borodin rounds up the top 6. Andrei Astapov, 5th position. The next is Anton Kozlov, Georgy Chevchanov, the 3rd place, Roman Tivadar, and Damir Yatulin is the winner. He is the first for the 15th time. Out of the champion candidates, only Anton Kozlov misses top 32 stage. His opponent, his main opponent, Sergei Kuznetsov, is on line 10, Arkady Tseregratsev is on line 13. And both drivers tomorrow will begin their journey with top 32, the first round of the tandem runs. I don't want to hint on anything, but don't miss it, because every battle will be critical in this or that extent. So everyone is welcome tomorrow, and today we've got the tandem practice at 5:10 p.m. And now we'll see who we can invite to the studio for that hour, and that we always try to make as spectacular and as educating as possible. So see you soon. And you stay and listen to the highlights of the RDS Open, and we will be back in an hour. Greetings to all the Drift fans, and here we present the highlights of the 5th event of the RDS Open Championship, for the first time held in the Republic of Belarus within the framework of the Open Race Minsk Festival. This was an international festival, and therefore there were 21 drivers from Russia, Belarus and Japan who came to the start of the event. Unfortunately, not all of them managed to make it to the start of the qualification. Unfortunately, Alexei Manchukevich back on Friday had a problem with his vehicle, and the team didn't manage to fix it. The judges' assignment is 681 meters of the scored section and 10 control points. Each goes from 2 to 4 points. And now let's proceed to the winner of the qualification round. That was Ivan Palmin from St. Petersburg, representing the team of Carville Racing. He decided to join the Open Championship on board his Supra A90, and you see how confident he begins his first attempt, collecting all the control points, running through the deceleration zone, which there are 2 of them within the squared section of the track. Touch and goes 5 and 6 are the area for the acceleration. The short handbrake pull entails a little penalty, and here is the last transition. Touch and go 9 And now through the touch and go, number 10, Hermann Tilke crosses the finishing line. This was a very solid run, which was evaluated as 95 points, and Hermann Tilke wins the round. The engine said it was too tired, it didn't see itself in this world, and decided to leave it. So what's your further plan? We've got 2 broken engines, so we will make one operating engine. But jumping to the conclusion, I will tell you that the team failed to fix the engine. And here is Dmitry Dobrovolsky versus Sergei Davidadze from Superstars Imol from Moscow is the leader. Sergei Davidadze from Samara. They're driving Nissan 200 SX and BMW E46 respectively. Every driver made certain adjustments for the judges' assignment, and many of them confess that this is probably the most complicated course this season. But Sergei Davidadze this year held his first victory at RDS Open, and I guess in his entire career overall. But now you can see that he feels very confident as a chaser. Now very little is left, just to show such an equally good performance as a leader. But here Sergei Davidadze makes a very common mistake. One wheel outside the track. It is harder for him to find the way on this parking lot. It's pretty flat and the white lines are not always well visible, so the drivers have to be guided by their intuition. And Dmitry Dobrovolsky is failing the entire run. At first he straightens out, then he slides out with all the 4 wheels, and Sergei Davidadze wins without any difficulty, sending Dmitry Dobrovolsky to the losers bracket. Yes, we still have the double elimination system, and the driver who loses once goes to the losers bracket. However, due to the large number of the drivers, the losers will be waiting for their opponents in the bottom bracket immediately, but I will explain it to you later. And here's Timofey Dobrovolsky and Denis Klishevsky, one of the most experienced drivers from Belarus. Here are some difficulties that he's going through, because here the rules concerning the weight of the vehicle are stricter than those in the Belarusian championships, so the local guys had to add some more weight to their vehicles. Plus, the wheel is also uncommon for them. The size is different, because in Belarus they use a 265 wheel, just like an RDS GP basically. Denis Klishevsky had literally a 0 as a chaser, and Timofey Dobrovolsky only has to perform well as a chaser, and that's it. But for Timofey Dobrovolsky, it's not a problem. In a very aggressive manner, Timofey Dobrovolsky is making a pressure. At the same time, he doesn't follow the leader to the wider line. He doesn't follow Denis Klishevsky as he slides out from the lines. And now the driver of the Just Jiggling team almost kisses the wall, and the driver from Moscow wins the race. Denis Klishevsky goes to the losers bracket. Now, Anton Klimko from Heat Carbon Racing, another representative of Just Jiggle It team. Yukio Tarumi from Japan, who has won such the qualification rounds of such competitions as Formula Drift, and lots of titles and trophies. He's been in drifting for 15 years, but he's got one serious disadvantage. He's used to right-handed cars like his S15, and here he's got the left-handed BMW E46 with only 650 HP, and in this environment it's hard for him to get used to the situation. He came to Minsk only on Thursday, therefore he had only half of a Friday for practice, and it was hard for him to handle this new reality. But nevertheless, Yukio Tarumi kept on fighting. He kept on fighting as hard as he could, and he looked pretty well. But still, considering his experience, it's still a challenge. Anton Klimko also took part in RDS Europe and RDS West, and during his entire history in RDS GP since 2021, he has never taken part in RDS Open, and he begins his performance with a victory over Yuki Otarumi. Yuki goes to the bottom bracket. The next one in the line here, we've got Ilya Fyodorov on board his Ford Mustang, and Stanislav Antropov from Tamasha Racing on board his Mazda RX-7. Here's a parade of original vehicles. Ilya Fyodorov is performing really great, because for him such parking lots is his element. He won 4 titles in RDS East on a similar course, and he performed quite a lot on similar tracks and similar configurations. So he feels very comfortable here. This is his home. And for Stanislav Antropov, who is having his first full season in RDS, this is a new reality, plus the tire is a challenge. But he's trying also to adjust to the weight of the vehicle. Ilya Fyodorov has inertia problems, and you can see that he's failing to stick to the borders of the track. He tries to defy the laws of physics, but his main mission now is not to let his opponent go, because Stanislav Antropov simply spinned around in the first curve as a chaser. So Ilya Fyodorov goes to the next round in the leaders bracket. Here's the team derby and the Bitera team, Anton Pozdnyakov versus Mikhail Gatsko. Anton Pozdnyakov on board his BMW is a leader. Mikhail Gatskov has an E92. A sedan and a coupe, respectively. This is a very close chase, regardless of Anton Pozdnyakov's having several wheels outside the track. Still, they continue fighting. Another wheel slips out, and number 111 is trying to keep as close as possible without falling behind, which he totally nails. Now the mission is pretty clear. Mikhail Gatsko has got to make it cleaner than his opponent and his teammate. And running ahead, I will tell you that this is the first time these two drivers met in real life. This is how it happened. Even though they compete together quite a lot in Belarus, but still they have never met in an official event in the same heat. Here Anton Pozdnyakov, apart from having some difficulties with the lead run, he also is struggling through the chase run. There are 3 control points very close together, and he doesn't take them. And one of the judges votes for one more time, and the 2 others vote for Mikhail Gatsko. So he goes to the next round in the winner's bracket. And here's Anatoly Sherbak and Artur Zelyony. Anatoly Sherbak is the reigning champion and the leader. Artur Zelyony used to be in Star Plus Stars iMall team. Artur Zelyony is now driving a flanker, and here he spins around and gets a 0. Now it's easier for Anatoly. It's absolutely elementary. He only has to make a proper chase run until the finish without falling 2 clips behind, which is pretty hard on this track because the distance between the control points is pretty long. And the overall length of the track is pretty big, 681 meters. It is longer than the Rязань track, for example. But Artur Zelyony finally has technical problem. He straightens out Anatoly Sherbak in a very relaxed manner, goes to the next round of the winner's bracket. Sergei Korneev, another driver of Star Plus Stars iMall, versus Ruslan Arefyev, who is the only one representing CMR Bank team. Both cars are E92. Sergei Korneev drove the same car when he won the Igora Drive event and decided not to change it. I remind you that he started the season on board his Toyota Supra A80 and he drove the same in RDS GP, but then he came to realize that the E92 is much better for the parking lots, and he made up his mind to take this one to the 5th event in Minsk. And will it bring him any positive result? I guess it may. This is a very good lead run performed by the driver from St. Petersburg. Now we're watching the next part of this heat. Ruslan Arefyev is trying to be a little bit more careful compared to Sergei Korneev because Ruslan Arefyev has difficulty staying within the borders of the track. He had another transition, and now carefully Sergei Korneev is trying to add some angle while Ruslan Arefyev finds himself outside the track. Here is touch and go number 8, and before touch and go 8, Ruslan Arefyev slows down too much. Sergei Korneev gets more angle and mimics the movements of the leader. And here it is out of question. Everything is pretty obvious. Sergei Korneev is stronger, and we will see Ruslan Arefyev later. Now we move to the losers bracket, the first round. And here is Stanislav Antropov versus his teammate Vladimir Afanasyev. Tamash Racing team, 2/3 of the team are now on the track, and Vladimir is having a very bad half of the season. At the Gora Drive, he had a contact with the wall, which was very bad. His suspension was ruined, and he had to spend a lot of time and effort to bring the car back to a normal condition. And in the morning, during Sunday practice, Vladimir had an engine problem. He lost the power and caused another contact with the wall. He couldn't do anything. The car was simply unprepared for the competition. So Stanislav Antropov goes to the next round. The next one would be Artur Zelenyy from Moscow, Stars Aimol, versus a Belarusian driver, Sergei Vadeyka. And this is a Sora, a very close relative of a Toyota Supra. But this car is much heavier, and this is a car which is much less suitable for a sports event. It's very hard to deal with. It's hard for Sergei Vadeyka for this reason to mimic the speed of the leader. He is cutting the distance on the inner line, and the leader immediately runs away from his opponent from Minsk. And now we're watching the next part of the heat. This time Sergei Vadeyka is the leader, and Artur Zelenyy is trying to carefully chase him. He needs stability. We can see that two wheels are slipping out. Artur Zelenyy used to perform much better, but now he's trying to stay cautious. But generally, during the practice, he managed to perform the judge's assignment very well. But I should remark that there were very few 90-plus results during the qualification, which means that the assignment has been very challenging for our drivers. And now here Sergei Vadeyka simply pushed Artur Zelenyy into the wall, and it ended with the victory of Artur Zelenyy. Dmitry Dobrovolsky, Stars Aimol versus Igor Azolin from Tamash Racing. He qualified very well, so he started with the bottom. He didn't qualify very well, so he started from the bottom bracket, and Dmitry Dobrovolsky fell to the bottom bracket through the defeat in the first round. And now look how well Igor Azolin is chasing Dmitry Dobrovolsky. It looks like he's having the race of his life. He needed to demonstrate everything he is worth, and he is really worth a lot. They are trying to show maximum performance at every race, and we just became witnesses of an absolutely perfect chase shown by this driver from St. Petersburg. Some aerodynamic elements are about to fall off, but they're still hanging, and it's important because if any part of the vehicle falls off and hits the chaser, this is a penalty for the leader, because it's very important to watch the integrity of all the elements of the car during the hot pit. You can see how fast they're moving through the distance. Dmitry Dobrovolsky is too far away from his opponent to call this drift a tandem drift. And unfortunately for Dmitry Dobrovolsky and his entire team, he has no chance. Igor Azolin goes to the next round. And now this is Yukio Tarumi and Anton Skripnikov. Anton Skripnikov didn't qualify well. He had only 66 points, but still he got to the tandem runs, even though he got to the losers brackets right away. Yukio Tarumi fell here from the overall bracket, losing to Anton Klimko. And Anton Skripnikov is having difficulties that prevent him from chasing the leader close enough. But Yukio Tarumi is also pretty fast, even though he misses control number 9. Then he slips out and then he steps on the accelerator pedal once again. Anton Skripnikov was following him at a distance. Now they switch the roles. BMW 92 is the car of Anton Skripnikov. Yukio Tarumi has got a BMW E42 of the Just Jiggle It team. And Anton Skripnikov slows down and presses the accelerator far too late, which is okay for Yukio, but straightening out is not okay anymore. It looks like the mechanics of Yukio Tarumi didn't have the time to work on the car. It's hard for him to control the vehicle, and he's got to work too much with the steering wheel. This driver has Brazilian roots, which is also interesting, but the run finishes with very aggressive chase of Yukio, but straight wheels are straight wheels, and Anton Skripnikov goes to the next round in the bottom bracket. And the next one will be Anton Poznikov and Stanislav Antropov. They're beginning their heat, and this is the second phase of the first round. Out of the 16 drivers in the bottom bracket, only 4 will stay and the others will leave. And now Stanislav Antropov is doing his best to do the transition, mimicking Anton Poznikov. And Anton, in his turn, slightly violates the line in the deceleration zone, and he violates the procedure. He slows down before the deceleration zone, which is quite a severe mistake, and there is a contact that occurs right before the finish. As a result, Stanislav Antropov has to save this heat with the big angle. And now here the drivers switch the roles. Stanislav Antropov is running through the first sector, collecting the control points 1, 2, and 3. The second sector begins, touch and go 4, then touch and goes number 5 and 6, and Anton Poznikov is mimicking everything very well as a chaser. He was now aiming at the rear passenger door. Now he's definitely looking at the driver's door with the front wheel of his E90, and he doesn't let his leader go, and the heat is over. Therefore, Anton Poznikov is the winner of the heat and gets to the second round of the losers bracket. Now Ruslan Arefiev and Artur Zelyony. They're already at the start. Let's go. The leader is Ruslan Arefiev. The chaser is Artur Zelyony on board his flanker F. By the way, it's interesting that this season Ruslan Arefiev also drove a BMW M4, but for such a track he decided to use a shorter E92, which is also a very short vehicle, but the M4 is much longer. And it kind of feels a little restricted on such a narrow course, and it enables Ruslan Arefiev to feel pretty much at ease on board this E92. Artur Zelyony is totally enjoying himself. Now, he is already a prize winner of RDS Open in the next competition. He was driving a BMW 92 back then, but this time he's got 3 flankers, and one of them is driving at the moment. It is nicknamed Mamba. This is a backup car, not the combat one. His main car, his principal car, is called the Joker. His door opens, but it is still okay for Artur Zelyony. Ruslan Arefiev spins around and therefore gets a 0. Artur Zelyony gets to the second round. Here's the competition bracket. It's now on your screen. This is how it looks after the first round. We've got 4 tandems in the top bracket and 4 tandems in the losers bracket. Timofey Dobrovolsky and Anton Klimko are now before us. Both are drivers from Russian Drift Series GP, and both have had some experience of victories in the qualification rounds. Timofey Dobrovolsky has also got some victory experience. He won the Krasnoyarsk event in 2025. He was the best in very challenging weather. Anton Klimko only won some qualification rounds and got to top 4 as a maximum. He has never risen to the podium. And here you see the level of the drivers. It is very confident, aggressive, the performance is very good. Timofey is driving an Silvia S15. He used to drive the year the last year in Takema Forward Auto. So this is a fun reunion at RDS Open, because this year in RDS GP, Timofey Dobrovolsky is driving a Forward Racing RZ34, the vehicle which is identical to the car of Georgy Chivchan. Look how aggressively Timofey Dobrovolsky is chasing the F22 of Anton Klimko. This is his combat vehicle in RDS GP, and he took this second generation car to Minsk as well, but it had some technical problems, so it was decided to replace it. Timofey Dobrovolsky gets a victory, and therefore Anton Klimko moves to the losers bracket, since he hasn't had any defeats this far. Now let's welcome the next tandem of drivers, Ilya Fedorov versus Mikhail Gatsko. Mikhail Gatsko has got a similar power to the Mustang of Ilya Fedorov, but it's lighter, significantly lighter than the Mustang. Compared to E92, Mustang is a monstrous creature. But at the same time, Ilya Fedorov manages to make very dynamic transitions. But as I told you before, Ilya Fedorov belongs to such type of courses. Ilya Fedorov totally feels at home, and everything is running very well for him. He represents Khabarovsk. Currently he lives in the Moscow region. But I will tell you a little bit more about his car later. Mikhail, in his turn, is touching the space outside the white line, which doesn't give him any advantages. The leader is supposed to follow the qualification pattern, and the loser is evaluated by the three criteria, which are the proximity, mimics, and the line and the angle. Anatoly Sherbak and Sergei Korneev, which is a very critical heat, because Anatoly Sherbak is the leader of the personal competition. He's the reigning champion of RDS Open. He may even become the preliminary winner here at the fifth event, and Sergei Korneev has got to cut the gap in score in order to continue the fight for the title. Last season, Sergei Korneev got the bronze medal, and Anatoly is still the reigning champion. The second transition here, Sergei Korneev is doing a very good chase run. His angle is absolutely the same as that of the leader, and the distance is perfect. This is just a beauty. Now Sergei Korneev on board his E92 is the leader, and Anatoly Sherbak on board his vehicle with a V8 engine, and he lets the leader go for a while at the first transition. But now it's time to cover him up, to attack him in order to get as close as possible. The main thing that matters is not to make the gap between the cars negative, which stands for a contact. Sergei Korneev slips out of the track. Anatoly Sherbak at his turn is very close in the third sector. He gets closer to his opponent, but it doesn't save Sergei Afanasyev. And Anatoly Sherbak wins the race. We are moving to the losers bracket to meet Sergei Davidadze from Samara and Igor Azolin from St. Petersburg. Sergei Davidadze lost his heat in the top bracket, and therefore he was moved to the bottom one, where he hit Igor Azolin. Now we see how Igor chases the driver from Samara. Sergei Davidadze had a very unpleasant situation in his previous heat. He just couldn't come to the start. He had a technical problem in the burnout area before the heat began, and for this reason his opponent simply had a byrun, and Sergei Davidadze moved to the losers bracket. That was quite a good lead run, while the chaser tried to stay as aggressive as possible, because Sergei now has to respond. He's got to get closer, but in the first sector he immediately faces problems with the proximity, and the situation changes in the next sector. Touching goes 5, 6 and 7. For the chaser, There are no control points at all. There is only the leader that he's got to follow. But unfortunately, Sergei Davidadze spins around, giving the victory to Igor Azolin. Here's the battle of two Antons, Anton Klimko and Anton Skripnikov. Two F-22s. Anton Klimko represents Heat Carbon Racing. Anton Skripnikov is from Carville Racing. Anton Klimko is from St. Petersburg, and Anton Skripnikov is from Arzamas town. And here the rookie, Anton Skripnikov. Well, we can say that Anton Klimko is also a rookie of RDS Open, but he's much more experienced in drift competitions. For Anton Skripnikov, this is the first official event on the overall in his entire life. And he is now cutting the line and crossing the track border with the front wheels, but nevertheless he cannot keep up with the rapid leader. Anton Klimko is definitely a very fast driver. Now Anton Klimko is one car body length away. He tries not to get too close because anything may happen, and he prefers to stay on the safe side. Anton Skripnikov lacks some speed. Anton Skripnikov misses the control points, then he challenges the borders of the track. Anton Klimko mimics every movement. Here he lets the leader go because the leader is not following the judge's assignment in this sector. It ends up with a contact, and still it ends up very well for Anton Klimko, the driver from St. Petersburg. He moves to the next round. And once again, the team derby. This is Anton Paznikov and Mikhail Gatsko. And very similar vehicles. Anton Paznikov definitely learned his lesson from the first heat with his teammate, and now he appears much more cautious, leaving more space to the borders of the track and sticking to a greater angle. It is hard for him to gain speed smoothly, and many drivers are facing the same problem today. You can see how fast Anton Paznikov is, but he slows down before touching Go 8, and gaining angle here is a serious mistake for the angle criterion. As a result, the winner of the heat is Mikhail Gatsko. And here's the final heat of the second sub-round, because these 4 hits make up the bottom bracket sub-round. Sergei Korneev and Artur Zelenyy, the inter-team derby. Stars are Mol, and Sergei Korneev slips out of the track. Artur Zelenyy is simply watching him as he continues the movement along the track. And he's close enough, the quality is high enough as well, but Artur Zelenyy doesn't always succeed doing it, unfortunately. Artur Zelenyy successfully mimics the deceleration, and the distance slightly extends. Now it needs to be cut down. Here in the acceleration zone, if you let your leader go, it's very hard to catch up. Now, switching roles, Artur Zelenyy is initiating carefully, but still one wheel slips out. As I told you, this is a very common mistake. This is not a very big obstacle for the chaser, but what really does prevent the chaser from performing his mission is missing the control points, and Artur Zelenyy misses TG 3 and 4. A careful transition from TG8 to TG9 in the third sector. There is even a little contact because they are so close to each other, and as a result, Sergei Korneev is declared to be the winner. As far as the previous tandem is concerned, and here I mean Mikhail Gatsko and Anton Paznikov simply had an engine trouble on the way. It broke down. Now Igor Azolin and Anton Klimko, 2 representatives of the city of St. Petersburg, Heat Carbon Racing and Tamasha Racing, 2 aggressive, experienced and fast drivers. For Igor Azolin, it is the 20th event which in the competition which is currently known as RDS Open. And you can see how much this experience is helpful for Igor Azolin as he does his chaser's job. And moreover, it's worthwhile noticing that finally this season his car is not letting him down, because last season it was an absolute torture for him. He hardly had any combat heats due to the technical problems. And now, and he changed his car for the S13, he managed to unleash his potential and achieve the best result in his career. And Anton Klimko wants to show his best. This is the first time he is competing in RDS Open. And this is the first time he is in Minsk. And of course he wants to show his best, but the opponent is really strong. Igor Azolin has really put his mind to victory. And he is the winner of this heat. We say goodbye to Anton Klimko. Igor Azolin gets to the third round. And all we can do now is simply watch the next tandem. The winner will get to the next round in the bottom bracket. This is going to be either Sergei Korneev or Mikhail Gatsko. Mikhail Gatsko on board the BMW 92, just like Sergei Korneev, by the way. So this is the battle of two BMWs of the 5th generation. Now they're moving parallel to each other, but I would like them to get closer to each other. But Mikhail fails to match his leader and to run at the same speed. Sergei Korneev always tries to be as active and aggressive as possible, but only in the third sector the chase finally came to the right path. This time the green and black BMW is chased by the bronze-colored BMW. They are running through the track, and here Sergei Korneev is trying to stay closer. Sergei Korneev immediately gains speed and gets closer to the leader, the deceleration zone. Mikhail Gatsko has one wheel outside. Sergei Korneev is absolutely not confused by any mistakes committed by Mikhail Gatsko. This is his 30th event in RDS, and the name of the winner is Sergei Korneev, and he is moving to the third round. And this is how the tandems are laid out. In the top bracket we've got two tandems, and in the bottom bracket we've got Igor Azolin and Sergei Korneev, who are still waiting for their opponents. For the first time we see Roman Baltrushevich in our screens, because in the first and the second round Roman had bye runs. In the first round he didn't have an opponent due to the technical failure of Ivan Palmin, and in the second round, as I told you before, Sergei Davidadze had a technical failure during the burnout, and therefore Roman Baltrushevich didn't have any tandem runs. And the run begins with a contact, after which Roman Baltrushevich cannot keep up with the car of Timofey Dobrovolsky, and you can see this huge speed difference. Roman was struggling, he was trying to catch up, but it brought him to a string, and his BMW 30 just failed to run as fast as the Nissan Silvia S15, because the power difference is almost... because the car of Timofey Dobrovolsky is almost twice as powerful as that of Roman Baltrushevich. And Timofey knows how to use this advantage in his benefit. He didn't have any need to be as aggressive and as close, but as I told you before, Timofey Dobrovolsky doesn't like doing safe runs. And he demonstrated just very close and high quality drift. Timofey Dobrovolsky goes to the semi-final, and now let's see who's gonna be the second semi-finalist in the 5th event of RDS Open Championship 2026. The Mustang driven by Ilya Fedorov, or the 6.2 liter compressor charged vehicle of Anatoly Sherbak. This is a very beautiful close tandem drifting. Anatoly Sherbak is the reigning champion of the Open Championship, and Ilya Fedorov is a multi-time winner of various regional and even international competitions. He has been on many podiums, drifting events, and all this experience helps him now. In between the runs, by the way, Anatoly Sherbak took a competition timeout, a 5-minute break just to cool the engines down, because the V8 is very big and powerful and needs a little bit of time. And Ilya Fedorov made a very sharp transition, which made him fall behind, and he cannot catch up. At the same time, Anatoly Sherbak didn't really provoke such a movement, The situation simply got out of control. And the winner is Anatoly Sherbak. He's the second semi-finalist in the top bracket. And now we are in round 3 of the losers bracket. Roman Baltrushevich versus Igor Zolin. These are the two vehicles which are comparable in power, and they're also comparable in the era, because Nissan Silvia S13 belongs to the same historical era as the other one. These cars were first designed in the mid-80s and 90s. The BMW E30 is a legend, which is a very famous vehicle winning lots of circuit races, but Silvia S13 is also very popular in Japanese competitions. And the Nissans 140 and 240 SX, the name can vary depending on the country, has also been noticed in multiple events. Now the drivers switch the rules. So Roman Baltrushevich has got to show an aggressive lead run, but this aggression splashes out, and he's got 4 wheels outside, which is a 0 score for the leader, and as a consequence, Igor Zolin goes to the next round of the competition, where he's gonna wait for one of these two drivers, Ilya Fedorov from Khabarovsk or Sergei Korneyev from St. Petersburg, where he lives. This year he represents Start Pro Stars IMOL team, and here's a very close chase is shown by the driver from St. Petersburg. And now the transition. Sergei Korneyev is literally glued to the side of the Ford Mustang. Ilya Fedorov has got a rear wheel outside, gets an appropriate penalty, and then through touch and go 9, they're moving towards the finish. The angle of the chaser is the same as that of the leader, absolute synchronization. But now it's time for Ilya Fedorov to respond. Sergei Korneyev is the leader. Ilya Fedorov has got to risk it. He's got to show aggression. In the first sector, the Mustang is slightly further away from the leader than Sergei Korneyev used to be. Sergei Korneyev takes all the control points, but the angle is far too deep, which pulls the car outside the track and then causes a contact. Here, the heat could have ended, but the drivers managed to get back to the track and the chase continues. Continuing the chase in such a situation is definitely a great advantage. But the guilty party in this contact is Sergei Korneyev. Thanks to that, Ilya Fedorov goes to the second stage of the third round. And now we'll find out who will be the sole semi-finalist in the losers bracket, Ilya Fedorov or Igor Zolin. Igor Zolin is now the chaser. He represents Tamashir Racing. Ilya Fedorov is using all the 750 HP of his huge V8 engine with a compressor. And Igor Zolin has got a 2J GTE 800 HP, which means that in terms of the power, the vehicles are comparable, but Igor Zolin's vehicle is nearly 200 kilograms lighter, which is very helpful. And he said that this configuration is not very good for a Silvia S13, so he had to change the vehicle. This is a very challenging platform with a very narrow range of adjustments, and you've got to hit all the setups and set up the car very delicately, very precisely. Ilya Fedorov is chasing Igor Zolin literally door to door. It looked like the victory cannot slip out from the hands of Ilya Fedorov, but suddenly the coyote under the hood of Mustang overheated and simply turned off. And that was the end of Ilya Fedorov's race. Igor Zolin is the third semi-finalist, one of the only one in the bottom bracket. Now we get back to the top bracket here. We see Timofey Dobrovolsky and Anatoly Sherbak. This is not a surprise that these two experienced drivers found themselves on such a stage of the competition. Now let's enjoy this race. I have no doubt that this is going to be incredibly spectacular and exciting thing to watch. Here's a synchronized transition, and Timofey Dobrovolsky is making pressure on Anatoly Sherbak. Anatoly is braking into the deceleration zone. It gives me the feeling that he doesn't touch the brakes at all. The last transition, touching 09, and Timofey, the larger angle, is running as close to the leader as possible, but the speed is so insanely high. These are two Silvias, 13 and 15, very similar vehicles, but in fact they don't have anything in common because the engines are different, the concepts are different, the suspensions are different, like everything is different inside. But this difference allows us to watch such beautiful and aggressive drifting. Timofey Dobrovolsky mostly uses the accelerator pedal in order to control this car because he's got a specific front suspension and how aggressive Anatoly Sherbak is. But still, Timofey was a little bit more convincing for the judges. So he becomes the first finalist of the 5th event of RDS Open Championship. Anatoly Sherbak goes to the bottom bracket where he's gonna meet Igor Azolin. The driver who loses the heat will take the 3rd place. So we already know the drivers who will be standing on the podium. Igor Azolin already deserves his congratulations on the highest achievement in his career. He has never climbed that high. Igor immediately jumps on the leader. There is a light contact, front wheel to door contact, and now it's time to switch the roles. Initiation, and Igor Azolin presses the accelerator, but as a result he finds himself outside the track with one wheel. A transition. Anatoly Sherbak is following the 240 SX belonging to the Tamashi racing team. It's hard for the leader of the personal competition and the reigning champion to keep up with a driver who seems to just have caught this luck and have caught this feeling and having the time of his lifetime. Igor Azolin had to fight a lot for getting to the stage of the competition, and they were gonna have another heat. Here is the one more time of the same tandem. Now Igor Azolin will chase Anatoly Sherbak again, and we can see how aggressively he begins making pressure, but suddenly the transmission of his vehicle breaks down once again this season. Anatoly Sherbak goes to the final. Congratulations to Igor Azolin on his first podium in his career. And now it's time for the final heat of the event, the final between Timofey Dobrovolsky and Anatoly Sherbak. In the semi-final, they have already met. Timofey was stronger back then, so Anatoly Sherbak has got another chance. We're gonna see another full-scale heat because Timofey Dobrovolsky was in the top bracket, Anatoly Sherbak got here through the bottom bracket. And now it all looks very traditional for the drivers of such a level. And of course, the performance of the leader is amazing. The judges have remarked that the drivers started running better as leaders than they did in the qualification round. Perhaps the feeling of responsibility and the presence of a chaser is stimulating for them. In terms of the line, there were very few questions to the leaders of the tandem runs. But still, there are lots of things to work on. And here is a contact. This is the end of the run. And here the guilt was mutual. Since Timofey made a transition a very deep angle, then made a transition and pressed the accelerator again, Anatoly Sherbak was running on an inward line. Anatoly was making a compromise and Timofey made a little mistake. So therefore, here's a one more time. Anatoly Sherbak once again begins as a leader and Timofey's chasing him again. The wounded Silvia S15 with lots of bruises all around is already making a transition. Touch and Go 7 is now on the agenda. It is taken. Timofey Dobrovolsky is following the driver number 37, and look how risky this motion is as he aims at the front wheel with his front wheel, because such a contact is probably one of the most dangerous ones. And this is 95 meters of running. The minimum speed must be 105 kilometers per hour. If the speed falls under 100 kilometers per hour, that would cause a zero score for the entire first sector, which is a very serious loss. Now Anatoly Sherbak is trying to catch up with Timofey Dobrovolsky and fails to do so. He's the leader of the personal competition, I remind you. And also he strips off the front bumper of Timofey Dobrovolsky's vehicle. And Timofey is the winner of the final and the entire fifth event of RDS Open 2026. Congratulations! Anatoly Sherbak takes second place, and one event before the end of the season he becomes a champion without a single victory in an event. Once again, congratulations to Igor Azolin on his first podium in the team's competition. The winner is Tarper Zaimol. The second place goes to Tamashe Racing, and the Terra team from Minsk takes the bronze. Here's the personal standings. Anatoly Sherbak is incredibly far away from his nearest rivals, 423 points away from his closest rival. Sergei Korneev, Vladimir Afanasyev, Igor Azolin, Sergei Davidadze, Vladislav Yerofeev and Valery Bogacharov will still compete for the second and the third places of the season. I would like to remark the takeoff of Igor Azolin to the fourth place, and for Vladimir it is this season is running very badly. Starter Stars Zaimol still maintain their leadership, but they are not that far away from Tamashe Racing. So in the team's competition, everything is still exciting, and it will be all decided at the next event.
Если радио, то максимум.
Что для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.
Когда хотелок становится очень много, выручит бесплатная кредитная карта ВТБ. Она легко приручит все ваши желания. Оформите бесплатную кредитную карту ВТБ И не платите проценты до 200 дней.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
и 27 сентября. Впервые в Нижнем Новгороде. Автодром N-Ring Нижегородское кольцо встречает грандиозный Кубок России по дрифту суперфинал РДС. Дым, драйв и большой автоспорт ждут вас. Не пропустите. Ищите билеты на этапы РДС 2026 года на tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Открытый чемпионат российской дрифт-серии снова в Москве. 12-13 сентября автодром АДМ Raceway в Мечково примет грандиозный дрифт-финал РДС Open. Билеты на сайте tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
РДС GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще. Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Ускоряется еще и на пикап. Как? Это это возможно.
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка. Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск. Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Hello once again. This is VTB Final Russian Drift Series GP 2026 at Moscow Raceway. We've got another studio mate. We decided to reveal a little bit of the backstage of Russian Drift Series to you. This is our head technical scrutineer and the head of the IT Center, Sergei Sivoplosov, who will speak a little bit about his work at RDS. But we will start in several minutes. At 5:10 p.m. we begin the tandem practice. We will watch them and comment on them a little bit, but we will also combine it with our conversation. You can write your questions in the comments, and I will also take a look there and ask some of your questions. So as soon as the tandem practice begins, we will also show you some commercial videos.
Если радио, то максимум.
Что для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.
We're back to the studio. Sergei Sivaplosov, our technical scrutineer and the head of the IT center, is next to me because we do have an IT center, which I learned not so long ago. And you've got some questions. I can look into the comments. I've got a question first, and I guess many people would be interested to hear the answer because this is not a secret that some of the spectators would like to start their career in motorsports, and they say, okay, I'm not a driver, I don't have that much money to start it at this age, but there are lots of other functions that are not related to driving, and yours is one of them. So how did you come to motorsports? This is a long story, and we've got half an hour, so I started with driving. Okay, let me be brief. Okay, so one day, it was in 1817. Okay, I'm kidding. I started with some amateur competitions. It was different rally stuff and other things, and motorsport really excited me, and just like many others, and I started looking for opportunities to get deeper into this world and this atmosphere. And one day I met some people at the first competitions where I took part, and I found out that I could come and work at the competitions as a marshal. This was the beginning of it. Do you mean that you were standing there with the flag? Yes, at the first competitions, it was karting. I was standing with the flag. That was in my hometown. Just everyone starts with karting. Yeah, it works out like this. This is the way it worked. It didn't last long, however, because immediately I became a mechanic at one of the rally teams, and I traveled to the final of the Russian Championship. I don't remember what year it was, 2000 something. And there I met the guru of rally technical scrutineering. I got to know them better. We started talking, and then I had some picture in my head. I started contacting these people more. I wanted to work as a mechanic, or maybe a timing or technical scrutineering. So you were interested in the technical part. I've always been interested in technical things since the age of 5. So you were kind of the boy who played cars. Yes, I've always played cars. There were some garages next to my house, and I became friends with one of the guys who had a ladder, and I helped him a lot about that ladder. So in the year 2009, officially I started my scrutineering career. That was quite a long time ago. So that was when the first drifting competitions started in 2010. Drifting, the Russian Drift Series began. Yeah, I heard about drifting from internet. That was a new discipline. And all through my technical scrutineering career, I started in rally. Some episodes there were when I worked in rallycross and Formula One and circuit racing, all the events of Formula One in Russia. As a technical scrutineer? Yes, as a technical scrutineer. And how did you come to drifting? To drift, I was invited by Dmitry Dobrovolsky at the end of 2018. We met, we spoke on the phone, and I told him about the experience that I had, about my technical ideas and the general principles that I followed, and we found that we had a lot in common, and in 2 weeks I was already flying to my interview in Moscow. So when you went to your first RDS event, that was RDS Grand Prix, as far as I understand, what were your first impressions from seeing the drift cars so close? I remember that I was pleasantly surprised, because at that moment, after my rally background and my Formula One background, I didn't really know what Russian drift was about as a sport. And I had a feeling that I thought that when I see the first car, I might feel very disappointed. because drift was like a entertainment. You just didn't see that period before 2018, from 2010 to 2018, when it was exactly the way you imagined. I saw some regional competitions, and that was around 2016 maybe, or maybe a little earlier. I had been invited to some regional events, and back then I had that picture in my mind that professional engineering is not something that you can find in drift. What do you mean by professional engineering? Do you mean some solution development or the general approach? I mean on the overall, the approach as such, when vehicles are built not just as a car, but to make it both beautiful and functional. And it should be functional first of all, because any maintenance, any repair can turn into a catastrophe if the car is not properly designed. Also, in terms of safety, not every driver who builds a car from scratch can foresee the things that might happen, and it can turn into anything. And at that moment, when I came to my first event in 2019, it was RDS Grand Prix. Was it here? Yes, it was exactly here at this Raceway, at Moscow Raceway. I was pleasantly surprised because there were some vehicles that were really nice to see, and from the first sight you could understand that this car was really done with a great investment of time and money and soul. But not all of the cars conformed to the requirements, right? And how do you regulate this sphere? I know that lots of people didn't really read the documents on RDS.com where you've got technical requirements. So where do you get those technical requirements? Because as far as I understand, you also contributed to this. Indeed. I cannot even tell you where they came from, because what I got at the end of 2018, that was something not was structured well. There were lots of atavisms. Like what? I can tell you already, it was a long time ago, because so many years passed, and no, I can't tell you. If anything comes to my mind, I will tell you. And back then I spent quite a lot of time just to brush it all up and to bring it to a formal compliance with the other documents or the other regulations that I've seen in other motorsports disciplines. I added some references to the standards and regulations in Russian motorsports and international motorsports, to some regulating documentation, because there were some formulations that needed brushing up to make it more understandable. And my opinion is that the technical requirements are a document that should be understandable for a person who just wants to take a look at how to make a certain unit. Let's say the front suspension. You can look at the document and you immediately understand what you can and what you cannot do. And this should be done about the entire document. It must be an instrument that it is easy to use. And the document was finally transformed in around 2019-2020. And we've been working on it since then. We make some amendments. We correct some inaccuracies that we found out after the previous seasons. Let's take a little break in this discussion, because we've seen two top 32 tandems, including Arkady Tseregradzev and Artyom Leitis. And Artyom Leitis attacked Arkady Tseregradzev as a chaser so much that I could see that this is not going to be an easy walk for Arkady Tseregradzev, even though he's a favorite in this tandem. And this is something that everyone wants to see every time. Damir Diaturin versus Georgy Chivchan. Look how close they are, as though this is a real battle run. And these guys do not show any mercy for this car. You know that Damir Diaturin's team didn't declare Tommy Kaile's vehicle as a backup car because the driver is not here. and the drive replacement, and something that the mechanics managed to do very fast. And you touched upon the topic that every section of the technical requirement must be easy to understand. And by the way, there's a Sergei Kuznetsov on the track, but not with the opponent that he's gonna have in top 32. But Ilya Popov is in the same side of the bracket, so theoretically they can meet on the track. And the mission of every candidate for the title is simple and difficult at the same time. They've got to get to top 4, but if it had been that simple, there wouldn't have been any competition at all. So back to the clearance. There is a certain reference for such requirements. There is the JFIA application about the safety. And do our documents comply to those standards, the standards of the high-level international events? Yes, indeed. And that was the reference that we've been looking up to. And with our participation, some more FIA requirements were introduced. And at the moment, we don't have references as such. Do you mean in terms of drifting? Yeah, in terms of drifting, because our general mission is not to look up to anyone, but just to develop ourselves of the significant differences from Formula Drift, for example. Or we can say, we can compare RDS to some requirements of the friendly country of the Republic of Belarus. We've got some things that are allowed to do, but that are not allowed to do somewhere else. For example, to change the location of the suspension fixtures, or to change the subframe. Our ideology was initially designed in such a way that the participants should have some space for engineering creativity without compromising the safety. Yeah, this is the moment where we also have had some precedents in the early years, when the guys from the Baltics would bring their cars and they were very close to prototypes, when there was no front part of the body, car body. They would make their own structure, and they could make any suspension configuration regardless of what the vehicle had at the initial moment. So where is that borderline where you should stop this engineering creativity? This is a question that is very hard to answer. This borderline is not drawn anywhere. It doesn't exist. So every time when you make a decision, if you should or should not allow this or that solution, you've got to discuss it with all the parties of the process, the management of the series. I speak a lot to my colleagues who do not work in drift. And every time this is a kind of a compromise, because there is no clear understanding that if we allow this, this doesn't compromise the safety. But there are some basic stuff that we usually do not allow to change. This is the basic safety structure. Therefore, I really understand why it was prohibited to change these structures. This is not because this structure is bad or it will be worse than the one produced at the factory, but since it is very hard to check this structure, and what is released by a factory has been tested and certified in this or that way. So there are things that we prefer do not step over. Anatoly Sherbak has a broken front suspension after contacting the car of Artur Zelenyy. Or maybe it's not that broken, by the way. And here's an important compromise, and I think that the entire global motorsport lives within this paradigm. First of all, you've got to leave some space for creativity, because it helps the entire industry evolve. The second thing is safety, and we see it from Formula One to the national level competitions that no one is ready to go for compromises here. And since 1994, there have been very few situations when Formula One drivers were in real life-threatening situations. There have been some tragedies, but still the number of such incidents have significantly decreased. And there is the third whale this entire structure stands on, is the expenses. And I guess that if you allow too much engineering creativity, it would be about the budget race. So what is your mission in this regard? At the moment, I don't have such mission. This is a very fine line once again, and I think now that we're at the stage of development where we need to limit certain inventions. Moreover, this is a complicated thing. The only motorsport series where there are some restriction of budgets is Formula One. Yes, there is a explicit limit of budget, but if we take circuit racing, where you've got to take the stock car body. Now, in circuit racing, everything is strictly documented. All the modifications, every unit of the vehicle must be either stock or be homologized. Homologation is a must. This is not about the restriction of budgets. The team that has an unlimited budget in this environment will still build a better vehicle, which is a paradox. No, because they will be able to use the solutions that are not affordable for others with a regular budget. But still, this way or another, there is a certain determinism. I mean that with such a strict regulation as in circuit racing, because the circuit racing is the peak of this, because one step left, one step right would bring you outside the regulations. And this is very different from what we have here at the drifting competitions. But still, nevertheless, the wealthy teams can really beat everyone. And I think that this is also related to the fact that if you can design a vehicle for Russian touring, for example, you still rely upon a certain set of box solutions. And in drift, you don't have such restrictions at the moment. Can we arrive at a situation where every little screw used on the car has to be certified? I don't think so. Because in drift, the basis are several things. The first thing is the tire, because this is the resistance, the friction that this tire can stand, and the weight of the vehicle. These are the two main restrictions that are the strictest, that we have to stick to, that we regulate. And here we cannot step to the left and we cannot step to the right. We've got a standardized tire. You can build any vehicle. You can invest as much money as you want. You can install any solutions. You can still use only one and the same tire. And with this tire, you cannot get supernaturally more than the other vehicles. So this is a discrete restriction, isn't it? Because building a 2000 HP vehicle doesn't make any sense. Sacrificing your budget doesn't make any sense because you cannot really apply this 2000 HP. Well, some participants may not agree because they really want a wider tire and more powerful vehicle, but without a wide tire it makes no sense. Yes, really, applying this power would not be possible with the tire that we've got. Even 1500 HP vehicle, even if you give it all the power that the tire can digest, you will have to change the transmission. Yes, because there is a load. If the engine survives, everything around will die. You can ask Ilya Fedorov, how many drive shafts were killed until it started working properly. We don't have that much time left, but there are some interesting cases in global drifting that I would like to discuss with you as an expert in terms of the safety and with a view of something that can happen here. In FDM, they showed a car with transparent body parts. First of all, the drivers have quite a big blind zone, and theoretically what we see has plastic doors. So it doesn't really matter what kind of plastic that is. So theoretically, is it possible to build a car that could go through technical scrutineering in RDSGP that would have transparent body parts? Yes, theoretically, yes. But are there any regulations about these exterior panels? The only requirement is, and this is not even a requirement, but an allowance, that a door can be replaced with a door of composite materials. So their flammability or shock resistance do not matter. As we have all seen, there are the cars that wouldn't be flammable because carbon parts can burn easily. But for this reason, we've got the firefighting service and who observe everything and who come to help. So if anyone wants to build a skeleton-style vehicle, it is possible to do. Theoretically, yes. There are no direct restrictions, but as far as I remember, such a transparent vehicle was once shown. They got the hype that they wanted, but it didn't go anywhere. But the transparency itself doesn't give you any benefit. But you know, lots of things in our lives are made for hype, for the wow effect. Yes, I think it's possible. Just like, but how do you put the sponsor stickers on the transparent body? But if you have a natural gas manufacturer, well, gas is clear, so maybe you could probably align it together somehow. Global motorsport, like rallycross, have experimented with electric power. In our sport, electric vehicles don't have any chance. No, it's not right. But we've got the internal combustion engine. Theoretically speaking, such a vehicle can take part, and it will require individual solution because we need to understand what kind of a vehicle it is, how it was built, where it was built. An electric vehicle, apart from the obvious difference in the engine control, the more you press, the more it goes, is very different from what happens to the pedal on the internal combustion engines. And what do you do with the sequential transmissions, the super expensive some Sonos or gear sets? There is one significant detail. This is the battery of this vehicle. Yes, this is the second thing. And as far as everyone is aware of, in case of a fire, it makes no sense to extinguish this battery because the lithium will burn until it burns out completely. This is the worst disadvantage and the worst restriction, the worst thing about such vehicles. It will also be very hard to understand if this car should or should not be admitted. No one has ever seriously tried doing anything like that, at least here in Russia. Have there been any attempts? Well, literally there have been two. And the last time it was in 2023. There were some people who were thinking of building an electric drift car. And on the basis of what? I didn't even get deep into that issue because it was just an intention. It wasn't even an intention, that was just a theoretical question. They wanted to understand if it makes any sense to develop this intention. In America, it didn't really work. Well, maybe this is temporary. And the second question is, how can you admit this battery acceptable for motorsports? What homologations are required? What tests are required? Well, there are some electric vehicles in rallycross. Formula One, there are also 1000-volt batteries used. The question is not even about how to admit them. And apart from all of that, the venue that hosts the competitions should be prepared for the worst-case scenario. What if this car catches on fire? Because if it burns on the asphalt will need to be repaired, and no one will be able to race on that asphalt, and it will be quite a lot of work. So this is not something we should expect in the nearest future. There are lots of things for us to discuss, but unfortunately we're out of time. But dear friends, if you are interested, we will get back to the issue. Maybe not this season, but in the next one. But the life brings us lots of reasons to talk about the things, how these or those technologies can be applied in motorsports, and how real life refers to motorsports, because there are lots of interesting things. This was Sergei Sivaplosov, our technical scrutineer and the head of the IT center, that we couldn't talk about, so probably next time we will continue our conversation. Now we will take a little break to give this studio to other people. My friends, so we have changed guards. This is Evgeny Shadrin and our race director, the all-Russian category judge, Vasily Karachkov. Vasily, hello. Hello, Zhenya. So how was the day? Today I had quite an easy day. No serious incidents. Quite easy. All right, so let's discuss your story. Just like Nikolai discussed it with Sergei, so let's do the same. Let me ask you about your career. How can you become a race director of Russian Drift Series, step by step? Are you trying to take my place? No, no way, I'm pretty comfortable here. Quite a long time ago, I started my journey as a mechanic. At first, I worked in Croston Rally Raid, then it was in Rally. Then I was a judge. And how did you transform from a participant into a judge? There was a break in the races. Financially, we couldn't afford to go for that season. I thought to myself, why do I lose these couple of years? And so I went for a briefing. I passed an exam and I became a third category judge. And I started going to the same races, but not as a competitor, but as a judge. At first I was... What year was that? 2009, around that. Ah, so that was quite a long time ago, 17 years ago. Yeah. But that is really curious, because my story is very similar, because I wanted to be a drifter myself, but then I took a look at into my right pocket and left pocket, and I didn't find money anywhere, and I was like, okay, so why don't I try to speak about drifting? And this is where it took me. So how did you get to drift? Because initially you were in the classical disciplines. Yeah, but the previous speaker called me to join him. He said that there was an opportunity to work in drift. That year, drift became the official kind of sport, that it was 2020. So I came to drifting not that long ago. And what was your first position? I was a technical scrutineer. It was interesting, it was fun and noisy. And I just got involved. But did you still work in rally? I was a technical delegate, a technical scrutineer. So you worked in the technical thing and you reached the ceiling in rally. Yeah, and in 2020 you came to work, and that was your first technical scrutineering and comparing the rally vehicles to drift vehicles. So what was it like for you? What did you think of the drift cars? I don't remember my impressions exactly, which means that it wasn't so prominent. But the main safety elements are all the same everywhere. The seats, the belts, the fire system, and the rest, of course, is very different, absolutely different. And at the time when it came to your first race, what did you know about drift? And did you know anything about drift? I knew nothing, like hardly anything. I read all the regulations that I could find, and that was still a terra incognita for me. But when you saw something like this, what we're observing on the screen, I was impressed. That was very, very impressive to me. And what was the transformation like? Because you have always been into the technical aspect. So how did you do that transfer into like more universal position? I wouldn't say that the technical aspect was my primary, because I was also involved in the organization in my hometown in the Urals. And as I was an organizer, I also had some management experience, so it was a smooth transition. And when I came to drift, I already had a high category of a judge. At first I was a sports scrutineer, but scrutineers in drift do not have so much work to do. But basically the sports scrutineers, if you simplify it, this is basically done by the judges on the tower, the fact judges, because they're the ones who make the decision. No? Okay, then explain it to me. The scrutineers have a different profile. they interpret the documents that are provided to them. They can resolve the issues that are not described there. For example, the race director reports to the scrutineers, and the commissars come together and discuss it, what to do with it. Yes, and the judges on the tower, they deal with pure drift, so they score the runs, or they make decisions on the runs, on the heats themselves. Exactly. But hypothetically, let's suggest what situation may require the participation of a commissar. Let's say one of the contenders does a certain action and it caused damage to other participants or the organizers or anyone else, but the situation is not described in the regulations, so you cannot simply open the regulations, point at the paragraph and say this is the situation, and then the commissars come together and decide whether this participant should or should not be punished. But the regulations of Russian Drift Series describes the majority of such situations, I think. At least we've got a detailed table of penalization. There is one thing that came to my mind. This season we had to make a decision about the mutual guilt in case of a contact. This is the decision made by the commissars. The situation that is not described, so we come together. There was also the requirement that all the participants need to sign it. So if there is a modification introduced into the regulations, and now the one more time is obligatory in such a situation. Yes, so I remember the procedure. But do you remember your first event as a race director at Russian Drift Series? My very, very first one? No, I don't remember. I don't remember. That was probably the beginning of a season. I remember an event. Maybe it was not my first. It was in Michkova. That was RDS Open, because I started back when it was still RDS Europe. Stemberg was the sports director. So it was an RDS West. Or was it the first year of RDS Europe? Because the first year of RDS Europe was 2020 or 2021. Let me double check. That wasn't RDS West. I think it was the first season of RDS Europe. And back then, the junior series was organized by ourselves. Okay, and how were you? Because this discipline was already familiar to you. Yeah, it is always very nervous. There is a lot of tension and pressure. You try to control lots of processes at the same time. And you bear a lot of responsibility for the decisions that you make. It was 2022. Okay, 2022. And back then, the race director always has at least 2 radios. One open ear and the radio, yes. You always have to talk into 2 channels. Yes, in one you have the judges, and the other you've got the marshals, and you've got to control everything at the same time. Can you recall any funny situations from your practice? Right away. It is an unexpected question. I mean, if you cannot recall anything right away, that's okay. Here is an example for you. When the standardized tire was introduced, and we had several new drivers, and one of the new drivers didn't use that standardized tire. Yes, it was a new thing for everyone. It was an innovation. So many drivers had some old stocks. And I said that we're gonna punish the driver that no one knows, and everyone will understand that it's not allowed. And they still mention it, that we're gonna punish the driver that nobody knows. All of our drivers are well known, aren't they? All of our drivers are very good and famous. Okay, anyway. What is the most stressful thing about your work? What situations stress you out most of all? I would say that the most stressful time is Saturday morning, when you've got to do a briefing with the marshals, so with all the services. At the same time, there are lots of questions from our staff. like moving some blocks around, allow the cars to drive on the field. So you bear all the responsibility for the safety of the event. So any question related to the track, to the scored section of the track, the safety, everything is on your shoulders. So you can give your permission, or you can prohibit it, or you can come up with an alternative option. Yes. And that morning, while all the processes are being arranged, is pretty tense, but then it's easier. For example, today everything is running smoothly, everything is okay, without no extra incidents or hard evacuations. Only Damir needed a tow car. Yeah, thanks God, not himself, but his vehicle. Yeah, this is what I meant, exactly. And Damir as well needed to be delivered to the driver's tent. But at the end, everything worked out well. Yes, in such mornings, sometimes some service may not arrive on time, like let's say the ambulance or the Emercom car doesn't allow on time, and you've got to change the schedule. I remembered our last year's Krasnoyarsk event, that rainy day. And let me tell the story. That was Sunday morning. We came to the Red Ring, and this is not a racing track. It looks like a swimming pool, like a lake, like a sea. There is more water than asphalt. And we had a doubt that we are going anywhere at all. And the race director, Vasily, takes the initiative, and apart from having the tow cars, the Emercom, the ambulance and so on, he says, let's call an excavator so that it digs some ditches and we go and race. How did you come up with this idea? By the way, those ditches are still there, they're still used. This is not my merit. This is the technical service that came up with the idea. They said that we can quickly call an excavator, and of course we took the chance. You've got to understand that even though I am the race director, I am just the person who connects all the processes one to one another. Without the team, I cannot do anything. So you're like a dispatcher who directs people where they should go. Yes, exactly. And back then, yes, it worked perfectly. The pool was removed and we had a race. Yeah, but I still admire the people who spent all the day outside, our marshals first of all, and of course our spectators. This is incredible. The spectators were amazing. It was unreal. I had a friend who spent all day under the rain on the open grandstand watching the competition, and there were people who asked to go into our headquarters to dry their clothes. Yeah, someone was sitting in the Emercom car. People survived as they could because there are not so many places where you can hide under the roof and on the Red Ring circuit. There are no places that would be accessible to the spectators. Unfortunately, this is the way it's designed. There are some modern autodromes that unfortunately do not give the spectators an access to any closed rooms. What is your favorite moment of any race? I would say that is a Monday morning when you don't have to wake up early in the morning. Okay, but accepted. But from Friday to Sunday, then I would say when all the processes begin working and I can turn the radio off, or I can take it off for a while, when I can see that everything works on its own. This is also a certain pleasure when you understand that you have done everything correctly and it works. Is this what we now observe? Because you are the race director, but you are here at the studio talking to me. You could be sitting somewhere out there alert, but you've got some well-trained staff who can totally handle all the issues. Yes, exactly. And here I would also like to say that such autodromes like, for example, this one, the Moscow Raceway, have super professional staff. They've got the safety scrutineer and the marshal service, the marshal managers. I want to thank them all for giving me this opportunity to sit in the studio together with you. As a person who is also an organizer, you manage the entire process, but you didn't make any decisions on the heats. But do you ever have any internal desire to support one of the drivers just at some emotional level? I don't want to say that you have some pets, but I mean that like here and now you feel like supporting someone because you sympathize with one of the drivers. I would say that's rather a no than a yes. I treat the drivers as numbers, and I do it intentionally because I do not want to sympathize anyone. Not only in drift, in any other discipline. Someone once said that you, Vasily, you turn into a function. And this is the right thing for me. This is a thing that is very nice for me to hear. But sometimes I do have such thoughts when I watch some heats that for the suspense, it would be cool if this one won, so that the event would be more exciting, or the entire championship, the title battle would be more exciting. For example, I want to see some beautiful drift. That's it. For me, I still remember the run of Hermann Tilke and Anton Kozlov in Krasnoyarsk, when Roman did something crazy as a chaser, and as a leader he suddenly spinned around right before the finishing line. So I got emotional because I'm a fan of Hermann Tilke. I respect all the drivers equally, but this is just because I didn't have that moment when the judges start thinking who should be the winner, because potentially the second run was also great. Yes, I totally agree with you. No matter who is there, but when they're both so great, I also feel very sad when they spin around. But what's your role in the design of regulations, in the judgment? Do you take any part? Are you involved? I do not take any part in writing the rules for those three guys on the tower. I can introduce some suggestions in the procedural part, in the organizational part. The part that influences the sports process based on the previous event, I can come up with some suggestions to the drift committee. For example, the false start, how we should treat it and what we should do. For example, in the qualification, what difference does it make? Because it doesn't really change anything. If a driver does a false start in the qualification, yes, you got to get used to the lights, but okay, you can start with a red light, why not? But as I also have to study the regulations, and I mean the sports regulations, not without the judging regulations, but there are lots of things that had to be written at a certain moment. There was a period when I had to write quite a lot, when I had to study some foreign regulations and to make some amendments into others. But now we've got some super professional people who can write it in the right legal question, in the right legal language, and I don't have this responsibility anymore. So you mostly work at the events. Yeah, and you also worked at RDS Open, right? And you are a scrutineer, yeah, the commissar. So if anything goes wrong, compared to what is described in the regulations, they come to you and ask you, Vasily, what shall we do? Yeah. And are you a strict kind of a commissar, or are you loyal, or are you... I'm more of a loyal guy. So you do not want to punish everyone. You want to find a way out from every situation, right? I would even make a step in advance. I always try to make it in such a way that the violation can be avoided. And only then I have to make a decision. But generally, drift is not like pure sport. There is a show element, and it's very significant. And you always have to maintain this balance between pure sport and show. That is true, because drift can be compared to show business. Because you can see how much attention the famous drifters enjoy from their fans, and also the number of spectators. Is it a stress factor at such venues as the Red Ring? No, it's not about stress, but you always want to see the full grandstands, and then you feel, wow, we've done such a great work. And if for some reason the grandstands are not full, you think, okay, it's all cool, but it's still so sad that there are not so many people. No, I'm speaking about a different thing. I mean that at the Red Ring, for example, we've got a super small service park, and at the grandstands there are 3,000 people. And when all this crowd, all these people want to go to the service park, you are basically responsible for every person out there. Yeah, in terms of safety, I am. So is it a stress factor for you? This is something that mobilizes me, because I've got to decide how many ambulances to get, how to organize the traffic in the service park. Yes, these elements really matter, and I have to think about it. And the appearance of juniors, does it change your approach in any way, or are they just the same participants as everyone else? They're just the same as everyone else. I don't treat them specially. There's a little difficulty in getting them into the overall schedule, but by the end of the season, I've learned how to do this, and I don't see any problem about this. I see more problems about bringing more juniors in. Do you want to get more problems with the schedule? Let it be my problem. I just want to make a good drifting school or drifting academy for the young guys who want to drive, who want to compete with the adult men at the same venues. You started your career as a participant, as a mechanic. I guess that the majority of people working in motorsport started with some assistant mechanics or mechanics, because this is the most widely spread pattern of through karting when people start as drivers. But to drive a kart, you also need a certain budget. It's about the parents. Okay, so do you miss those days when you were a rally participant? Yeah, sometimes I do. Do you have any offers, or you don't have any time? I don't have offers, but I don't seek them. I don't have my CV anywhere on the website. But what's your top achievement in rally? After the season, I could get the title of the candidate of sport, but we've taken first and second places in Russian championships and cups. Wow, that's impressive. So, my dear friends, the practice will continue until 7 p.m. This is the information for those who are here at the grandstands, and our broadcast is coming to an end because unfortunately we have time limit. Thank you, Vasily, for joining me. Thank you for time, because Vasily is usually in the next room in the office with around like 20 screens. Yes, this is called the media wall. Yeah, exactly, where he can see every corner of the venue and find even a spot on the forehead of one of the spectators. I don't do that. Of course, no one does that, because this is all done for watching the situation on the track. I hope that this conversation was interesting for you. So, my dear friends, please stay tuned. We will now set you free if you are watching us on air. But tomorrow we welcome you back, and tomorrow we will find out who will become the champion of the entire season 2026. As far as the schedule is concerned, the tandem runs will begin at 10 a.m. We will begin with the juniors. And Vasily treats them just the same as all the other participants. And then we will have top 32. The warm-up from 9 to 10. The entrance for the spectators will open at 9 o'clock. So for all the fans, you can come at 9 o'clock to watch the practice. This is all for today. Thank you for your attention and for your time. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Когда хотелок становится очень много, выручит бесплатная кредитная карта ВТБ. Она легко приручит все ваши желания. Оформите бесплатную кредитную карту ВТБ и не платите проценты до 200 дней.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
и 27 сентября. Впервые в Нижнем Новгороде. Автодром N-Ring Нижегородское кольцо встречает грандиозный Кубок России по дрифту суперфинал РДС. Дым, драйв и большой автоспорт ждут вас. Не пропустите. Ищите билеты на этапы РДС 2026 года на tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Открытый чемпионат российской дрифт-серии снова в Москве. 12-13 сентября автодром АДМ Raceway в Мечково примет грандиозный дрифт-финал RDS Open. Билеты на сайте tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Если радио, то максимум.
Что для вас хорошая машина? Пробег? Состояние? Комфорт? А запах? Как новая. Для каждого своя хорошая машина. Найдите ее на Автору.